Hey guys. Hey Harvey. Hey Kim. Hey Guardian. Good to see you guys. And welcome to another Saturday. Oh yeah, I forgot that Frontier Prepper is on. I saw something about that. I believe it was yesterday or something. And I almost forgot that one. So, how how is everyone doing today? And if anybody if you are up for it, just click the link and pop up here. Yeah, Harvey, thanks for that reminder. Uh, I'm not sure if I probably will miss that one uh, because it's too early and I probably sleep at that time, so I have to watch the replay. Hey Thor, Heavian, good to see you, buddy. Ah, 3 in the house. Well, if anybody are up for it, just click the link. I mean, join me up here. Yeah, Thor, I'm doing just fine. Doing good here so far. And I hope everything is okay with you, Thor. Let's see. Always annoying phone. But nothing important. Anybody who wants to join me up here, I put up the link again.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Louise. How are you doing?
How's it going? I'm okay today.
Well, yeah, I'm doing good today myself. So,
Yeah, I'm just taking a break. I got from doing stuff. I got bananas dehydrated and some spices dehydrated. I put garlic in the dehydrator. Um, I froze some eggs. I baking the eggshells to dry them out to grind them up for the garden. I got a few more oranges to peel. To put in the water bather to can up, and then I'm putting the peels in some vinegar and let them sit for however long to use the vinegar. It'll give an orange scent, and it's a cleaner.
okay,
So
that is good.
yeah. Well, the oils, right? Like you know how you bend the peels backwards and it squirts out stuff. That's the
Yeah,
stuff you'll want. Same thing with lemons.
yeah.
Just trying to do everything possible to spend a little less out there, right? So,
Yeah,
but
you.
the furnace is fixed. Uh, it was a regulator there inside the furnace. It took a dump. Then another part took a dump, and only to find a third part took a dump. So had the furnace company out till like 8 o'clock last night for. They're there for a couple of hours, but the furnace is now working properly. So can't wait to get that bill.
You have been busy, really busy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you're doing the prepping thing, right? Like I don't want to say I'm a hardcore prepper, but as I go grocery shopping, right, it's like about a week of straight like canning or dehydrating, whether it be
Yeah,
water bathing or pressure canning, right? Just because I go out and buy like a month's worth of food at the time, right? So preserve as much of it as I can, right, all at once. And then periodically through the month, I'll like if I need like more chili, I'll
yeah,
make a whole batch of chili. Or when I say a batch, I got the big water bather, the big pot water bather, and I'll fill that up and get like 14 1-liter mason jars full of chili or spaghetti sauce or whatever soup I feel like making, right?
yeah.
So, and that's
Some Harvey says it's some echo from your side.
echo from my side.
Yeah,
Um, is that a bit better?
I hope it sounds good from my side, but I don't know how Harvey.
Yeah, well, I got to have because of where I live, and I got a bit not bad reception, but I got a metal roof, so that could be doing it. It is
Yeah,
snowing
probably.
here. Yeah, it is snowing here right now. Um, so other members have told me it. Yeah, so the great Canadian weather.
Yeah,
But yeah, I thought I might come up here because you put out the thing to come
yeah.
up here, so didn't want to see you all alone. So
Um, are you familiar with Darren Dobson? He lives in Canada.
that's the first time that I've seen that name. I think. Um, but Darren, if you know where North Wellington County is, it's in between Shelburne and Grand Valley, where I live in North Wellington County. Um, it's Highway 16, and it's a little town called Kenilworth. It's
Yeah.
about 2 to 3 hours, depending on where you are in Toronto.
Harvey says, or use earphones or headphones.
Okay, I'll go get my earphones. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Hey, Guardian.
Hey, how you doing? Are you well?
I'm doing good. And you?
Nice. Doing very good, thank you.
Hey,
It's good.
Guardian.
It's good to see you. Oh, sorry. Let me put the echo off for a second. Sorry about that.
Hey, NS Creations. Welcome.
All right. Got the earphones in.
Yeah, it's better probably.
Yeah, I'm wondering if is my echo gone now? By the way, it's good to see everybody. By the way, like it's awesome to see everybody in chat. Holiday, by the way, Harvey, really good to see you always, and Thor, and Van City as well, great to see you. And it's just nice that the community's here. Yeah, you guys can come up whenever you want. I know that Shadow always appreciates a little bit of a group of us, so it's nice to just communicate as well. Awesome to see you as well, Lewis. It's great to see you again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see you too, man.
Is that lighting better? Like, does it come across a bit better now? If that light that I just turned on is on? I think so.
Oh, you look good, man. You look like Mr. Clean. You got the shine on your head.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, bro. It's definitely it's not always by choice. If I could have a bit of a hairline again, but my hairline is actually like all the way over here, right? So I'm not bald because of kind of wanting to. Are we still echoing, Harvey? I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah, he says echo, echo.
Is it still echoing? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I hear it too. I don't know if it's me.
Is it echoing when I talk? Because I'm going to mute myself for a little bit and just check if it's still carrying on as it was.
Hey, Darren.
Harvey, do you by any chance have the stream open twice? But I know that you most likely don't, and I don't. Yeah, you'd have to actually be playing them both at the same time, with like one being a little bit delayed for there to be an echo. So I highly doubt that. Is anybody else also experiencing the echo at the moment?
I think I'm gonna check if I have.
I hear a little bit of echo out of
yeah,
Mr.
I have
Clean
echo
there.
cancellation on. Yeah, Harvey, I have echo
not much.
cancellation.
A bit of an echo.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to see.
I don't mind the echo all that much.
If I can do something as well on my side just to become better.
Yeah, it's technology, right?
Yeah, it's technology.
You know.
I always have echo cancellation on because it's useful. I hope. I always had it on.
Yeah, it's certainly different, doing stuff like this over stream or the internet or whatever. It's certainly different because we're all used to face or over the phone, right? Like talking over the phone.
It is echo is bad, annoying. Is an extra mic on? No, I have only my headphone on. I have no extra microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry to ask you such a silly question, Harvey, to ask if you had two streams on. I think there are other people that are also experiencing it at the moment, and I don't know. It seems like Lewis has a bad line at the moment. I'm sorry about that, Louis. If you can hear me at the moment correctly, is the echo still there at the moment, Harvey?
Or an extra speaker on, but I don't have an extra speaker on. Nope.
If it's just Shadow that talks, do you still hear the echo?
Is it still echo when I speak, Harvey?
All right.
We do apologize for the technical difficulties, folks. We will have this arranged very, very shortly. Thank you for hanging in there, and yeah, we'll have this resolved in a moment. Sorry about that.
He says it's me.
Is it you, Shadow? Because if it's you, then it's the same. It might be the same thing that was last time. There was also something. I'm not sure what you did to fix it, but there was something.
Let's see. Nothing there. Nothing there. Or maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that's also a very good suggestion from Van City as well. They say that if there is YouTube and StreamYard both on at the same time, it will sound bad. So close YouTube, which might be a solution if you have. But what you'd need to do then, just make sure, well, it will still bring, in StreamYard, it will still probably bring up the comments on the side if you click the comments tab at the top. But it should have, if you do close YouTube, it might help. See if it does.
Well, is it better now? I shut down everything else I could. And nothing is...
Hey, man.
Is it working better now, Harvey? Is it clear?
technical problems.
Yeah, it kind of sounds a little clearer to me.
Still echo.
You're coming through pretty clear at the moment, Louise. It's Louis, isn't it? Is it Louis or Louis? Is it? I just wanted to get
Louis.
it right. Louis. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to mispronounce.
It doesn't matter to me, as long as it doesn't matter to me, as long as it you don't call me late for dinner.
It's all good. I think that Soulhaven's not hearing an echo. So is it only Harvey that's hearing the echo though? Is there anybody else that's hearing the echo at the moment? Or is it only Harvey? Because then it might be on your side, Harvey. I don't know. I doubt it is, because you said that you also checked.
What it could be, maybe, you know how each person on the panel, sometimes, you know how you watch and it buffers a little bit or someone glitches a little bit? That might be the reason for the echo.
Yeah, that could be a reason for that.
I know we could kind of like go straight into conversation as well, but I just want to make sure that that Harvey's as well in the chat section is hearing clearly, because that's always something that's going to be, you know, if it's echoing, it can be quite an annoyance. I know how that would be if I was watching a stream. It was a little bit echoey, you know. So haven't you say that that Lois is just really loud at the moment?
I have nothing on actually.
This is the strangest start to a stream. I'm sorry, Shadow.
Yeah. Well, it worked. Yeah, last week. I don't. What's wrong now? I didn't do any changes,
We're
and
sitting here.
I have the
It's like
same
equipment.
things up as I had last week. So what's missing?
So I don't know. At least it gives people an opportunity to kind of laugh at us to a degree, you know. Yeah, there's there's always that. So yeah, I don't know. On my side, I can't really hear any problems. But the thing is, I would be there, you know, if I was just watching on the side. I'm going to jump up again. Let me actually hear you from my side as well, real quick, without being on StreamYard. I'm just going to hear you as like as a person in chat for a moment. I'll be right back.
Well, I unclicking and re-clicking the echo cancellation. I did that now. So how is it now? Is it still echo or something else? I hope it's gone, because that would be nice, so we can get to keep going here.
Yeah. Thor, I got a big, I'm Italian, and I just got those powerful lungs. So I'm always loud.
Okay, still fine for most of the people, except for Harvey. Well, okay, they're doing good. I just got some more dirt in to plant some more. Thank you, Van City. Good to know. This is really weird when things like this happens, because it's hard to figure out what the problem is, and when everything works just fine on my end, well, it looks like that. So because I don't run YouTube at the same time, I don't do that. Nope, nothing problem there. Let's see what Harvey says. I hope he can. It's odd when it's good for most of the people in the chat, and it's echoing for one person. That's weird. Because I only have.
It could be their reception.
Yeah, probably.
Because sometimes, like, I know for myself, being up here in Canada with a metal roof and it's snowing, sometimes you'll be like glitching a little bit and echoing, and that's my reception, not you. Sometimes it could be you or YouTube. So it's if you got like 70% of the people saying, well, it's all okay, you're good, and then like 5 people saying I'm getting an echo, chances would be good it's at their end or YouTube.
What Thor says now. Harvey, did you reboot Flink Poop Edit?
Yeah, you see how I just went out? That was my cell phone. You know, because it is snowing right now. So
yeah,
that from my phone to the cell tower, which goes to you or whomever, right?
Yeah. Hey, just exploring every path. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Sorry for this mishap with that technology. We try to figure some things out here with the echo.
Yeah, yeah. They make those cell phones smaller and smaller, and they work crappier and crappier. Whatever happened to the ones your grandma had that was the size of a briefcase and that weighed 20 pounds and took a half an hour to make a long distance phone call because it was a rotary one, you know?
Yeah.
Hey there.
Hey.
Yeah, so I was listening on that side and I didn't hear too much of an echo. I'm wondering what could be on that side. I also heard the volume that Saul was talking about. Like it is a little bit like there's, you know, one of the streamers specifically is a bit louder than like another one, which is a bit strange. But it's not too much of a train smash, I guess. So in other news, how's your weekend been? like, you know what I mean? It's definitely nice to catch up with you guys. And KK's on the side here, as you saw her arm for a moment over there. Just want to wave and say hello quickly. Do you want to? Yeah. Kay was saying as well that it's quite nice with your stream specifically that she feels comfortable with the community that you've got. So she doesn't mind, showing an appearance every now and again and joining in on the conversations because they become quite interesting. So it's nice that you've got a comfortable, community and usually for the most part a good chat group. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be the community to be and feel comfortable. I don't want anybody feel any pressure or something. Just have fun and relaxing and enjoy.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing, and it's strange because I don't know. I think over time you get to. There's a couple of streamers specifically. I won't mention names over here at the moment, but like there's a couple of people that I watch that have live streams recently, and it's just been so nice to it almost like builds friendships. It's something where these live streams specifically they end up like being able to build community, which is really important.
Yeah, it is. The community is really important for every one of us. So
yeah, because at times it really feels,
Yeah,
sometimes a person.
it's yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Lewis.
Well, it is because of what's going on the last couple of years, right? Nobody's really going out very often unless if it's for essentials or maybe work, right? Nobody's really going out because for the movies or the bars or whatever. So this is the next thing, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's that's funny. Sorry for that, Harvey. I'm glad that you figured out what was wrong. But yeah, what you're saying, Lois, is something that's very relevant. It really feels in a big way like you build sort of friendships, and it feels like genuine friendships. Like when I think about like the weekend coming up and then that I think of like going out and doing a bit of outdoor activities and that. But there's definitely that in the back of my mind. There's always like Saturday evening for me because it's our time is like 9:30 now, and a lot of places have closed around locally. So when it comes to socializing, and I really enjoy socializing, as you know, like I love conversations, and it's a nice place for us to basically catch up and to speak to one another. And I actually get like excited for it. I actually get like quite amped up for Shadow Scouts. I got my Shadow Scout flag at the back there to represent for Shadow Scouts, and just putting the little details in sometimes, and it's nice to have this group to chat to and people that I feel comfortable with, which is nice. It's good.
Yeah, and I think that was funny thing you put up behind you, Guardian. I like that one.
Yeah, it's just for
Very
you.
creative.
I usually I love my pirate flags and that in general. I've always been a big fan of pirates, and with your icon that's on the side at the top right there, I thought that'd be a nice little touch. It's good to see you, by the way, Jeep. I didn't greet you earlier. It's awesome to see you in chat. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It's a really nice place to hang out. So what's been happening on your side, Lois? Starting from the year, for this year specifically, have you been having a good start to the year at all? Has there been any changes on your side, Shadow Scout? Has there been anything specifically with 2022 that's been a bit different?
Well, we had some problem with 3 Russian landing ships. So they had sailed into the Baltic Sea, and we sent up a GAS 39 Griffin to keep an eye on them, those 3 ships, because they were on our waters. So that was not really good at all. And that is a little bit worrying because that can see as we can see that as a threat to us and our country's security.
Yes.
And our peace. So Gotland is very close to Kaliningrad. So I believe it is 33 or 330 kilometers from Gotland to Kaliningrad. So that is very close. So if Russia takes Gotland, they get a lot more territory to sail on, and they can protect it with ease as well. And they can decide who can sail in and sail out, because Gotland is a strategic and important island for Sweden.
Are you familiar with the fact that Russia, within the next while, has the potential chance to be one of the biggest superpowers? Not that it isn't really already. It is to a degree quite a big superpower at the moment, but not in the way that it looks like in the foreseeable future. And the reason why that's so is because of a lot of the land itself in Russia. A lot of the places in Siberia specifically are covered with snow, and it's not arable land. So a lot of the resourcefulness of the amount of land that they've got is kind of limited. And over a long enough period of time, I think it's not the equator itself, but it's almost like a ring around the Earth. It's not the equator, but it's a ring around the Earth almost that is a good and a very good temperate and a climate for the growth of agriculture. So that over time is moving up, and it's heading towards Russia, and it's going to make a lot of the snow, as a lot of people know, in Siberia, a lot of the snow is already melting, which is also another place that could stem a very bad. I'm not going to say the name of the disease here, but there's a disease. There's actually a couple of diseases in Siberia, and as the snow melts, there's a chance of some of them being released. But that's not what I wanted to speak about. What I'm saying is that a lot of the land in Russia specifically is going to be useful to people, and it could essentially, increase the function of Russia as well and turn them into a much more prosperous country, i.e., turning them into a superpower. I know there's a long ramble.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. That is a problem.
It could be, but there again, I just think that a lot of the countries in the world, as we progress into the future, I just hope that we can all kind of, come to a place where we can progress together across the world, because a lot of countries are also quite cautious. A lot of the countries at the top, the governments are quite cautious to do physical warfare, like tanks and military vehicles and that type of thing. The real warfare currently exists online, and like online, there's been warfare that's since 2002. The world's been in a degree of technological and internet warfare, cyber warfare essentially. And if you go down that rabbit hole, you're going to see what I'm talking about. But when it comes to governments actually putting people on the ground and sending airships and aircraft carriers, it's actually unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it isn't really unfortunate. It's much more of a pro that governments won't really push their countries into military warfare to that degree, because it's null and void at the moment. It's not sticks and swords anymore, swords and shields. A lot of the warfare that is constantly happening is happening online. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, and the latest news what I heard was that also a little bit disturbing. There were, I believe it was 3 different drones over our nuclear plants. And that is something that is a bit disturbing for our security police, because they can see that as a potential red cog for maybe a terror attack or something else. So that's why our security police are a little bit worried. And they will act. And they do it pretty fast too. And 3 different drones. And there were also a drone over our government building as well. So that is a little bit disturbing.
I don't know if you want to click on Friend's comment over there, Shadow. Friend had a pretty interesting comment. Just want to, yeah. So Friend was saying there, even way down here in TN, today's the first day we get, first day to get high temperature of the day, above freezing in 5 days. We are sick of extreme cold. Nighttime will continue below freezing for another week yet. So if that's not something that happens regularly with your climate over there on that side as well, thank you for sharing that bit of information too. If that's not something that really happens regularly, like there's been a lot of talk of certain places experiencing changes in climate currently. It's definitely something that a lot of places, like even here, it's extremely hot in the evening. We have the fan on right now. We've got a ceiling fan on, and we have a door that's open, and then we also have the windows open here. Same with, we've got to trying to obviously create a draft going through, but it's not usually this hot, so early in the year where we are. So there's a couple of things changing when it does come to the climate that we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, we had earlier this week, we had, our temperature were on +4 degrees Celsius. In January, that is not normal. That is not normal. And then it drops down to -4 or 5 degrees again. So when the temperature goes up to +4 or 5, the snow will melt. And then when the temperature drops again, it will freeze, and the roads would be horrible to drive, actually, because it would be really slippery. So it's normal in January. We all usually have or always on minus in January and February, and maybe in March we begin to get the temperature goes up a little bit. But
yeah, I know that there are like external factors that also are playing a part in it. But I do also understand that over time the Earth always goes through that heating and cooling effect that happens. Like it just happens really slowly. But yeah, I do know that there are certain aspects of our society at the moment, industrial aspects that are causing a bit of an increase in that process. But I don't want to get too much into that type of thing. But I'm just saying it's quite interesting to see the changes that are occurring at the moment.
I'm using the freezing cold to freeze my bone broth soup. 30 or 4-cup Pyrex are outside on the deck. Well, that might work.
Yeah, it's a pretty smart and ingenious way to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Harvey is a brilliant man. So.
Yeah, I think it depends on also. Yeah, I'm just so cautious to go into the whole climate thing and stuff like that, because it's almost like politics and religion. Like if I share my perspective of climate and that type of thing as well, it's always, yeah, I don't want to isolate people because people have different ideas about what's happening.
Yeah.
There's a lot of All what I will say is that the ice is melting quite quickly. Certain places in the world are experiencing a lot of changes. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I just want to go get a mug real quick.
Yeah. So, guys, what's your expectations about this year, 2022? I think we will see and face really interesting things. And the situation in US seems to going for worse, much worse. So that will be really interesting for US and see how much worse it goes. But I believe it will go really, really bad for them over there, and for here in Sweden, I think we will have some interesting things too late to this year as well.
Yeah, I think all the shipping stuff is going to get a bit worse. How much more? Who knows, right?
Yeah.
And that's at least at the Canadian-U.S. border, due to the tab and truckers wanting it. And then with China making a border and not coming in and let anybody in and out of there. So it's just a matter of how much more worse it's going to get.
Yeah. I think in one or another way, I think Sweden will be affected somehow. How, I don't know yet, but I think we will face some food shortages sooner or later, because we import most of our food.
Oh yeah, it's just a matter of time for any country. The bigger the country, the faster it'll happen. The smaller the country, the slower it'll happen.
Yeah. Here in Sweden, we are about 10 million already. So
Well, essentially, if you look at the way that what Harvey mentioned there, I won't say the word out loud, just even though it's a country, but the second last name there and everything regarding that right now. The second last word in the comment that you're highlighting, everything that's happening there specifically, and then both of those words essentially are very big hotspots right now where tensions are quite high. And the problem is the ripple effect. If things do go down there, and how they will affect everywhere else, and even with Shadow Scout, what he's saying, and where Lewis is as well, like where the both of you are, wherever you are in the world, it definitely will have a degree of an impact, and that's why paying attention to what's happening in the States as well is so important, because it's like that definitely has a huge impact on everywhere else. It's why a lot of countries worldwide are always, paying attention to US politics in specific as well, and just kind of seeing what's happening with that.
Yeah, it's always good. Like, I don't get all the news stations, but whatever news stations I do get, whether it's in India, China, America, Canada, wherever, I watch them and I see what's the most said. I don't believe each one of them, but the most common thing that's said on them is a little more believable. You know what I mean? If all the news stations are saying, well, this thing that we've been dealing with right now is starting to go up, they all say that, well, guess what? Chances are good it's going up. You know what I mean? Because there's no, I don't want to say there's no news media trying to lie to us, right? You're getting a bunch of variations of it, right? Because this news out in India will say this about Canada, and well, Canada's only saying this, and so China will say that, or America will say that. So it's take it at face value, right? But when a bunch of news medias across the world are saying the same thing, chances are good.
Yeah, I understand that as well. I definitely agree, and I think that it's a problem, the way that, unfortunately, a lot of media outlets as well, you know, people are losing trust in the way that the media is portraying information. You know, they kind of are noticing that a lot of media are either politically motivated strongly, and I know that that's been almost the case for quite a while as well. But specifically these days, people have lost so much trust in your general commercialized media, and that's why people are turning to more podcasts and people that are out there that deliver news in a more specific way. So yeah, people are turning to
Yeah, that too, right? Like, yeah, well, like that's a big thing too, right? You know, to hear what us preppers say too, because there's ones out there that will investigate certain things that are on the news, right? When they investigate it, they're going to tell a little bit more of the truth, but still some of it can be propaganda too, right? To get people to go buy money or do this or spend money here or spend money there, right? So it's you got to have a complete balance, I find, you know, of what's being said out there. You know, I'm not saying every pepper or all news media is, you know, send out propaganda, but there are some out there that do that, and there are some out there that don't do that because they actually genuinely care, right?
Yeah. The problem is that because of the amount of information that's out there as well, not just are people kind of, you know, cautious about how they receive media, but also that they just, what do you really, like, it's what you're saying, like, how do you really differentiate between like the media that's just trying to cause mass confusion compared to like the reality that's out there? And that's why I think that having the capability that we do to kind of speak to people that are on the ground in specific areas that can give you more of an honest feedback is also really good. And we have like so much capability through that, even via this platform, via YouTube. I can ask like Shadow Scouts, I can ask Joran exactly what's happening. Like, you know, if I wanted to, and I heard something about Sweden, I could actually confirm with Joran and he'd tell me, you know, like exactly what's going on the ground. So I think that having that capability is important. It's very useful.
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be in the prepper community or this meg of people or that meg of people or that community or whatever. Because, you know, I'm about 3 hours away from Toronto, where, give or take where you are in Toronto. And my sister lives in Toronto, and I'm hearing stuff on the news, Canadian news here out in Ontario, about Toronto, where how the hospital's this, that, and the other. All I do is text up my sister and say, I'm going to text you something, watch it, and tell me if it's true or not. And she, by far, is she a prepper, you know what I mean? Like, she gets her emergency stuff and stuff like that because of the last 2 years. She's got a little bit of a stock, right? But not anywhere like me or some of the other people. That's all I got to do, right? texter from Toronto, right? You know, I watch other people, other creators. Oh, is this happening out there, or what? You know, email and explain yourself on this or that, right? A little bit better because I didn't understand it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's you know, because my dad, he also lives out in Arizona, right? And with the Mexican border, you know, and that I just got to ask him, how bad is it over there? You know, you know. So
well,
the media doesn't want to the government doesn't want the media to say what's fully going on, only because the government doesn't want mass hysteria. You know what I mean?
yeah, because they've seen in a lot of
Because
ways
they'll lose.
Yep.
They'll
Do you
lose
know?
full control. If they had said
So
2 years ago, this came right out of a lab and it's going to kill everybody. Imagine the hysteria for the last 2 years. You know what I mean? Just on that. You know what I mean? And I'm just throwing that out there. You know, I don't know if it's true or not, but the hysteria over something like that, you know, the government doesn't want that.
Do you know about that radio report, that falsified radio report that happened, where they said that it was a War of the Worlds advert? I've mentioned it briefly before, quite a while back. But where they had a War of the Worlds advert and on the radio, and people believed it, and then it actually invoked like hysteria amongst the city, and they had to completely calm like everybody down because, the government basically got a little bit of a glimpse into what a scenario like that looks like. I wish I knew the town of it. I'll definitely do some research and I'll check into like which town it is specifically. But there was a town in the US and it was quite a while back. And at that time, they were mostly using radio for the majority of the information that they were receiving. And there was a War of the Worlds advert thing that was coming up for like a radio show or something like that. And it went on and like it explained that there is, a huge incident and emergency on the way, and that that life might. I need to. What I'll definitely do is, if I want to bring up something like this, I should know all the details. You know what I mean? Like, and then I can actually explain the story a bit more specific. So I'm sorry. I'll make sure that by next week Saturday that I can give you a little bit more of a detail. But what I'm saying is that governments have already seen that if you get people, if you get people anxious and if you get hysteria to spark up, you can end up in a lot of trouble because people become desperate and they act irrationally and they are dangerous to themselves and others around them. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter what the scenario is. You know, you could take it from the last 2 years to aliens to global warming to you name it. You think of it, go right ahead. You know, because I got a broad imagination. You know, forest fires, right? Flooding, you name it. And then they say, well, this is good. They said like when Area 51 came out or whatever, then they said, yeah, there's aliens out there and we autopsied them and this and that, and one was alive and we found out how to communicate and they want to destroy us all, right? Imagine the hysteria over that. And that's just an example, right? You know?
I know that you're basically giving just a pure example, but definitely when it comes to, I just want to touch on that topic just for a second. So I think that with the way that like an extraterrestrial life force would be, I think that what would happen essentially is that they would view us as like the zoo hypothesis, right? Where you basically where aliens would be barred from interfering in our technology or from interfering into our civilization at all, because if they did, it could have dire consequences for our growth and development as a civilization, which could, you know what I'm saying? Like that whole spiel, where it's basically saying that if they were aliens, that they would be extremely prohibited from making themselves known to the mass public of any planet because of the same hysteria that you're talking about, because of that as well. So
Yeah.
it's just interesting.
Like I believe that there may be aliens out there because the world at large only has enough finances to look at a certain amount and travel a certain amount of outer space, right? And we've only barely begun to scratch the surface of it, right? What's out there, like, say, 30 million light years away, right? So are they out there? Maybe. Okay, I'll believe it. But will they come and bother us? Maybe. Okay. If they wanted to be destructive, it's because their planet's dying, right? And they need our planet or resources off of our planet. But with all the sightings that we all, from Area 51 lately, I don't think it'll happen. You know what I mean? Highly unlikely.
Oh, well played, guys.
Sorry about that. What I was gonna say about that specifically is that it'd be my understanding as well, the way that because I've thought about that process, and I've thought about the fact that there could be, a dying civilization that could need the resources. But if you are able to travel intergalactically, right, then I don't see how you would need Earth's limited resources. Because if you can think about the fact, if you can, unless we're really unlucky and like a certain civilization, like escape pod, like kind of heads our way, like just an extreme example. But like what I'm saying is that if they were capable of intergalactic travel, then I do think that they would be able to find other planets that are so much more rich in resources than, I mean, if you look at Earth.
There are asteroids that have like insane resources.
Yeah, there are asteroids that have resources, and then not only that, but there are also other planets that are like made of diamonds. There's diamond planets out there, like realistically. Like there's planets that they've discovered that have like amazing types of resources. So I think that Earth I love our planet, don't get me wrong, it's beautiful and everything, but it also sucks in terms of resources. Like it really, you know what I mean? Like I think that if they could travel to other planets, that there might be planets with much better resources that are out there. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe we have some of the unique resources that they may need for something, but I definitely think that there are much bigger Earths out there too. I think that
I'm just using examples. Yeah, I'm just using examples, right? You know what I mean? Because if our ozone layer was at a point where we had to up and move, we could find a planet somewhere else that inhabited what we needed. You know what I mean? Like water, oxygen, soil for sustainable food growth and meat. You know what I mean? So it'd have to have a lot of things, right? But there again, we're not in need of that. I don't think it'd be fluke for a lot of things to happen. But at the same time, when it does happen, you got to be prepared for it, whatever the case may be,
I do think that, we've got to be capable. Yes, we've got to be prepared as far as we're capable of being prepared for various scenarios. There are scenarios, of course, which are just completely out of our control, though, like a meteorite kind of thing. I mean, we can do what we can, you know what I mean? But it's at the end of the day, like if it's something like that, like, there's very little that we can do. But things like weather disruptions as well, and the grid going down specifically is a really big one, very important reason to get more back to our natural, like self-reliant ways. So I think that there's a lot of elements like that which are essentially really amazing because you're getting back into nature, and the more that you get back into nature and like go out and actually practice out there, like you're just increasing your skill set, and I think it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you think about when man first started. There's a lot of theories on how man first came about, right? But the thing of it is, there was no penicillin, no nothing like that for medication. There was no dentists or doctors, or there was no cell phones, let alone a phone hooked up into your house. There was no electricity. There was no propane barbecues. There was no stoves. There was no refrigeration. You had to take it from the planet, right? You know what I mean? You needed some sort of refrigeration or something. When you dig a big hole and turn it into a root cellar, right? You need electricity. Well, there's fire, right? You fire and you can cook and you got light. You know, so but yeah, there's things that can't be controlled because it's too far out of our control, right? But it is nice to see some movies like the movie Armageddon, where that asteroid, you mentioned asteroids there, right? And one was coming towards the planet the size of, I don't know, it was huge. And they sent up one of the best oil drilling teams to drill into it to make the thing explode. You know, that's a fluke, right? That's an act of God, if you want to say, you know. But
I know that so I actually did a bit of research the year before last on meteorites and asteroids that you're talking about. It is actually one of because I took a long time to format a top 10 list. And at the top 10 list, I actually went into a bit of a depression because of like the amount of research that I was doing on it specifically, because I wanted to find out the top 10 ways that the world could end, right? So I wanted to see, and I did like a really, really deep dive into certain topics. And when doing so, I came across meteorites were one of them. I think it's number 7, either number 7 or 8 on the list that I made. But irrespective, it is still like one of the top 10. And the problem is that there are, like the Earth is consistently being barraged by meteorites that come in. A lot of them are too small to kind of make it through the ozone layer. But I do understand that there were definitely situations where there have been meteorites that have impacted, that have made impact into the Earth. Sorry, I'm trying to think of like the better, because when speaking about science, I want to try and like, there's much more articulated words. Well, I could be much more articulate when it comes to like speaking about scientific things. So I'm trying to do so for the entertainment of everybody, and instead I just end up sounding like a monkey sometimes. So I do apologize for the fact that I don't always ace my scientific terminology, but I do try. But yeah, so I think it's meteorites and asteroids are a plausible probability as well that could essentially occur. I'm going to bring up real quick just a list, and I'm not going to bring it up on my side, but I'll go through a list very quickly, and I won't take a long time to do so, but I'll go through the top 10 and just give you some of the examples real quick. Just give me one moment.
Well, where I live, my daughter said that we had, she took some pictures of the northern lights here. And we had a couple of events the same week that my daughter could see the northern light. And that means that is particles from the sun that hits our atmosphere that creates the light, if I remember it correct. But I have never seen the northern lights myself, but I hope I get the chance. But when you see the northern lights so frequently, It worries me. It worries me. Now I hear myself.
Yeah,
Now I hear myself.
I've seen them a couple of times. You got to be closer to where they are, right? And I'm not close enough, but I've seen them just barely. And from what I've seen of them, they're nice looking. It's like I forget the place, but it's like sitting back in a big golf ball thing, right? And they are doing this whole thing where the room's lit up and it's showing the earth and all the planet. You're going through the solar system and it's all in the big golf ball, and it's like you're right there and you can reach out and touch this planet and reach out and touch that planet because it's all in there. It's like three-dimensional almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a TV's been wrapped right around you. But they're nice to see when they're in, even if you can just barely see them, or you're up closer and you can see a real good view of them. But I believe, you know, like watching some of these movies, right? The science and technology is out there. It's just we haven't reached it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do we stop a big tsunami, right? Well, I don't know, and I'm sure the scientists don't know, but at the same time, the technology is out there. We just haven't reached it.
Yeah.
You know,
What is I hear myself. I hear myself twice. That is, I hope that is gone now. I hope that is gone now. Nope. I can hear myself. Nope. I can hear myself. This is weird. Oh. But anyway, yeah, I know Harvey. Yeah, I know Harvey.
Wow.
yeah, Van City. I've been stacking it to the rafters the best I can, little by little.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine, I had my power failure. Not my power failure. That was about a week ago. But my furnace had been down, problems all this past week, and a buddy of mine lent me his kerosene heater. Had it in the house, and last night we was having problems with it again, and they fixed it. And he brought it over because I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to fix it or that night, or if they had to order in parts. So he brought it over and said, "Here, just have it for now. If I need it, I know where it is and come and get it." Right. So he's left it with me to babysit. So, and I can use it any given time. Right. So I'm going to be actually hoping if and when I get some money saved up, either buy that one off of him because I know how to use it, or just go buy another one. You know?
Yeah.
Until I can save up enough for a wood stove, right?
Yeah, wood stoves are good.
Yeah, they're the best. You know, even if you get a cook stove, right? They're the best. I find they're even better. Because I would have it set up to cook your meals and all that, right? And if you're smart about it, you could have a pump system hooked up to, say, your your hot water tanks, and you got a pump system to circulate the hot water in the hot water tank. You could do that so it pumps the water in and around some of the cook stove. and heat your water that way. So that's, you got your heat, you got your hot water, and you got your food looked after with or without power.
Yeah, that sounds that's idea. Sounds idea.
It's only when, for some reason, it's when you talk, Shadow.
It's only when for some reason it's when you talk, Shadow. Like,
Never mind, it's when I talk to.
never mind. It's when I talk to.
This is weird. This is
Listen,
weird.
Lewis, you were coming out fine there.
Lewis, you were coming out fine there.
I am?
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, you were.
Well, this is the first time I'm using my earphones on my cell phone. So
Okay.
normally I
also-
use them.
I was also.
Normally, because my cell phone here has a radio on it, and I got to use the earphones as an antenna for it. That's the only reason why I bought them. Now I got another reason to use them.
Yeah,
I was like,
I'm echoing again.
I'm echoing again, aren't I?
Oh boy. This, I don't know what to say about. We have seemed to have technical problems again. Oh,
We can. I can maybe try and do. If I am still echoing,
I can try and do. If I am still
Watch this.
echoing. Watch this.
well, my wife just sneezed there. That wasn't what I was
Well,
trying
my
to
wife just sneezed there. That wasn't what I was trying to do.
do. Just do me a favor.
Just do me a favor. Let's
Yeah.
Mute for a second.
mute for a second.
Okay.
Mute yourself just for a moment. Okay, see if I'm still echoing at the moment right now. Am I fine? Because I don't think I'm echoing anymore. Speak, Shadow. See if you're echoing, buddy.
well, you don't echoing anymore.
Yeah, so it might have been from Lewis's side, but I don't know how because Lewis is still using the headphones. So it shouldn't be causing an interference at all.
Weird. But anyway, what I should.
Yeah, like I said, I got the metal roof and it's snowing, so it could be a little, and I'm up in Canada, and there could be a little bit of a delay, which causes an echo if it's searching for a signal a little bit, or if it's having a harder time searching, it'll echo. You know, so it's hard to say or pinpoint the exact problem.
My point when I mentioned the Northern Lights was we have seen them. My daughter has seen them frequently up here in my area. So what? And the Northern Lights are created by solar storms. And what that means, our sun are more active to send out a lot of particles than it was before. So if we have a really bad luck, that we can expect a major solar storm. And a major solar storm would create northern lights. That is the first thing you would see. And then everything knocks out. The power grid would go down. And that would happen day before everything goes down. So what do you say, Guardian?
Well, the Aurora Borealis have always impressed me a lot. It's definitely on my bucket list in every way. You know, then if you're going towards like the solar activity and the
there's
fact
like
that
those igloos that you can stay in during the Aurora Borealis, and then it's like this little like igloo thing, and you can see like the whole sky, and it looks so pretty. I've seen pictures of it.
yeah, so it's definitely, you know, it's one of those things. You know, that sounds awesome. Staying in an igloo and then getting to see those lights, that sounds lovely. I'm all about that.
Yeah, I would like to see them myself, but I always miss them for some reason. But it is a point because I think the sun is more active now, and we can expect a mega solar storm. And a mega solar storm usually happens every 150 years. And the last one was 1859, if I remember it correct.
The Carrington event is the one that you're speaking about?
Yeah. And they say there will an event like that happens every 150 years. So if we have a really bad luck, it will be a larger solar storm than it was 1859. And if that we get a direct hit on our planet, everything globally would go down. So that would be not a pleasant experience.
Yeah. Also,
So here's the thing about that.
Also,
Go for it, Lewis.
What you were just talking about, that solar thing, it can also affect cell phones, because as they're radiating down or whatever, it interrupts the cell phone service.
Yeah,
a bit.
Everything will go down.
Yeah, if it is the same magnitude as the, I don't know, I don't think it's measured by magnitude. I probably am at fault by saying that the solar flares would be measured in magnitude. Actually, I'm almost certain that it wouldn't. But what I'm saying is, if the strength of the solar flares is enough, the same one that was similar to the Carrington event, because that took out all of the telegram systems that were being used at that time. So if it were to cause the same kind of, if it had to come with the same type of intensity, then we would definitely be facing a grid down situation. And it's in those situations where realistically, like what us preppers do for the most part, in terms of like preparing, like, and a lot of survivalists, like, that's the type of setting where we actually would be able to utilize everything that we've ever built up, and it would be like a prepper's dream in terms of like SHTF type of events. It would be horrible at first, is what I'm saying, actually, because a lot of people would be injured, and that's never a good thing. But I'm saying, like, from the terms of being able to utilize the gear that you've built up and being able to use your food supply in an accurate way, like, that's a SHTF scenario that we could actually, deal with as the emergency preparedness community, I strongly believe. But then when it comes to your meteorites and stuff, that's definitely something where we can't. Like, that's, you really, anything like that, there are big enough things. And also just not even that, like this year I've been focusing on like health so much more, and like for myself personally, and with the mountain biking and everything. And it's something where I'm trying to do that, but I could be riding the mountain bike across the road tomorrow and something happens. Like you never know when it's your time. So you just kind of got to be as happy as possible whenever you can. I know it sounds super cheesy, but I'm being serious. Like, just trying to live every day in like a positive way and be helpful and try and be like the whole, be the change in the world that you want to see. And I really do live by that. And it's like, do you want to, like, that's why I'm the most, it sounds so silly, but I've always waved at everybody wherever I go. I'm always like the random weird person that's just waving to people and being like ultra friendly for no reason. And like, I'm speaking to the cashiers as well. Like a cashier and I will have like a full conversation, and I like want to get to know people all the time. Like I like people. It's weird.
Yeah.
As weird as it is, okay, and I don't want to say anything bad, right? I think it's kind of weird or whatever, but that means I'm just in a bad mood, right? But the thing of it is you're brightening up somebody's day, right? They could be having a piss poor day, and you just having a chat, taking their mind off, and you know, and I'm only speaking for myself, right? They're having a chat with me, talking about shooting the shit. It could be the weather, you know, you could be telling a joke, whatever, right? The fact that you took time out of your life made me feel just a little bit better. Like I was shopping yesterday, and I get a little nervous around cops and the OPPs, right? And a cop was going into Walmart there where I go shopping, and I had to go to the washroom, and then I went to go back to get a cart. And as I was getting the cart, the cop was coming out, and I look over him and yell out, "I didn't do it, officer!" And he just started laughing, right? And the way he stormed in there and out of there looked like he might have been going after somebody in the parking lot. But, you know, the fact of the matter is he laughed at me. You know what I mean? And that probably will stay with him for about a week or so, right?
Precisely. It's it's all about an act of kindness. My grandmother, my late grandmother, who raised me as she was my mom in a lot of ways. She was always around for me in that. It's also the series that I've got on my channel called Jet Ramblings is kind of an ode to her, because that was her author name that she was using for a while to write kids stories as well. So I used Jet Ramblings, which was her author name, as like a place where I just talk about a whole bunch of stuff. And you know, my grandmother was always somebody that really believed in just doing like a good deed. Like that's why an act of kindness, like something as simple as like waiting for somebody to holding the door open for whoever to come through and just let them, you know, go through, or just like making a small little difference out of your day. If you have somebody that's serving you at a restaurant, for example, I know in certain countries tipping is dealt with differently, but like, you know, tipping somebody like in a generous way or something like that, being like generous and just trying to, you know, make somebody's day a little bit better is something that we should try and actively do within this emergency preparedness community as well. Like as preppers, it's something that's important.
Yeah, like my neighbor from me, he passed away from brain cancer, and he was operated on. And as he was operated on, they didn't give him long to live. But I think it's his sister or whatever. But this lady, Debbie, I've seen her go over there a couple of times, like on the weekends when he was living, right? And she comes over and asks me to get the mail, right? Sure, okay, no problem, right? And I'm hoping, and it's just an act of kindness, you know, because if somebody was doing that for me, at least my mail ain't getting wet, the ink ain't running, and I can have good, proper bills, you know what I mean? And I would hope that somebody else would do that for me. And that's why I think it's a good feeling when you do those random acts of kindness, because you hope that somebody else just might do it.
Yeah, and you also put yourself having like a level of, you know, empathy for people, like putting yourself in their situation as well, and just knowing what things are like. I stayed on the streets for a while, for, you know, roughly around a year. I stayed on the streets in a city that's in my country as well, and it was, you know, hard situations that kind of pushed me to be in that situation as well. But I learned so much through that. I learned that people are more generous than we give them credit for. I learned that humanity has so much to be cherished for. I also learned that there are not I'm speaking about all the positives. There are negatives, of course, as well, but I definitely learned a lot about people when I had nothing whatsoever, and it was for a very long time that I had nothing, and people surprised me all the time with the fact that they never needed to help me whatsoever, and yet people were generous and gave me the ability to prove myself and to work myself back up to where I've come, you know, many, many years later. But, you know, it's just people being willing to help a stranger is such a powerful force in the world. Yeah, I think at the same time we have to be cautious. There are people that will take advantage of people who are friendly and who are kind and who are helpful. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but you kind of have to, you know, just be on your guard when it comes to everybody in general. Just be cautious to trust people overall, but try and be helpful and stuff too.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've learned, because I don't want to say I come from a rich family, but we're not hurting by no means, right? My mom outright paid for the house that I'm living in, and I'm paying a mortgage on it to her to pay her back. And my dad's giving me an annuity. And my dad taught me, because he had his own company, I had shares in it. And when we sold, right, he taught me over the years when, you know, when you do an act of kindness, it takes you out of yourself to help somebody else out in a time of need. But when they keep coming back to you and not offering you something in return, scratch my back, scratch your kind of back. When they don't scratch your back in return, you need to right away. And it's very fast and learn very fast on the ones that you can tell that are using you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Also,
like my neighbor, I asked him for, you know,
sorry,
my neighbor here had some trees needed. We had a bit of an ice storm, and some trees needed to come down off of his property, and some needed to come down on my property, and he got a jacklift. And I said, whatever wood comes down off of my property, you can have. Some of them are maple. Some of it was maple. I said, I'll want a little bit of the maple because I do smoking, right? But you can have the rest of the wood. I don't care, right? And I got, because I got a chainsaw, and I helped him cut everything up for his wood stove. And I helped him split it all, right? Just, you know, neighbors being neighbors, right? It made me feel good. The job got done faster. He heats with a wood furnace, and, you know, he's got heat for the winter. You know what I mean? So it's a win-win situation. Everybody felt good and everybody's happy, right? You know, but I know, other than that, and maybe a couple of other things, like I go over there, if I'm mechanically inclined, but not fully mechanically inclined. There's some things I won't do, but he small engines. That's one of the things he does. So when I can't do that mechanical stuff, I'll go over to him and say, hey, can you, it's doing this or that, can you fix it for me? And he'll be like, well, don't worry about paying me or whatever, right? We're neighbors. But I pay him anyways, because he's got 3 kids and a wife and a dog and some other animals, right? He's got to take care of his 3 kids, right? He's got to put clothes on their back. He's got to keep that roof on their head. He's got to feed them, keep them in school, stuff like that, right? So I give him money for it, right? You know, because I'd be spending the money somewhere else, right? But he is cheaper than a lot of other places, right? So, plus he's my neighbor, so I get it back twice as quick, right?
Yeah, precisely. And you're also increasing the level of community. And often in most scenarios, you know, you never know when you're going to need to rely on people. And I think you would also, you know, stand by this as well, where you have to give with the idea that, you know, that you're not going to get something back. And you also have to loan things. If you're prepared to, like, borrow something out, you kind of have to be willing to lose that you're borrowing. Well, it's what I always believe as well, is kind of just, you know, not being
to a certain degree. To a certain degree, you know, because it's like the same thing as you're saying when people are taking advantage of you. Well, if I lend out a tool and I know that tool could break on me, and it honestly breaks on him, Well, okay, fine. But if he's misusing that tool, that's a different story. Go rent it from a rental place. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I got a chainsaw. Will I cut stumps out of the ground with it? No. I'll go get a stump grinder or rent a chainsaw. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to be abusing it to cut out the stump, right? I'm not going to let somebody use my chainsaw to cut out a stump out of the ground when I won't even do it. So
Yeah, I understand
there's proper use and use.
Well, there's a thing where, like, at the same time, when borrowing something from somebody else, you're supposed to, take care of it more than you would your own item. That's also the principle. But the thing is, where I'm saying that, I mean more of like if somebody does loan something and you loan something out willingly, and the person isn't able to return it, it's hard for me to like kind of harbor a thing. But I think where the thing comes in, where people will take advantage of others, is, and this is unfortunate, when you are a very open, friendly, bubbly person, it is, that's the case. Like, there's a lot of people out there that will look for people that are, cheerfully and bubbly and that type of thing. And they'll see those type of people and, victimize people like that. I'm not saying it always occurs, but realistically it does. And it's just unfortunate. But what you were speaking about your neighbor as well, that's such an important part of community building. Because if you have the ability to just rely on each other in that way, that's really good. But then I don't know if you've ever watched the show called Nightmare Neighbors, where you have Neighbors from Hell is another series like that. But essentially what the show does is it shows you different neighbors that have like feuds with one another and just are like terrible to one another as well. So at the same time, and unfortunately, it usually starts off with like a friend, because you'll like make a friend with a neighbor, and then sometimes it'll turn toxic, and that kind of just goes south. There was something that Harvey said that I wanted to speak on for a second as well. I just want to see. Just give me a moment. I'll find it. You can continue in the meantime as well.
And some of those neighborly disputes start over the stupidest shit.
Right, absolutely, and it's the dumbest thing. It's like and that's why I'm saying with the whole borrowing thing as well comes up quite a lot. Creative redundancy and Thor Haven or Band City. Are one of you guys going to come up and join us for a bit? Go ahead, Lewis. Sorry.
Yeah, like I can piss and moan about my neighbor, but I don't. You know what I mean? Because he does this small engine thing, and he's got dirt bikes and four wheelers, and he's taking rips around on them to see what's wrong. And I could piss and moan about it all I want, but I know he's feeding his family. You know what I mean? And where it could start, one of my trees, him and I know that I got to take down, or he's got to take down, but can't afford it. It happens, breaks the fence, and then it's this. It's your fault. Well, I don't give a crap because, you make too much noise. And it's what for? I got better shit to be doing with my time, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Than doing something like that.
It just wastes your energy as well. It also, you use so much energy to like harbor, frustration towards people and stuff. And you don't also want to be that person because we've all had that neighbor, I think we've all had a specific neighbor that kind of, was just somebody that didn't really click with us very well, for whatever reason. And it's just, so I'm saying community building is important, but also treading lightly sometimes, just being cautious to not, be too open with your neighbors from the beginning. And like for example, none of my neighbors at all know that I have a channel in any way. I don't link my channel to my personal and my career life in any way whatsoever. There's no way that there's any like crossover. I make sure of that. I'm very meticulous in making sure of that, because of because it's just too different. It's worlds apart. I work within safety. That's what I've told everybody. That's all I will say, is that I work within safety. So yeah, it's an interesting career, and it allows me to have a certain level of depth regarding the prepping side as well. Sorry, go ahead. How, by the way, Gordon and Josh? This is exactly where I said I was going to be. Go ahead, Lewis. You're breaking up.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
I don't care what people swear. Right? People,
Yeah, I think his signal were really bad. So I think he's lost. I think he lost the signal.
I'm busy speaking here. My mic is muted. I'm so silly. Sorry about that, guys. Was that? Let me see if you're able to. Lewis, are you able to come back up?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah. Like I'll show when I don't too much about showing stuff around my house, but when I'm doing stuff and video, like cause I'll put out videos out. If I'm doing stuff in the shed, I won't show what's inside of my shed. I'll do it outside the shed so that everybody doesn't see all my tools, right? If I'm canning, I'm not going to show all the kitchen stuff, you know, or if and I won't show everything I get in my pantry or all the food I get, you know, at 1 month for 1 month, right? I'll show a little bit, but not much. For the simple fact that it paints a nice big target on your back.
Yeah, but there's another side to it where the funny part to it all is that we have prepper channels, right? We have emergency preparedness channels because we enjoy it as much as we do. But here's the funny part, is that like by us having prepping channels, we're destroying OPSEC. Like any notion of OPSEC, if we were really being like I love having our channel, I really do. I absolutely love the community, like in general, right? But the thing is this, we are like right now I'm busy speaking, like I'll be speaking my preps and stuff. I'll be showing people like the gear that I have obtained as well, and like certain, you know, a lot of what I know, what my capability is out there as well. So I'm showing everybody, even the people that would have it out for us, if you want to see it that way, where we're all kind of putting targets on our back, even by having channels in general. It's definitely something that goes against any kind of like privacy. Realistically, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing this. I mean, I'm doing it myself as well. But I'm just saying when it comes to like prepping, we should be absolutely laying low, and like nobody should know what we're doing, and we should be completely like, that'd be a bit smarter for us to do. I know that at the same time though, we kind of also learning from other people, so we're increasing our skill sets via knowledge as well, and then replicating them by sometimes watching like bushcrafting videos and then repeating them. So I think that that's good. But I think I don't know. I was going to ramble about like the whole prepping thing, but it's just it kind of, I love that we make content, and I love that there is like prepping channels out there so that other people can also learn. But at the same time, for ourselves as individuals, it's not the smartest thing to be doing realistically. So yeah. Is creative redundancy or Thor going to come up? Are you guys going to join us for a bit? It'll be really awesome. Like, no pressure whatsoever. I don't mind if you guys don't. I see how it is.
No.
And Bob loves coming up on channels on panels and stuff as well. Like, Bob can also pop in. Like anybody, if you guys want to. No pressure. It's fine. I can talk to Shadow. I'm more than happy to. And Lewis, but I think Lewis down for a second.
Yeah. a couple of days ago, I got a new item. Actually, I bought 2 ammo box, 50 cal.
Very nice.
I bought one of these cost 300. So actually 299. So say 300. So 600 for 2 50 cal ammo boxes. And I had in mind to have them in the basement and store something in them because you have decent.
Yeah, those are big slugs though. The actual like 50 cal, if you hold it in your hand, it's a giant. Like 50 cal is really big. Like
Yeah, this is brand new too, almost. So
it's like unnecessarily big. Like I know that there is purpose for it, but it really is, you know. But that box is incredible for like to be able to use as a container as well.
yeah, so I had in mind to. My idea was to put Mylar bags in this and store food in these because these are airtight, waterproof, tight, and everything. So that would be a good idea.
Yes, they're made for obviously cross terrain as well, so it's really good for that. And you don't need to give too much away when you answer this question, but do you also believe in caches as well? Or caches something that you've even thought to at all? You don't need to reveal too much information. You don't even need to answer the question if you don't to, because I know that it's a bit of a tricky question as well.
Well, yeah, I believe in caches, but the problem is you can just dig them down. Yeah. Because if someone should find them for some reason, they would probably call the cops and they will check it out. And if they find food and gear, they can be a little bit suspicious. So
I think
that is the problem.
That is true, but if you know the area where you are at, it can be something that if you put. I'm not saying like putting any. I've got to be so careful about when I talk about gear and utility items and stuff. What I'm saying is just making sure that you have supply caches at various points. It can be very useful that you can go and collect at later stages if you're cut off from your regular preps in general. It can be something that can be very useful if you put them in areas where you know that people won't be going whatsoever. It's definitely something that and you also make sure that you remember exactly where those places are. You can use Google Earth. Google Earth has a very good way of being able to like analyze areas, and then you can go to spots specifically from there, and you can use topographical maps, and you can go and find coordinates, and you can look at coordinates and then place coordinates. So it's there's a lot that goes into it. There's a deep dive into caches and the usefulness of them being there, because it's kind of like a last ditch if everything's kind of gone south and you can't go in near any urban areas, then that's when they come into play quite a lot. I don't know if anybody in chat has any opinions on caches as well, but yeah. It's a lot. I started doing it about 6 years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago is where I first started, and it's a very interesting science in itself, understanding what items would last, for an extended period. By the way, Bob. Hello.
Hey, Bob.
Hey. Afternoon, fellas. Yeah. You said you got a couple of those 50 cal ammo cans. Good choice. I store my bullets in mine, and I very clearly label them from all directions of that can what's in there. That's, that's my method. Is I take a marker, mark the top on both ends of it, underneath it on the sides, like 12 gauge shotgun.
Yeah.
That's how I handle those. Those are a good choice. You can put almost anything you want to inside of those cans.
Yeah, I had planned to put some Mylar bags with food in them.
Good.
But I can't put the larger bags in there. I can't. Maybe the smaller bags I can fit in there, but not the larger bags. Maybe a 1 liter bag I probably could fit in there. And a couple of the smaller ones.
Yeah, I don't bury my stuff anywhere, because I live in an area I'm surrounded by thousands of houses, and if I'm out there day or night, somebody's going to be seeing what I'm doing. But I do have a bug out cart that I made out of a baby stroller and welded pieces on, and that's my plan. Is if anything drastic happens, we're going to stay here as long as possible, and then leave only if it's life-threatening, and that's the only way we're going to leave.
Yeah.
How's South Africa today? How are you, sir?
Good. That's yeah. So I've looked into carts as well, and it's something that is so interesting. Because I know that in a lot of situations, being able to use food and just being able to use energy, carts are incredible. Like if you can also I've also looked at customizing, getting like a very customized cart, and then using like off-road wheels as well, but light off-road wheels, and then obviously the cart itself would be very durable. There's so much utility that can come out of it, and you can actually make it like, if you really want to like do a cart nicely, there are several carts. There's different types, obviously. You just brought up such an interesting conversation to me that I'll ramble quickly and then I'll be done. So some of the carts that are made to be able to go over logs very quickly, that almost have like a device there are 2-wheel carts, and then as soon as you get to a log, you can like flip them over logs with all your gear, and then you can carry on going with them. But that's such an interesting conversation. Like I love the idea.
I chose a jogging baby stroller with the 3 wheels. I was sitting here racking my brain. What am I going to do? How am I going to make this? And I saw one of the ladies run by my house, pushing her baby. She's at a run. She's running as fast and pushing her baby in her stroller. And I went, there it is, right there. Because the rear wheels are about this diameter. The front wheel is steers. She was just moving. I went, there it is. And as you can see, I have a machine shop. I've reinforced the frame of it. I custom built it and right now it's sitting right over there, and it's holding over 200 pounds of one kit is food in a old airport luggage, and with wheels on it. And the other one is survival gear in a big army rucksack. So even if I got to dump the cart, the items are still portable,
It's brilliant. It's realistic. It's that type of thinking that really, that's like one of the most fun elements of prepping to me, is the rational and logical. Okay, so what is the first plan A, plan B? How are you going to get out? Like when is that? What does that look like? What are the places near you that you could utilize to, attain shelter? And also when I do a lot of hikes, what I end up doing is when I'm going through different areas, I'll always be on the lookout for caves and for shelters and for little water sources, just to kind of like understand what's around me. And I'll say it offline. Actually, no, I don't want to say offline and exclude anybody speaking about certain bug out areas around me, whatever. But I've definitely looked at. I'm not going to give away the areas either, but I'm just saying that there's definitely some incredible areas that are close to me that I've looked at extensively. that would support life for a long duration of time. And that's where I look at a lot of the longer term situations where that cart could really come in handy, specifically if you're not able to use the roadways, if all the roads are blocked. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Those are things you have to build into your plans. You know, like I've got gear that's made so the family can just put on some survival vests and casual, you know, we're all going to be strapped with handguns, all of us, and just casually walk out of here. And I've got locations within very short walking distance that we can get underneath the brush. And I made a netting that we can put around our bodies and hide us just for the short term.
Yeah, like
yeah, like that. Yeah, and also the big cart. Yeah, that's if things are really bad, you know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I've
that's
got.
fun. Speculate. Nice to have you back, Lewis. I wanted to read a quick comment from Second Star Survival. You know, the older Hispanic woman in Texas uses the tri-wheel metal carts that has three rollerblade wheels on it to go over. So it's also very good at different obstacles and being able to, you know, get past different terrain. There's the reason why that's so interesting is because when you like building. Sorry, I'll let you also add, or if you had anything to add as well, Lewis, in just a second here. Sorry. I just wanted to say that when it does come to a lot of gear, like you always end up looking at, like when you're busy doing like your bug outs and inch bags, and when you're busy like making sure that you can compartmentalize everything, and you're organizing things, and you're making sure you've got everything covered for as long of a period as you possibly can. When you're doing all of that, you start realizing how much weight everything starts to take up. Like if you have enough of everything, like if you really have everything covered, you really start to like look at like I understand that there's the primitive survival techniques where you can take a knife out into the woods and recreate a society. Great, you can do that. But I'm saying, like, if it's, you know, family orientated prepping, like that type of thing, there is you need to like soften the blow between modern day lifestyle and, you know, extreme like SHTF type living. So yeah,
and I don't know. Like most of us have a family, so we've got to build that in, you know.
Precisely. And that takes that's a lot of extra weight.
Yes.
It's more than just, you know, because you've got to cater for a lot more needs. Hey, Second Star, good to see you. Lewis, are you all right still?
Yeah. I've got something like a bug out spot, and I don't have to go too far for it. It's actually underneath my house. Where I've got food. It's like I don't want to call it a root cellar, but it's part root cellar, part you know those rooms where if somebody breaks in your house, a safe room kind of deal thing. And it's right underneath my house here, because this is a church and 2 it's about 6 foot height to the plywood on the main level. All I got to do is go through a section, and then you got the boulders all the way around the house. And I've made shift something there all I got to do is slide on over, and it looks exactly as the wall, as the whole border of the house. But I'm still underneath the house, and that's like my room, my cold storage, and that's where I'll go. I've got food down there. I've got heat down there. I've got a way to cook if I absolutely have to. So, you know, where I live out in the middle of nowhere, it's not going to take long for people, if I had to, for people to come and then just go. They'll take what they need and they'll just go. Pretty much.
It's really good to have that. It's having plan A, plan B is so flippant important. Like, it is probably the most important thing that you can do is sit and actually do that planning. Not a lot of people really do it. They say that they do, but like a lot of people don't, do that strategically, and they should. Second Star, how you been? It's good to see you. What's up?
Oh, doing good, brother. How about you?
I'm good. Just enjoying the weekend, having a Saturday evening here at Shadow. While you guys chat a bit, just allow me to be gone for like 2 or 3 minutes. I just want to take care of something real quick.
Oh,
Okay.
you're good, brother.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good so far.
I'm glad. Yeah. See, I don't understand why if we are preppers and we have our whole entire stockpile at our house, why do we focus on bugging out when we know everything that we own and that we've been stocking up for that specific situation? Why are we going to leave it? Why are we going to throw everything that we've stockpiled and we've hoarded, well, basically hoarded, food, items, and leave it all behind for somebody else to take? The only option for preppers is to bug in. Oh.
Go ahead, Second Star, continue. And also, you're muted at the moment, Bob. You're muted on your side. Sorry, I am listening, Second Star. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going through back roads, so the signal isn't that good.
Not a problem. We can't hear you at the moment, Bob, but I've got to say that I can see that cart. No, we still can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can, because... All right.
I can see him. I can't hear him.
No, he's muted.
Oh.
You are muted, but if you can hear me, that is an incredible cart system that you have. Like, that is really effective.
Yeah, that looks really nice, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, Second Star, I do understand both sides of the argument, because it's quite a deep dive in itself, and it's quite a good point to raise. What I will say in my terms specifically is that there are times where you could potentially be forced to leave your home.
Exactly.
If there are fires, for example, like fires are just one of the basic...
I don't want to have to give up all my preps and stuff like that, right? But I'm single, one shotgun, and I can only do so much.
I understand something that
but I live in
the will of God. You know what I mean? Like certain natural disasters or something like that.
I live in Seattle. Let me interject this. I live in Seattle. Do you remember a couple years ago, about a year ago, there was fires, rape, assaults, looting, pillaging, murder all around me. I've lived through this already, guys. The number one priority is to stay alive. So that's why this is enough to support the family to where if we need to run out, we can. And if we get looted from there, well, okay. But that's the priority, is to stay alive. That's why stuff like this is built into my plans. You see, there was a lot of people murdered here just during the riots. Remember Chaz and Chop and all that? That's right here, man. I lived through this. Speaking from real experience, you can't tell what's going to happen tomorrow, but you should build in a little bit of something to where you can stay alive. That's just the way it is. Yeah, I made this out of a baby stroller, a three-wheeled baby stroller, and machined some of these parts and stuff like that. And this is everything that we're going to need to stay alive or get to some shelter is right here, and I can push this thing with one hand. That's including like a pistol belt. See if you guys can see it. Well, a pistol belt for my 45, a carry case for my shotgun, because we're certainly not going to be unarmed if we have to leave, you know, extra shells, all that stuff to guard this. And if we need to ditch this to stay alive, we will, you know. But that cost me, that whole cart cost me about $25. I bought one in a second-hand store, and then I know how to weld. I got all the tools, and
You see,
bang.
now, Bob, the reason why the card system, and also Second Star, the reason why the card system as well is something that I also am such a big fan of, is because in a longer term SHCF scenario, dependent on the SHCF scenario, and I've looked at a lot of these throughout history, and what happens is when people turn desperate, they also start to, like, they weren't sometimes neighbors who are nice and friendly to you now, in a situation where their kids are like completely, like, where communities are crumbling in on themselves and people are becoming erratic, they're becoming dangerous, because the first time they knock on your door might be polite, but the second time won't be. And that's the thing. At a certain point, it could be advantageous for you to move away from your home. And I understand there are people out there like John from Warrior Poet Society, if any of you are familiar with him. He actually has very good points that counter the argument of bugging out. He raises excellent points as well. And I've actually, analyzed exactly what he's saying. And for a lot of the time, it does, as you were saying, acts of God can sometimes come to play. But then it's also that over a long enough time, people really, really get into a certain cycle. Like they become, when people are desperate enough, they'll do anything, and they don't care if you or your family are okay. They won't give a damn. It's unfortunate that these are the realities, but throughout history, it's always repeated itself like that. So that's why bugging out can be good. Do you have any counter points as well to it, Second Star?
I do. See, the thing is, we've overused the term bug out. All right. If push comes to shove in that kind of situation, you want to create an inch bag, an I'm never coming home bag, something that, and because bug out is only meant for 3 days. It's to get out of the situation, 3 days, come back. It's only a limited amount of supplies that you have. Instead of saying bugging out scenario, it should be an inch scenario.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why one of the videos that's on my channel that I did quite a while ago was exactly the inch system. I do agree with that as well, and I think that's also where Bob's carts would come into play, where that is much more heavier than just a 3-day system. I'm sure that cart has the potential. I think we lost Second Star. I'll probably be back here in a moment. But I think, Bob, that would carry you for a bit longer, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that's the design about it.
Correct. This is, now my wife's Filipino, and Filipinos are clannish. They never turn away another Filipino in need. That's the way they are. There are 5 families within a somewhat short walk or drive that we can take shelter. And when we arrive with this much gear, we have food, we have shelter, and a way to guard it. You understand? I don't want to show up empty-handed unless there's no other choice, But we also have provisions for what I call it is a bolt out. Those are in vests and some other gear that just look like we're going fishing. We're just walking out of here and wearing fishing vests with gear, just enough to be overnight or maybe 2 or 3 days hiding in the bushes, not far from the house. But this cart right here is made for just that. I'm not coming back home. This place is compromised. We need to get out, and we need to get out now.
Do you sometimes also? Sorry, go ahead, Second.
Sorry.
No.
I was gonna say. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, if something comes to the situation where you do have to bug out, like what you were talking about, you know, with the Filipino families and everything, you need to bring something to supply something.
Yeah.
Well, you know, here, I know not everybody can get like a pull behind camper or an RV or something like that. Well, I mean, let's say nobody can buy an extra part of land, something like a secondary bug out location or whatever, you know, like if your main hub goes down, you have a backup partial of land or whatever that you can go to.
Well, he dropped.
He'll probably be back in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will. Harvey says, good free movie to watch later after Armageddon. Goes through many lines of thought on disaster preparing.
Yeah.
I'm on back roads. My signal is really bad right now.
Continue further. Yeah.
Like right now, me and my wife, you know, we have an RV, which is our bug out vehicle, which is a home on wheels. But we're also looking at a 10 by 12 mobile home, like a tiny home. And that's something that we can throw on the back because our RV has a trailer hitch and a pool system with it. So we can connect that also to the back of the RV and bring that with us. And if we do find a bug out location that's in the middle of the woods or the forest or whatever, we can unhook that tiny house, put it there as a temporary backup space.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because that's, I don't know. Are you okay? Second stop. I don't know if you. Yeah, we can't hear you at the moment. I think you dropped there for a second. If you are able to still hear me, second star, that RV idea as well. And I'm sure that Bob was also going to agree. But that is a very efficient idea.
It is.
That's definitely something that'll help you a lot. Like,
I'm sorry about my signal.
No, you're good. It's fine. Like, as long as you do what I said there, like it's definitely something that we all agree is useful.
Yeah, I mean it's good to have, like, say, a pull behind RV or a camper, you know, a bumper pull camper or something like that, because you know, even if SHTF does happen, you still have a backup source where you can put half of your preps into it and you can just load it up and take it with you. You know, but trucking out of a situation with just, you know, an inch bag and a vehicle, you're limited to certain things, you know, like at least with a camper or something like that, you have a water filtration system that's inside of it. You have a way to get contain water in there, use it for whatever you need. You're not having to truck that around with you in, you know, long-term drive and taking it, because cars only have a certain amount of space, you know. But if you have something that's like a home that's smaller, something where you can lay your head at night, cook food.
Yeah, I think we lost you for a second star.
Yeah, I think
but essentially being able, having like a. Go ahead, Bob.
This cart that I made originally is for Mount Rainier. It's still an active volcano, and if that mountain blows, which it did the last time was 1,000 years ago, that cart is set up to where I can put the wife and the daughter in the car. And when traffic, and there are what's called lahar routes that go up in the hills to get out of the valleys, okay? Because lahar is a mixture of mud, rocks, trees, houses, dead people that will come within minutes to within 100 miles of that mountain. And this is set up to where I can take the bags, throw them in the back of the car, and I'm going to be either tie the cart to the back of the car, and when traffic comes to a stop, because there's going to be some moron who wants to look at the daisies alongside the road rather than getting up on the hills, and it's going to stop traffic. We can throw this gear on, have a pump shotgun, and one of us pushing it. This is set up to where even my tiny daughter can push this cart, and I can guard with a 12-gauge shotgun and get up on the hills where our Filipino friends live.
Okay, I'm back.
You know, but yeah, I've lived through it, guys. This a couple years ago, the state was on fire. They were setting roadside fires, buildings on fire, just like what happens in South Africa. You're familiar with that, you know. So if need be, we'll grab that cart. If not, we'll just put our fishing vests on that have got some necessary tools. And with pistols underneath them, and just walk out of here casually, like we're just going to go for a walk. We're just going to go fishing and hide.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, the best combat is combat that you can avoid in every way.
Exactly. That's the best fight you ever got in. I learned that from Eskrima lessons, Arnis lessons. The best fight you ever got into was the one you walked away from.
Yeah, and if you, it really comes down to not like survival itself, like surviving, like it has to come down to understanding how important it is to just, no matter what the situation is, to just get past it.
Exactly.
And that's why situations where you're putting yourself in danger and acting like Rambo can really put yourself in jeopardy and those people around you. There are situations where bravery is incredibly important, but at the same time, there's a difference between bravery and stupidity.
Yeah.
You really got to think about that. And also having like a calm mind, being calm compared to somebody that's going to, adrenaline also has its purpose while saying that too. Adrenaline has its place, but just having like a calm mind and being focused so that you don't make mistakes in emergency situations, because a lot of the time when things are going down, you tend to lose complete focus and you can be more prone to making mistakes, which could absolutely cost everything that the whole like process that you've been through with all of the like knowledge that you have on survival, bushcrafting, like homesteading, like any of that. It can all go to waste from a stupid mistake because you were like anxious and you were like unsteady in a lot of ways. That's why holding composure, even in a time like where, like, and I'm being serious about this, people that will like lose their temper completely, like at the moment, where they'll really become very aggressive and, you know, they're really like feed on their emotions very easily. Those type of people are actual dangers in a like SHTF situation, and people who will get angry about things and they'll always go on a rant, and like those negative and aggressive emotions, those should be harnessed in a time where you really need them. But for the most part, it's not going to do you any good right now to build up and to be an aggressive person and that type of thing. It doesn't help at all. Like it doesn't help with communication, it doesn't help with community building, and it doesn't help with building like knowledge and skill sets either. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that's my angle. Sorry.
I wanted to point out three things real fast. Number one, the biggest danger you have is your neighbors. Period. In a real emergency, well, oftentimes people will come together, but there's always going to be that one idiot out there, you know. And number two, start prepping with tools. Make what you need yourself. That way your neighbors don't see what you're bringing into your house. Make it out of steel, whatever. And then number three is, you know, you've got to keep a calm mind, like you said. And if there is someone around you who's panic stricken, get away from them as fast as you can. Man, get away from them.
Yeah, there's, as much as I want to always try and help people, and I know that you have the same mindset, that if we can help, we should always do so, because, you know, prepping comes from a place of love. But it is unfortunate that there have been lots of cases where people have drowned because they were trying to save somebody that was drowning, and the person took them down with them. That happens very quickly. And if I was to, like, if you got to save people, you sometimes have to give them the hard truth, which is that they need to understand that they do need to kind of just be cautious around people who are potentially going to cause danger to themselves and those people around them, because that person was going to essentially, whatever you did, what you have very small chance in impacting that situation. And that's why a lot of the time it is better to help people as much as you can, but also to know when it's a lost cause to a degree. And I hate saying that.
Yeah,
but
you're right, though. It is true. You know, you can't save the world, and you got to use compassion with an iron heart. You can't save everyone, and don't let that drowning man drown you. You know, I learned that international travel, that you can't save the world. You just can't. So you have to be able to harden your heart and see someone who's injured or desperate and be able to walk away from it. You know?
But I agree 100% what you're saying. You can't save everybody.
Yeah.
And 90% of the time in a bad situation or whatever, those are the same people that will drown you.
It seems he lost his signal again.
Yeah.
And talking about neighbors, I don't trust my neighbors. I don't. So, and I live in an apartment, so, and I'm on the top floor, so your priorities will change when you live in an apartment on the top floor, and if you live in a house, it's two different things.
True.
And different priorities. Because I have one way up and one way down.
Yeah.
So it's in an apartment on the top floor, it's easy to get stuck. You can't go anywhere. Because if they block the stairs on a lower floor, so you can pass through, which way are you gonna take the way, go down from the balcony on the top floor 10 15 meters down? That is some hard,
always
tough
better to
decisions
go up.
make.
It's always easier to go up than it is down.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of, like, a couple of years ago when this area was on fire, and there's a gay couple that live right next to me over here in another house, and he was an Army paratrooper. One of them was, the other one's a civilian guy. And during all of the terror that was being committed, they just disappeared. The paratrooper, he was prior military, you know, and he already had a go bag. So he took him and his husband, they jumped in the car and they took off immediately. Now, I didn't have that option because I have family that's at work and I've got to go somewhere. Our rally point is here at the house. So I had to stand here, and you know, but that's one thing that I noticed with them immediately is they left. They got out of here right now. So, like, that goes kind of back to where you can say that you can't save the world, and you being on the third floor, that's kind of, yeah, that's people will do stupid things. They could block the stairwell by being stupid.
Yeah.
And like that cart, I've got it set up to where when traffic comes to a stop because somebody does something stupid, we can take that and run and just leave the car behind and get out. You know, those are things that some folks that can learn from us. That have a plan, have a backup plan, and if all else fails, leave it behind and run for your life. You know?
It also comes down to before any of that as well. So home security is also part and parcel of that. Making sure that you and your family are as safe as possible in your home before SHTF even comes around. Making sure that you are also very cautious on who you trust when it comes to your home, like who you trust to allow into your home as well. That a lot of the time things happen when there's like, you know, inside people, or you allow people through your home or something like that, and you basically jeopardize your security in that way. So yeah, it's I don't know. I won't speak on it for too long, but I did just want to briefly mention the load shedding thing, because Span City brought up that a bit earlier, and yeah, the load shedding and what happens here locally is a whole different degree completely. We often go with power outages. So yeah, that's basically what it is we go without power for several hours during the day, multiple times a day.
Yeah.
That extends for long periods, and we've got to look at alternative ways to counteract that. That's what we're forced to do in South Africa. So it sucks sometimes, but we make do, you know, do the best with what we got, kind of thing. Load shedding is not fun. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce, guys. I got to get something to eat. I'm starving.
Right. Thank you for popping up, Bob.
Okay.
And I've also been up for quite a while, so I'll leave with you.
Okay.
But
Peace,
wait,
guys.
if it's just, I don't want it to just be Shadow. Never mind. I'll hang about for a bit longer.
All right.
Bye-bye,
Peace
Bob.
out.
Have a lovely
Peace
weekend.
out, guys. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Don't worry, Shadow. I'll hang around for a bit longer as well. I know that, like, also when I'm doing streams and if I'm by myself, like, even though I can ramble, it still is much better to have a conversation, you know. with somebody else.
Yeah, it is easy to ramble. I can have that problem myself, so, but it's not often I'm rambling actually.
No, you don't. You say much more things. You say things that are concise, and you will say things that have more meaning and they're more relevant. I will just say everything that comes to my mind because I enjoy, like, you know, theory crafting. You could call it that.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing what else is out there and people's reactions to certain things. But it's unfortunate that I also realize that there's a time and a place for everything. Yeah. It really is. I think last weekend we were making that joke, you know, about the rambling and stuff when Thor was up here. So
Yeah.
I'm going to get just another cool drink quickly. Just give me 1 moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I do that. Well, stay hydrated is important as well, especially when it's hot, where Guardian are at the moment. So he has pretty hot temperature there now, and we have
Holy shit.
0.
The neighbors are doing something over there. Something.
Yeah. And I live on the top floor, which is the 4th floor. So, and you have a spiral stair the stairs goes in spiral, so that is not the best stairwell you can have, but
Yeah, they do that for particular reasons. Consumption, structural, so ventilation too. May not be logical to the tenants, but
I'm back, by the way. So
yeah,
I'm here at the moment. Sorry about that. And also,
that's okay.
So I usually, when it does come to being on camera and stuff, like I know it's better if I smile in general, and if I have the camera on and that type of thing. Because I had the YouTube stream of a little bit earlier, and I look like so serious sometimes, where my face, like instead of like smiling, and I'm just sitting here like. I'm sorry about that. Just give me one more second real quick.
That's okay, buddy. No problem.
that's what icon not happen because my mother said I'm scary looking, right? Short hair, scruffy looking, It worked my advantage and it doesn't, right? But show my face now and again, or when I first go on a panel or something like that. But after a while, I'm just that I'm scary. It's too big on the top floor. It can work to your advantage, but it can also work to your disadvantage too.
Yeah.
So if there's a flood, right? Well, you got the advantage, right? If the earthquake is going to work to your advantage because they're on the top floor, they'll get to you first before the people on the first floor.
Yeah.
But when
we are being technically challenged this evening. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to fire, that's at your disadvantage too, right? Because everybody's, but it's also to your advantage too, right? Because you're not on the first floor or the second floor, and you got a stampede going. You can be behind the crowd, right? But realize that you're the last one out. You know what I mean? And you're waiting on everybody else, but you're not going to get trampled to death.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's got its advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah.
So,
but sometimes I nothing personal to you, but I don't know how. Like I lived in an apartment, the biggest reason why it's got tired of hearing other people's arguments. Got tired of them hearing them. You name it, right? Smelling some of their cooking, right? So
you have a really poor signal.
Yeah, well, it's about to drop down. I should drop down because it's getting really snowy here, and I'll stay in chat.
Yeah.
All right. Nice talking to you guys.
Nice talking to
you guys soon.
It's really nice catching up with you, Lewis, and thank you for the conversation as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. It's good to see you too.
Yeah, have a good weekend. Yeah. So what I'll do quickly is speak just for a minute or two real quick on this. Specifically pertaining to operational security and what Harvey said there. I could do a bit of a video to cover it as well, But instead of doing that, I'll just give you a little bit of what I really believe and what I've found is the best. So making sure, like all the time across the board, like it's something where, like Bob was also mentioning earlier, like letting people see you bringing like a large amount of stock into your home instead of like slowly, gradually bringing like an extra 10 or 2 consistently, and then taking those out. The thing is, even when you're speaking to people around you, like because prepping is such a big asset, and big, not just an asset, but it's like an aspect of our lives rather, because it's something that we enjoy as much as we do, and it's something that we really like take to heart. Like it's something where we end up wanting to talk to other people about it. And then that's where a big problem comes in as well. It's because you're basically, and as you know, I enjoy talking, but the thing is when it does come to the prepping conversation, like I know socially that I prefer to not really speak about preps in any way with people that are very close to me here locally. It is unfortunate at the same time that a lot of the time a lot of my community isn't local. You'll find that if I go through my analytics, you'll find, and this is part of operational security, most of my analytics points to the fact that very little of my channel is from South Africans. So like, yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind doing a bit of a video, and I'll cover that soon as well. No problem. But yeah, so the way that I see it as well, and the way that you have to look at it is that if you speak to people around where you are, you're giving away a lot of like the fact that you're a prepper, for example. I could get like subscribers from my neighbors and stuff. I mean, it's a way to get a couple of extra subs, but I don't think that it's really worth it to that degree. I don't think that it's worth it to kind of be.
How did Harvey know? How did Harvey know? How did Harvey know? No, I'm just kidding. I just saw it in the chat. So, hi Shadow, hi GB.
Hey
Hey,
man,
CR.
how you doing, brother?
Lewis.
Come on, yeah, with your cordage.
He's the one that brought it up.
That was why I'm laughing when it just popped out with this.
No, it's good. It's good to always have cordage near you that you can just mess with as well. It's always good to just experiment with knots, improve your knot skill.
My last stream, wait, actually, I have it on. Hold on, let me take it off. It's still on me. Hold on.
Okay, so CR, wait. So CR, give me 20 more seconds. Okay, so operational security, basically making sure that every single thing that you do with your prepping stuff, just wait. CR's got, okay, that is pretty nice.
I know, I'm trying to make a CR in it.
Yeah, that's really good cordage. So can just put that cordage up.
No, it's actually not.
Let's see the cordage itself.
It's not. I know it's not.
Keep it still in front. I believe you. I'm not debating, don't worry. That doesn't look like bad cordage. Do you think it'll perish over time? Is that the concern with it?
No, because the inner strand, well, I shouldn't even say inner strand is crap.
It's just not very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, but I found it. I showed it off in the previous live stream I did.
When did you do your live stream? During the week?
Wednesday? No, Thursday.
Yeah, I don't think I caught that. I usually catch your live streams, but I don't think I caught that live stream. I don't know. I'm wondering.
Yeah, I just made it into a bracelet.
Yeah. So that's obviously the salvaging thing, right? Like that's always a topic that I enjoy.
I actually found like, I think it was about 45 feet. Not, well, some of it I had to cut, and some of it, well, yeah. So it wasn't continuous, but this is the longest piece of it, which was about 12 feet.
Yeah. Have you? So are you still making it into a bracelet? Have you made it into a bracelet yet, or are you still busy doing that?
No, it's done.
Yeah.
That's why I said give me a sec because I had to take it off my ankle.
Yeah. Well, so it's an ankle.
You know, and I got some ranger bands around it. No, I actually do have paracord versions on me, but it's just for fun.
Well, it's smart.
Yeah.
Like, I always have. Where is it now? always have, like, I had it here earlier.
You asked for it, Harvey. You asked for it. That's the first thing I saw. I came back in the room. I'm just like, oh, okay, Harvey. Okay.
So something I just wanted to finish up on real quick on my side, just for a minute or two. Well, a minute max. So the whole operational security thing, and the reason why that's also something that's so important is it's just operational security also means that, like, when it goes into you speaking with friends that are close to you, like understanding that the people that are within your life as well, that they understand what the plans that you would have essentially, and then keeping those plans between one another, and knowing that you can trust people too, like the people that are in your like close group, your mag, like that you can trust those people. It's very, very important. It's always going to help you a lot. And then also just making sure that people don't see you bringing a lot of preps into your home. Even when you buy certain preps, buying them from different stores, slowly accumulating rather than just like hoarding items as well. And just making sure that you can have decent amounts of cash. That's why I say the cash system is so good, because you can cash items quite sufficiently.
Yeah.
So
you don't want to get noticed bringing in like 24 packs of TP, right? Just kidding.
There we go. Now I can blend into you guys even better. Like now it looks much better on my monitor. I had too much light there for a while. Sorry. It's a bit of a glow. So creative redundancy. Why do you take forever to come and join our Saturday evening chat? And then now that
because I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you guys do all the talking. I want you guys to do the talking for once. I want to share. I'm like, oh, I better not hog the spotlight. I'll let GP, Bob, I'll let them all talk, get it off their chest, and then I can come in and have one-on-one time with Shadow here in the side chat. Oh, you can't see the sarcasm in my face.
That's funny. No, the reason why I say that is because quite often, like, you know, when you do come in, there's an interesting perspective. Me and Bob were having a good time as well. But if you had to, really count the amount of words that I said this evening, it's so much. It's like, oh, like I'm out of words now. I'd usually like just
95.
A lot more than that.
Okay, 1K, whatever, fine.
Well,
so
Harvey,
it's a very good question from Harvey.
Yeah, it is. But I can be honestly say that I haven't practiced it at all.
I mean, there's different degrees of secondary.
But I should
too, right? It could be as simple as a friend's place first, right? Because it's not always per se going to that retreat, right? Sometimes it's that hotel idea first. Friend's place, right? Because those should be considered too. Because sometimes you don't need to go all the way. You know, you just want to get out of the affected area. And randomly, I have a backpack near me. Go figure. It's like Harvey knows what I'm going to be showing today.
So for Scouts,
I'll even wear it too. Again.
In Scouts, they often they'll have a group of us go out at a time, and you'll go out for about 5 days on average, and that could be considered bugging out. And within the Scouts as well, that is something that is mandatory for us, going through the different badges as well. So I'm quite used to bugging out and camping, hiking, going on long-term hikes as well.
I've walked with this bag plenty of times. I probably could wear it for the rest of the stream.
It's a form of bugging out. Have you done overnighters with just a back with you, just your rack?
I've done it in the summer. It's totally different in the winter here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's totally way different.
I don't think it'd be too.
Which is I would have to take the winter seriously. That's for sure. I mean, it's one thing to do it when it's like plus 5 health.
Yeah.
Even at 0, right? It's one thing, but minus 30, minus 40, that's way different.
Shadow, just swap CR and I, please, Shadow, just so that CR can be.
I like being at the bottom.
No, but I don't have my camera on at the moment.
Pressured.
No, but
are you trying to leave? I just got here and you're already leaving.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm just not having my camera on for a little bit.
Okay.
Because I've been on cam all the time. Like I always have my camera on, and then I feel like people have seen enough of my face. Now they can see my awesome icon instead of my face. I prefer my icon to my face way more. Look how nice. Look at my blue icon there with a G. Look how great that shield looks, right? That's a great shield.
Yeah.
Fine. I like the CR icon.
You too have a great icon, CR. I must admit.
Yeah.
I was joking about my icon. I'm completely kidding, guys. I'm not egotistical about my icon. Don't worry. It's not. Just talk myself and dig myself into a grave. But don't. Come on, CR. Talk.
When's Harvey going to start a channel? He talks a lot. He always has something to say. Always with the questions, too. Come on, Harvey. I want to learn something from you.
I know Harvey said he might at a later stage. Harvey said that he'd be willing to a bit down the road because I asked Harvey about it already. And when Harvey does, I know for a fact that our entire community will absolutely support him in every single way. I know that because he's supported us the way that he has, like he definitely will get everybody to support him instantly.
I know it'd be from like 0 to like 500.
Yeah, no, guaranteed. A lot of people have admiration for the fact that he's done what he's done through the community.
You know, we'll just see on the side. I'm starting the channel, guys. Here's the link.
I'm sure Hobby will at some point. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I can ask him a question. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I love the questions. I love the questions that Harvey brings up.
Q&A.
Yeah, Harvey usually has really good questions.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them are really tough to answer. I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Oh.
Maybe 30 seconds.
We know it won't take that long. I'll talk. I won't even finish my sentences, and he'll be back already. He'll be like, I'm back.
So what's your question for Harvey, Sia?
Oh.
Do you have a question?
No. I mean, I can wave. Hi, Harvey. What's up?
So Harvey, if you were to take 3 items, if you were
yeah. Let's go for the free item thing, right?
Yeah, if you had to survive alone on an island for up to 5 years, and you could only have 3 items, and
let's say the desert island, the deserted island scenario, right? That's always that kind of thing. I think to me, it's gotta be. To be honest, I think a container. A container's got to be up on that list. Because it's possible to flint down, it's possible to bow drill, but some places it's very hard to get a container. Like a suitable container too, like for boiling water or whatever.
Well, you can make a container though. Like you can.
No, I know that, but sometimes depending on the area too, right? Sometimes it's not. Like here in Canada, I mean, to make a container out in the winter, that might be a little bit more challenging. That's like trying to find cordage in the middle of winter.
I agree. We should make a challenge. We should just like do a challenge, like making a container, do like a make a container challenge, and just see like what we can bring up. It's because it's cheating for me, which is why I said that. In South Africa here, we've got a lot of things that are like quite a lot that's edible. So we're fortunate in the way of having like hard shelled fruits as well, that you can easily just make containers from. They also have something that's local here in South Africa is a lot of the time that they'll use the ostrich eggs. You can take the ostrich eggs and you can use an ostrich egg as a really nice water container, and they used to do that quite.
That sounds exciting.
Cultural people, yeah. Ostrich eggs make amazing water containers, and there's a whole bunch of other.
Until you crack it.
Well, yeah. Well, but
it's
yeah,
one of
that's
those things, right?
Yep.
It's one of those things.
And just having that's why, the 3 items. Yeah, Harvey mentioned them. 3 items aren't stranded at one.
I think it would depend on the location. Really.
You need fuel as well, but the helicopter must come with fuel. That's just one of the conditions.
For real, Harvey? For real? For real? He wants company, someone to talk to, and some transportation.
Yeah. Harvey's he's a funny guy. He always has good ideas.
I was thinking about that deserted island kind of scenario. I guess that would probably be not overly bad, I guess. Things do wash up the shore, I guess. You always see it. People always talk about it too, right?
It's like
always bottles or whatever. People get lucky.
It's like with the wishes, right? If there's a genie and there's wishes and stuff, and you ask instead of for the 3 wishes, you just say I just want all my wishes I ever ask for again to be answered. Grant all my wishes. That's one of my wishes. Is just for every wish to be granted, and then you just have an overpowered situation where you just never run out of wishes, and you can just make them as you please.
That's funny.
I know I've never brought up a genie before on the channel.
No genie.
Like a genie from Aladdin. Yeah, exactly. It's that was a good movie though. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the genie's parts in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it would just depend where I am. I mean, if I was in the middle of the Arctic, I guess that'd be totally different.
Then you need a really strong dog, like one of the sled dogs, and then a very small sled. Well, I think then I don't know. Would you take 2 sled dogs?
In the Arctic, it'd probably be some sort of way to move around, right? Whatever, the snowshoes and stuff like that, and some sort of cutting tool.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you're gonna be able to make one out there.
Yeah, snowshoes, you're only going to be able to go a certain distance. Like with a sled dog and the sled, and I don't think 2 sled dogs are going to do much though. I'm very uneducated on sled dogs and how much, except for that one movie which was, I think it was called Iron Will or something like that. It was a really good movie quite a while ago about sled dogs and stuff like that. But so I think for transportation, if you're out there, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Well, I always consider transportation as part of survival too. Well, because you're gonna move around, right? You're gonna move your stuff around. Walking is the simplest form, right? Because everyone always mentions socks and shoes, right? Because if you can't walk, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it is. That's also true. And then what Harvey was saying there, Harvey was also bringing up just the survival knife. The knife is absolutely the by far, if you can only have one item, a knife, always the knife, because the knife you can literally you can resort back to primitive survival skills.
A knife is the most important tool you can have, because a knife is pretty hard and difficult to create from stone or.
Well, you could flint knap it or whatever, but in the middle of Arctic in that scenario, you're not to be able to do that.
But flint
you're not to be able to do that, right?
Yeah, but
in a jungle, you probably want a machete, right? That'd probably be tool number 1 right there, one item for sure, right? for sure you gotta keep it on you. Stuff like that.
Flint knapping takes a lot of practice, and the learning curve is pretty steep. So,
well, yeah, and I mean, it's one thing to make one, but it's another thing to maintain it too, right? The stone tools and glass tools are much different, or bone tools too, right? Because they're more brittle. There's a reason why we went from nose tools to metal.
yeah.
Right. And as far as I know, I'm not making some copper or bronze tool. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, that's. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that takes some skill to make tools from bronze as well. So you need to do it properly, because if you do it wrong, it will not work. So
yeah, if you go that primitive technology, I think we've spoken about it briefly with creative redundancy. Have I spoken to you about primitive technology, the channel? We've brought it up.
I'm not subscribed in, but I have seen some of the content.
Yeah, because the way that he does it, where he'll take like almost nothing and create an empire out of the dirt. That type of survivalism as well, like that type of bushcraft.
like Swiss Family Robinson.
Yeah, where you just create a whole new society where that's where he goes through like the Stone Age, and then starts creating like with iron pellets, and like goes through the entire process.
But for the rest of us, and many of us, the common person, that's not going to be obtainable. That's a lot of skill. That's a lot of skill, knowledge, and experience.
Well,
many of us don't have.
It is, but also if you watch those videos and try and repeat some of the processes, like you can make bricks very easily. Bricks aren't hard to make. Like if you understand the basic concept, like the forging is a little bit of a technicality to make the forge properly.
Clay's possible, right? You can
possible.
Clay's possible, right?
Exactly, and from there
once you have access to fire. Well, once you have access to fire, then you can do a lot more, right?
Precisely, and you can. The more creative you are, creative redundancy. Like the more creative you are, the better that you'll end up being, like long term, and making like if you enjoy it. If you enjoy like shelter building, it's really cool.
Easy enough, Harvey. It's called an EDC one.
Well, yeah.
I still like it for what it is. For what it is, right? It's something I have on me. Some of those fixed blades or whatever. Yeah, okay, well, it's not like it's always on me. Unfortunately, it's not always on me. However, something like keys might be more common for a person.
So I have my blade, like one of the blades, like in front of me. This is more of a defensive blade as well, though.
Well, you said on or near you. Well, technically, I'm wearing a backpack, so I'm not the cheating dipping today. I can just be like, oh, hey, I got this.
Yeah,
like
I have that.
I'm like, the Victorinox is always on me.
I have that in front of me, and yeah, that's a good thing to always have one on you. Yeah.
Right.
Well, mine.
Yeah, that's nice. That is very nice, Shadow.
This is my favorite.
Is that the one that you got from Gray?
No, this is the A1 Fellkniven.
Yeah, because the one you got from Gray is a Mora, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a Mora companion.
I was like, that's not a Mora. It's funny how I noticed that. I just noticed that. Yeah, that's a Mora, I think. I could just notice it now. Once you have one, you just notice it.
But this is my most expensive knife, so.
Yeah, but knife's only as useful if you have it on you at the time that you need it, right? And you can get to it, right? This is why this Victorinox on my keys is actually one of those things, right? It's on me all the time.
And this one is full tang, so.
See if City's back.
Van City Prepper says favorite knife, Benchmade, 154 centimeters.
Yeah, if you give me a second, the other knife that I showed you now is one that
I
like.
Are we done? Wait, that's not knife. This is knife. Are we playing those? Are we playing that? I was trying not to make yeah. It was. Hey, it's not the size of the knife; it's how you use it, right?
And my other knife, which is also my favorite.
Is that what I think it is?
A Colombian Raptor machete.
It looks like very similar to that
Camillus.
Yeah, version of it. I thought it was that one. Because it looks very similar to it. Because I know it's got that teeth on the back on it.
Nice teeth to saw with. It has a pretty good weight to it, but it's not that heavy, but it works. I like large knives.
Yeah, I got a few too.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a knife nerd, if you can call yourself a knife nerd.
But then again, it's not like your get home bag has that. You don't ever get carried either. I mean, it's one thing if you're going camping, you're carrying it or something like that. With what? And that's totally different. Oh, I'm going shopping.
So there's the one that I showed earlier is just a large blade as well. It's more of a defensive blade. That's the original one. And then this is one of my favorites that I carry around with me pretty much everywhere. It's a DOW, also a fixed blade, like very stable and sturdy knife. And then the one, like for machetes and that, I have this Gerber, which is quite, which is a nice machete as well. It's nice sized.
Yeah, that is the smaller one.
Yeah, and it's effective. It's it's nice and efficient. And then like there is a lot to be said about having a specific favorite knife and just trying to keep it with you like at all times. It's definitely
Well, this is why this is my favorite now. Because it's on me all the time. Right? Because I like those knives too, but do you actually keep them on you all the time, right? Because tools are only useful when you have access to them. It's just like the backpack, right? It's one thing to always have a backpack or whatever, a get home bag, but it's sometimes those things that are on you that also matter.
Well, organization too. It's pointless to have a whole bunch of gear and not be organized and like also not know where all of your stuff is at all times. Like everybody that's into emergency preparedness as well, like will usually tend to have a whole bunch of gear, right? And like then you have your favorites out of that gear and the gear that you actually end up using. Unless you're a minimalist, you'll end up with like a good supply of like emergency supplies. So then you kind of have to be organized to a degree, and that can be a bit of a challenge for a lot of people. And just kind of organizing everything.
Well, because organization leads to knowing where it is, and knowing where it is leads to being able to deploy it fast. Right? Because sometimes one of those things I always keep, like, if you look at like anytime you look at these get home bags or bug out bags or whatever, right? One of the first things I always keep in mind is, so where's this first aid kit they're keeping? All right. I'm hoping to see it on the outside, some pull away or readily accessible on the top, readily accessible. Because you should be able to get something like that out in 5 seconds or less. If you really need that. Because I've seen some where I'm just like, why is this at the bottom of the bag? What, It seems like the way that they're pouring it out, it feels like it's behind certain things. I mean, and a first aid kit, for example, or whatever, it's usually not that heavy.
Yeah, I have a light compact one, and then I have a one that's almost like we were speaking about inch earlier. Then I've got like an inch like medical aid kit as well, where I have like quite a large amount of first aid supplies.
Yeah, I gotta work on this one in this bag a little bit more. It's a little lacking.
So, Dave Pearson.
I need a little bit more than a triangular bandage.
Yeah, there's one.
I think I need a little bit more than that.
If you want to have like one of the best kits ever, go look at Dave Pearson, a really big monkey one at some point through the week. Go look at the way that he has his medical aid kits as well set out, where he can be very injured, and just with one hand, he can access any of his medical aid, like his first aid supplies. So, like, that's something.
Well, remember, he's the one that likes to have that knife machete combo.
Yes.
Personally for him.
Yes, exactly. And that's why, like, a lot of the gear specifically needs to be tailored around like your ease of access.
Your area, your skill level. And
that too.
You will encounter more, right?
Yep.
Like, for me, I'm going to encounter snow more than you will.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure. But it probably gets hotter there for longer periods of time throughout the year, right? Here, there might be a week or two. For you, it's probably like 3 months, right?
But that's not the big difference. That's not the biggest difference, though. The biggest difference is our current crime rate that is here locally. Like, if you add SHTF onto our current situation that we already have here, like, you end up with a lot more severe type scenario as well. When you have some of the levels.
It's compounded, right? It's compounded.
Yes. So you'd have to completely bug out if you thought that you'd be able to get through. Like, people already are struggling here quite badly. There's a lot of people that are facing very hard times, specifically because of the last 2 years. That's just only made things more intensified. And like, already in those type of scenarios, like, those people are already.
Some of these things already exist, all right? It's been exacerbated. Isn't that the word? Yeah. It's more.
Yeah, it is
now. And there's a lot of things too. There's a lot of things.
Well, exaggerated or exasperated, like one of the two.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm also lost on which one would be more accurate there. I think, I don't know. You see, I'm like perplexed about this, right? Because, no, I was going to go into a bit of a tangent about something, but I'm also
I can go on and on about something. I'm just letting you guys talk still. When you guys talk for because every time I come on, I always seem to be doing the talking. So this time around, I'm being quiet and letting you guys talk.
What do you mean? I'm always the one that talks too much, man.
Well, did you guys hear that in the chat? Yeah.
I talk way more than C-Odd.
No, that's because I'm allowing it.
Well, now I'm allowing
I
you.
Too. Remember, I've done plenty of live streams alone, so I can talk.
So really I'll tell you something that I very rarely talk about on the channel or on live streams or anything like that. And what I'll tell you is that the suffering that kind of occurs here. So there's a lot of people that go through refuge bags and go through like other people's like rubbish and that, and they it's terrible. But there's a lot of people that kind of are desperate enough that they have to eat from like the refuge bags and stuff like that, and it's terrible to see. And that's the type of thing that we also have here currently. Like, we've got a very bad problem with the homeless as well, and then with people that are disadvantaged. We have a lot of suffering in those ways.
People have less.
Yeah, a lot of people are struggling like very badly.
This is what, see, GP, this is why I try to do with, I wouldn't say with less, but with things on hand, things available, right? It's one thing to have money and be able to buy your way out of certain things, right? You know, well, hey, I can buy this Benchmade, more, blah blah blah, but you know, not everyone can do that, unfortunately. You know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Unfortunately, we're not, right? Or dehydrated food. A food dehydrator or freeze dry.
Yeah, and that's why you can learn.
Otherwise, you're gonna use what you do have to get what you need, per se.
There's a guy that's up here by the local store, and he lives in the bush. And the way that he lives in the bush is, and he's got incredible stories. And I speak to him quite often about some of the things. And the way that he's lived in the bush, he has actually made his mental state has changed to a degree over time because of staying in isolation for as long. But if you listen to some of what he has to say, and the way that he has furs, like the way he utilizes furs, and the way that he utilizes fur within some of his gear that he keeps with him, is exceptionally smart. Like, he really stays out in the bush all the time. And when he does really come out, and like I see him up at the convenience store, because he'll usually come in and ask if there's like empty bottles, because he uses the empty bottles. So yeah, sorry, go ahead for the question if you want to get to that, Shadow.
I'll read it out. Question for the panel: knock on your door at dinner time. 2 men, 1 woman to look average, non-descriptive. You don't know them. What do you do?
Is this during SHTF?
Or is that like randomly, like now? I think it would depend where you are. Let's say a house compared to an apartment. Compared to if they're knocking on your car window. I mean, what would you do? Like, if I was in a home or whatever, right? Front door or whatever, that kind of scenario, I'd be like, hold on, and I walk around the back and meet them in the front.
We have like a different scenario, Harvey. We have security. Like, security is a very big thing here. So our houses are designed in a way that we can always see who it is through the cameras, and then we can also we have very secure gates and perimeter fencing as well. So we usually, depending on what they wanted, if people were looking if people were in a really rough situation, which happens all the time, every single day, at least like a couple of people come to like our house at the front, and we assist as many as we possibly can. That happens quite often. So that's something that we really do all the time. And it's not something I talk about a lot because it's just something that's culturally what happens here. But yeah, like if it's to help them, I'll help them. But if they want to come inside for some reason and they don't have official papers, then absolutely not. I don't trust people that would just want to come. It depends, like, why would they want to, if they wanted to come in or whatever,
Well, like I said, it depends if you're in an apartment, in your car, in a house. That's all these other factors that play along with that. Because if they're knocking on your car window or whatever, that'd be totally different.
Yeah, and it definitely plays on like if it's SHTF or not as well. Like that's a whole deep dive into something else as well, because
You know,
It's
it's
the same
like
thing,
because the first thing that comes to mind if that happens when you're in a vehicle is like, are they trying to jack my vehicle here? Are they trying to carjack me or something? Right?
Yeah.
Or trying to like distract me so someone else can do something, right? Because there's 3 of them, so one of them could be distracting you.
Not only that, but it's also like what happens, what a lot of criminals do is they'll use people's sympathy against them. So they'll have like somebody that looks like an injured person on the side of the road near, like looks like a lonely person, only one person there, injured on the side of the road near, or a car broken down or something.
Well, they'll try to
They're
bait you
waiting
in
for people.
into the situation, bait you in, get you caught off guard and something like that. You know, it's like that whole like, you know, oh, well, there's something wrong with your vehicle in the back. And then the next thing you know, the other person that you didn't notice because your back was turned is in your car and they're, or, you know, what happened to my purse? Right. Because you hear stories like that. That's a good question, Harvey.
I would probably be very suspicious. I wouldn't trust them. I would, of course, ask them what they want.
Yeah, I think I would ask a lot of questions. If they tell you a lot off the bat, then you know that's different.
But if they ask if they can come in, I would say no.
Yeah, they're already like prying. It's like,
because in an apartment you're pretty sitting duck. Actually, you have no back door.
Because it's different between a house that has a back and a front door or whatever, right? Apartment that's only like one entrance, or you meet them downstairs in like this lobby area, or it's in a vehicle where you're in the driver's side, and you know there's 3 of them. They do outmatch you in terms of people.
Yeah.
3-1, right? So, you know, because you always hear about like people like that are up to per se no good. Well, they work in teams.
Yeah.
They work in teams, right? Usually it's at least 2, right? Usually it's someone to distract and then someone else to do the work.
We had several cases here in Sweden.
Yeah.
There were 2 who knocked on the elder's door, and they asked if they could come in, and they could say they were from they from some company or things like that. And if they were 2, which they often were, one when the elder lady or the elder male opened the door and let them in because they tricked them out. Oh, hey, we need to do this, and I'll check this and check your whatever it is might be.
Well, I mean, you gotta. I was gonna say you gotta keep it like any telemarker or anything. Those telemarker and stuff like that. You gotta, you know, think. Is this one of those times, right? You know, until you're more confident that it's not, right?
And
unfortunately, that's the way it is, right? I mean, people get burnt like that.
One of them kept the old lady or old man occupied, and the other went through their home and searched for values, money, jewelry, and things like that.
Phones too, right? Tech can be sold too, right?
Yeah,
But jewelry is more easier to pocket and stuff like that, right?
and they didn't notice the theft late until later. So when they had left their home, that lady's home, it was too late because they could notice that they have been robbed. They could take 1 or 2 days after.
See, remember how I said if it was a home, if it was in the front, I come around for the back and meet them around, because I'd be like, okay, just give me 1 sec. I'd be like, let's just say it's winter or whatever. I'd be like, let me get my jacket, or I'd say something like that. Shut the door, lock it, right? Go for the back, for example, lock the door. I put my keys somewhere else, so they're not actually on me.
Yeah.
Right. But only I know where it is, right? Unless they see me putting it somewhere, they're not gonna know where it is, right? That way, they don't have access into my environment, and I don't actually have the keys on me, but I know where they are, though. Right? So they would have to do all this extra work, right? Make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah.
You know, because I could, let's say you have your mobile, your smartphone on you, right? It's like, oh, I can call you help. You don't need to come in. I'll just call. I got a phone on me, right? Stuff like that.
So I'm going to before relating to the question as well. Before I jump off on this side, I'm just going to show you something.
What, you're leaving already? I just got here. I just got here.
I've been up here for about almost 3.5 hours now. So just I'll show you something real quick.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't been that long. I'm taking a look. I'm taking a look to make sure.
So like on my phone, I can see consistently like where
the doorbell cameras. And people
know. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, so all the time on my phone, as long as I've got my phone near me, no matter where I am, even if I'm not at home, I can always see like exactly what's happening around the house.
Well, and being on your smartphone, you get that live feed. You can easily take a screenshot.
Yeah, exactly.
Real easy, right? Usually, I guess on the iPhone, it's like that home button and power button, for example.
Yeah.
Right?
So
that's always a good idea, right?
I would see what the
people later, but then you have something to refer to, right?
Precisely, yeah. And then you can also like track. Then you can also use it for in any like court
show me that feed again, GP. Show me that feed again, real quick.
Sure. And the reason why
there's something else I've been trying to also keep in mind in terms of how people would stand in front of it, right? Like, like convenience stores or whatever or return store. Yeah, let me just see that real quick. Okay. That looks like a piece of wood or something like that. See, the thing is, at the convenience stores, when you see them, at least here in Canada and or certain places, you'll see on the way out, there's actually those measurements. So when the camera shoots it, right, there's a height thing that people can gauge on. If that makes any sense. Right? Because I was just seeing, I don't know exactly how it looks like because I'm looking for a camera at a camera, but maybe it doesn't have to be very specific, just like maybe like 4 feet, 5 feet, and just just so it doesn't even have to have numbers, but what it. So that way, hey, I think this person's about 5 feet, 5'7", because you have indicators by the camera, so they can't.
But also,
I can just
it also serves as a deterrent. That's the thing. Like, just people don't want to be caught on camera.
Well, yeah. Who's this?
All right, I'm going to stick in the chat for a bit. I'm going to jump for now. I just wanted to say thank you, Shadow, for having me up on the panel. It's always fun, and I'll definitely stick around in the chat. Thank you for the questions, Avi. It actually helps conversations grow as well, and it's always interesting when you do raise questions the way that you do.
Avi always has questions.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, Harvey.
Harvey, you
always
gotta
with
come by
questions.
my streams and ask me questions so I can keep straight.
Have a good weekend further, but I'll definitely stick around and chat. I'll chat to you guys now. Bye.
Right.
And then it's just me and Shadow again.
That's me and you.
I just say I'm still wearing the bag too, right? Because it does this. I could wear this all day, and this is nothing for this bag anyway. For the weight, it's nothing really. As long as it's comfortable, I'm good.
Yeah, I said.
You know what's funny? As a challenge, because one of my friends thought it was weird that I did that, but I actually cut the grass with a backpack on.
Yeah.
Like, aren't you tired? Right. It was just to see. It's like, because the thing is, when you're pushing a lawnmower, you gotta push weight behind it, right? It's the same weight that I'm doing something, right? And stuff like that. Because you gotta use leg muscles, you gotta turn in and all this other stuff, right? And you're on your feet, right? And you gotta keep moving. So I did that just for fun. I was like, oh, that wasn't that bad.
Another thing I think everyone should have these
What is that?
light sticks.
I don't really prep that overly much. The glow sticks, chem lights. I have a few, but I'm more of a flashlight kind of person. Flashlight or fire, technically.
This
I mean,
one
they have
is
their place. They have their place. They have their place. Because they're waterproof, EMP proof, right? Because they don't rely on electricity. Because it's a chemical reaction. But,
yeah, it is.
But they also expire too, and
Yeah.
they're different depending how cold or warm, hot it is.
This one expires April 2025. So the shelf life is pretty good on this one.
Well, something like that might be useful if there's a gas leak and you need to see, right? Because it's not electricity and it's not an open flame. Because it's all contained too. You just have to snap it. And I guess one of the real problems I have with glow sticks, it's not that they're single use or whatever. It's because if it accidentally breaks, that's it, right? 12 hours later, it's done.
This one is red. I'm gonna get.
I know the green ones last longer. The yellow ones and white ones are a little bit brighter.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one in red. Red. I already have one in red. Green, yellow, and white can be very useful to have.
Yeah, yellow, right? It's my diffuser. It's my diffuser from one of my flashlights.
Okay.
Because anything you could do with a glow stick, you probably could do. Well, generally, you could probably do with a flashlight too. Because even the signal halos, you could do. I know they're usually done with glow sticks, but you can do that with a flashlight. I've shown many diffusers on the channel. Many. If that situation came, if you had to use it.
Yeah. The best thing with glow sticks is you can use the different colors.
Does it have a hook on it? This one?
Red for danger. Yellow.
Well, I guess you could just pop one for communication purposes.
Yeah.
You know, if you're signaling like across where somewhere where you can't show it, but you don't want to just use a regular flashlight that has white, for example.
Harvey says red is best. You don't look your night vision with red light. Other colors, white, affect your night sight. Well, yeah.
Well, so does blue and yellow. I mean, but red, not as much. Because red can be really bright still, too. But it's not as... I think it doesn't hurt the color part of how your eyes pick it up compared to white or even blue or something like that.
Red is best. You don't lose. Yeah. I think Harvey posted that same thing twice.
Or 3 times.
Yeah. For second time.
Yeah.
I was thinking these glow sticks, and you could put red for warning as a marker for don't go in,
or orange for caution, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and you could use green.
Green as a go.
It's safe, and
green as go.
Yellow, and yellow is something
sketchy.
Yeah.
Something like in terms of like a traffic light kind of deal.
Yeah. So you can mark different places.
Maybe blue as friendly or something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
So that is my idea of using glow sticks to communicate that way. Especially in an SHTF, and you need to, if you are scouting an area or something, you can use these glow sticks to mark certain spots, danger, and this is okay, and this is safe, but not that safe. That is my idea of using it, and of course use it for emergency light if you need to.
Of course, this would have to be done at nighttime or near dusk or right before dawn. It's like during the day, it's not gonna work. Really, you're not gonna get.
Well, at day,
not be that effective anyway.
No, they are not that effective at daytime. So
I guess daytime. Well, I mean, I always think of ghost. Well, I guess everyone always thinks of glow sticks for signaling purposes. Generally.
Yeah, you can
illumination.
You can tie a rope to it and swing it.
Yeah, the buzzsaw, as they say.
Yeah.
And yes, I can do that too. See. Woo. I think my battery's dying on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's why I put some bank line on this one.
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm not a big fan of some of those lanyards I've seen. I'd rather just put my own on. It gives me more options anyways.
Harvey. Question for ShadowScouts, creative, crazy, skill. NASA wants a solar flare Carrington event. You have 2 days until it hits. What do you do? Well, day before it hit the day before it hits, you will have the northern lights. That is the first thing you will notice. And the day after, 24 hours later,
well, you'll see the northern lights closer to the equator, right? That it'll go closer it won't just be in the northern or southern lights, depending where you are, right? You know, for me here in Canada, it'd be like, I'm not just gonna see them in the Arctic area, or per se, right? You know, see them down south more, right? I'm talking about like places down way south, right? Below the border, it's in Texas, Mexico. I mean, if you're seeing northern lights in Texas and Mexico, and it's very apparent, maybe consider something's going on, because that's not usual. That's not normal or usual.
But if you have 2 days, I would
That's
probably.
That's being generous.
That is generous.
That's very generous, because if you had 2 days, you know, because if we actually had 2 days, I could just see everyone trying to make a Farragut cage real fast. You know, people that haven't done that already or don't know how to do that, they'd be searching for it. The word would go loud. Trash cans would probably be like, all this metal would be used, right? That foil tape and all this other stuff. It would just be off the shelf so fast, right? And you would probably see an influx of people getting like hand tools or something like that, right? To supplement that, right? No one would be live streaming because everyone would have their phone somewhere else in a Farragut cage ready to go, waiting.
Yeah.
That's how I would see it happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I just realized something. If that's not happening, it's not like people have Farragut cages for their fridge or freezer, right?
Yeah.
Because there's still electronics in it. Well,
yeah.
Well, there's a molder, but there's still electronics in there, right? So
yeah, you need
there could be influx
to
for canned goods or people trying to like dehydrate everything or freeze dry everything now. Stuff like that. You know, if you're well or whatever, you didn't have a manual pump, that might be something too, because, yeah. Never mind about like vehicles and everything else that goes along with that. The communication aspect of it.
The problem with modern vehicles is they have too much. The cars are more computerized these days. Older cars are
Bicycles.
not. Yeah.
Right. You better be going back to a bicycle.
Yeah, that is what works.
You know. A bicycle that has all the heaters on it and stuff like that.
Probably, I would make the credit
just to
card.
add into what I know what Bob showed earlier, because I saw that part. You would want something like that, because on a bicycle, if you had to transport stuff, you probably want a cart, right? Because it'll be easier. It'll be a lot easier. It'll be a lot easier than having it on your back, kind of deal. A cart makes it so much easier.
Canadian Prepper had a great.
You shot that a long time ago, though.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a one-wheeler. It has one wheel. It looks like a golf bag. You have your golf clubs in.
Well,
you know what I mean.
Solar Flare, a Keratin event is not. Remember, it doesn't harm life on the planet. It's the tech that it affects. Anything electronical, right? So it'll affect us, but it's not going to affect Mother Nature, right? However, there's probably consequences to that too, because we won't be able to pick up weather reports. Probably not, right? So no one's going to know the forecast of anything either.
Yeah.
You're not going to get those storm warnings and stuff like that. Those weather alert warnings and stuff like that. I mean, for those that use ham and stuff like that, and certain repeaters and stuff like that, if it made it through, those will be the people that will relay that information around. You know, those are the kind of people you want to be in contact with somehow. That way you can still get some information. As simple as the weather report, right?
Yeah.
Because it could be like, you know, the storm's coming in from the west, right? Someone's like 2-3 hours tells you, what do you see? And then so forth and so forth, right?
Yeah.
That was a good question.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that is a really a possible thing that can happen.
I was also remembering too, solar power, wind power, hydropower. It's gonna be power.
Yeah.
Because they still run through. There's still electricity, right? Anything with electricity will be affected by that, or could be potentially affected, right? Because there's no guarantee that it'll be able to handle it. You would have to assume that might not have this after, right? And hopefully your Farragut cage will work, but let's assume not, right? I think it would have to come back to this kind of like before the Industrial Revolution, right? Back to mechanical ways of doing stuff, you know? So it's not like, you know, instead of having like a sewing machine that runs on electricity, you have a manual one, or like that older style tech, like the spinning jenny, all the stuff. I remember that from school, right?
You had a pedal, you did like this.
Yeah, and the flying shuttle and all that stuff, you would go back to that because that's not affected by it, because it doesn't use electricity to run it. Or it'd be like some grinding wheel that uses like water power, but it's all mechanical. There's no electricity involved, right? You know, so it spins the wheel, the big wheel, and that spins something to turn and grind.
Yeah.
Like, or unless you have a hand one, I guess, right? And, you know, depending on the situation and how severe it is, you might have power tools that made it through, right? But because it's so sketchy, you might want to reserve them for emergency use only, right? Where you're using hand tools first. Let me get something here.
Yeah.
I've shown this before, right?
Yeah.
You might have power tools, right, that made it through with your Farragut cage, but you might have to. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna try this first, right? Because you don't, unless you have a way to charge it, right?
Yeah.
And even at that, the thing is, or you don't have enough batteries to make it through until things could come back, if they do it, right? So I got stuff like this. It take longer, right? Honestly, mechanical ways of doing stuff is not take longer, right? And the thing is, another thing is, I'm almost thinking, is a snowblower going to be able to handle that? I don't know. I don't think it would be able to handle it too. Well, it could. Maybe. I don't know. I have to. Is a snowblower going to be able to handle that? That kind of event? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, and not everyone has snowshoes. Right? See, this is why I made something that's mechanical for snow removal. I made it back like 5 years ago. Just for that, well, not for this reason, but for the simple fact is that it's not relying on power. Well, I mean, like gasoline, right?
Yeah.
So I have issues with the snowblower. I get something else to dip into if I have to.
I need to get some more manual tools as well. Well, I like tools that are powered by electricity, but sometimes you need.
I think we all do. It's more efficient.
Yeah, but
it's efficient
because they are faster.
But
when you don't have the power,
or it's limited. Let's just say it's very limited. I always think of it like you bring your cell phone out camping, but you forgot to bring a battery bank, so you gotta be more resourceful in how you use that power, right? I'm just gonna check messages all at once at noon and at 6 o'clock. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. Every other time you're powering it off, right? Conserving the battery as long as possible, right? It's just like if you're stranded in your vehicle, let's say you don't have reception, so you can't dial out, but you do have power. I'd probably be like, okay, well, I can't get any reception, so I can't dial out, I can't, right? I might as well save the battery for now. I'll check again in an hour or two. Hey, Sean. Sean's amazing adventures in the house with us.
Yeah, it's creating creative title for a channel.
And here I thought he was talking to me, ladies and gentlemen. I thought he was talking to me at first. I noticed those CR words a lot. Yeah, that was a good question, actually.
Which one?
No, the one about the solar flare. Because, like I said, because even if you had a homestead, if it's ran on solar power, right?
Yeah.
It's vulnerable too.
Yeah,
it's not like you can have your whole solar system under a Faraday cage. Maybe not, but maybe it won't be affected. But and if it did, and you can't get underneath the Faraday cage, or it doesn't work, then what? What's the next plan? Right?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, instead, it might, depending on when it is, if it's during the summer, I might have to go back to like a solar dehydrator version over, an electric one. I guess something like salt might be a very good thing to get in advance, right? So you can preserve. I guess water canning and stuff like that would be good. Because don't the pressure canners, they still use power, right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to be.
Most of them use power, but there are used.
But water canning alone, right? That only takes heat and water and the containers themselves, right? But because another thing I have to consider is like I probably want to put the solar lights into the Faraday cage because unfortunately it's gonna be dark. Let's say it happens during midday. Well, it's not gonna get dark at night. Then what, right?
Yeah.
I mean, candles, those glow sticks that you have might come in handy, right? But those are chemical or fuel, right? That only can go so long for a person, right? Those kerosene lamps and all that oil lamps and stuff like that, they can only go so long, providing you have fuel.
Yeah, I agree.
And a generator is probably may or may not work. There's circuitry in there, so that's a good question, Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey, you always have good questions. No question about it.
Okay. I got a question for the side chat and for you, Shadow. I'm not
Okay.
mentioning it. Besides, it'll be a good segue into one of my streams later on if I decide to do it. What is your guys' and Gal's opinion? Have one? What? Who's in here? Crazy Ann, GP, who's still in here? Well, I know Harry's still in here. I asked this about on my community tab about the survival, per se, quote unquote survival kits, right? And you see a lot of them, right? Like pre-made versus DIY, purchased in store or whatever, done already for you and stuff like that. Well, I said it in terms of like in that $20 to $80 price range, right? You can see it on Amazon or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Online sites and stuff like that, right? Because I've seen so many different videos at times. I'm just like, I'm always thinking to myself. I know Van City, if you're here, you're listening. I know you can chime in on that because you wrote something on my community board about it, and some other people wrote some stuff, right? And I know people voiced their opinions and stuff like that. Lots of people, and there was a different from this to that, learning from it and stuff like that. Where now it's all not great. Just say it, right? But to me, there's always one thing about DIYing that's always going to be different from pre-made, is that you generally know what you have inside.
Yeah.
Because you actually have to put it together, right? Especially if you're the one putting it together, right? I mean, it's different if you're putting one together. Let's say if you put one together for your wife and she never saw it until you put it together, right?
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't know what's inside.
Harvey got a point here. When power is out, dark can get very dark. If cloudy, you cannot see your hand in front of your eyes.
Oh, yeah, because you won't have moonlight either, right?
I'm very familiar with that. That is really dark.
Right? It's just like when you go camping.
Yeah.
Pitch dark out. It's pitch.
Well, it's
pretty much, unless there's moonlight. That's if. Let's just assume that it's even you get lucky. It's under a full moon. Wow, that doesn't last, right? That cycles through and stuff like that. And you'll probably be doing stuff more during the day than at night. I guess just like in the past, right? People just did stuff during the day more, during daylight.
Yeah, and it's well, you can say it's dark, yeah, but it's pitch black. You can't see anything in front of you. I have been there, and that is not very fun, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't want to be stumbling in the dark.
Nope. Isn't?
Yeah.
So if you haven't experienced that, and when the day comes, you really experience that.
Turn off all your lights inside when it's like dark outside, and that like no moonlight or whatever, right? Or go out camping without it. Yeah, and see. Right. I mean, your eyes can adjust to a certain degree, but if there's no moonlight, it's dark, like cave dark, right? I'm trying to, yeah.
Sure, we can see in the dark, but not that good.
Why is that? I gotta. Anyways, coming back to what I was saying, these survival kits and stuff like that. You keep seeing them, right? And I'm just like, I know one person said, sometimes these reviews that people give or say or whatever are just like, oh, it's great, and that's what you hear. I've heard here more details, right? I've tried this out, and stuff like that. Because you don't want to hear some review. It's like, oh, it's great, but I've never used it. That's extreme confidence in using it, right?
Yeah.
Again, because you're assuming again, right? You're assuming that. Yeah, some of the stuff I'm just like, I've never. Let me get this perfectly clear. I've never bought one before. I've never tried one of these kits before. However, I'm seeing what people, because people have sent me some samples, right? I mean, like, let me go get one here.
Okay.
I won't show the back of it. It's got the branding on it, but these things.
Yeah.
These things. Besides a can opener or a bottle opener, I don't even put this in a real kit. It might be fine in a wallet, but I don't even bother putting it in my wallet because you know why? If I have my wallet, I don't have my keys. Right? This, or this. I'm gonna carry this.
Yeah.
Way more use. This is more useful than this. To me, this is not worth the weight for what it can do for me. Like I don't even bother putting it in a bag or in a kit or even a tin because it's not even worth it.
Yeah, I think I
simply
have.
not worth it for me.
Yeah, I think
Those
I have
type
something.
of tool cards. I mean, they're just. I might as well carry an actual thing. You know, like an actual like pocket knife or whatever, right? Or an actual multi-tool. You know, because these are things I've seen in them. It's just like, Shadow, have you seen the ones that have that bottle holder? I've seen these before. I've never seen one in person, but like you see the bottle holder thingy. I just like when I look at it, I just look. To me, it just screams, no. Because if you have skill, you don't even need to dip into that. You don't, because like I said, Harvey, see, the cordage is going to come back because the knowledge of the cordage, right? You can do something like that easily with cordage instead. I think I've talked to Hoople's Cat before, and it's just like,
yeah, Hoople's.
And I've seen these and just like, with knowledge, I can do the exact same thing. With knowledge, I can make a breakaway lanyard easily, right? With cordage, right? I'd rather just have cordage and over that, something like that. Because even well, Man City's not. You're gonna be in for a time preparedness, if I remember right. On Monday, I thought you guys were supposed to be doing a stream together. I thought. Did I read it wrong? Okay. Well, anyways, I know time preparedness on the time preparedness channel with Brian. He's shown the bottle holders before, and he broke it on a trip, right? So this isn't another reason because it's a piece of plastic, all right, that goes around. Cordage is not done just suddenly snap like that, right? That's why. And those bottle holders, they're not one size fits all. They don't fit every bottle, right? Someone else might have some wide mouth Nalgene type of 1 liter type of container. I might have a metal water bottle. Some other people might have this. It's not the word for that. That's why I'm not a big fan of doing it like that. I might as well just use cordage. At least cordage I can adapt to any container.
Yeah.
Per se, right? Because it's cordage. I'd rather have the cordage in somewhere like that. That's why every time I see that, I'm just like, ugh, I hate those ones. I hate seeing that type of tool in there. It's just like, it's not even worth it. And don't get, and the quality of the items might be different or whatever, but those are the two things that I always have qualms about in those type of kits.
I want to show you something, CR.
All right, cool. Hi, Tammy. Okay, Harvey, we'll get into that in a sec. Oh, that's your tin.
Yeah, this is a.
I don't have
metal
my tin
tin.
in this room. I do actually have I do have these air tube tins though. See, I got these air tube tins.
And this box contains this knife.
Oh yeah, okay. And that locks too, right? Oh wow. Oh wow.
This is not sharp one. This is a collector's.
Oh, okay. Understandable.
More for well, not for use, but it's a beautiful thing. I got this from my wife, actually.
That's cool.
Yeah. And
all right, my display's over here. I'm trying to type off on the side. Tammy here. Can you put that question up on the screen from Harvey? Oh. You're way ahead of me. I'm just looking at the screen. I'm like, oh, Shadow's already got it. I should have looked at the screen first. So yeah, so it's asking me if you could build an emergency backpack kit to sell to others, what would you put into the backpacks? I mean, we could go like 10 C's, the rules of free, and all that stuff. I could just keep that all in mind, really, right? I mean, because ultimately you got to feel safe. Eventually, you're gonna need some form of shelter, clothing, and stuff like that to keep your core body temperature at that, 98.6, 37 Fahrenheit, 98.6 Fahrenheit, 37 Celsius, right? Where it's from keeping it warm in the winter or keeping it cool in the summer, right?
Yeah.
And water and food, right? Hydration.
Yeah, water and food.
Hydration and calories and energy, right? You're gonna need those. Those are given.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna get too far life without that. All right, you need those kind of things. You're gonna feel safe. You need your core body temperature to stay relatively consistent because we're warm-blooded, right? If our temperature goes too high or too low, we don't make it. Things happen. Things happen, right? And we need hydration to keep going, right? And food for energy, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah. When you eat,
electricity, stuff like electricity and stuff like that, signaling, communication, that's all second. That's still after. You can survive without it. It's nice to have it, but you can still survive without it, right?
Yeah.
Because these other four things are more fundamentally, you need them in some degree or fashion, right? That's why we eventually made tools, right? We went from stone tools to bronze, to copper tools, to bronze tools, to iron tools, to steel tools now, and so forth. Because those things helped us, right? Helped us cook stuff, boil something, right? Make the tools to fabricate, well, not to fabricate, but to build structures, right? Shelter, to block from the wind, block us from the rains, right? And stuff like that. So we didn't have to rely on, just lean-tos or caves or stuff like that. Take care, Sean.
The interesting thing with the core temperature or the body temperature in general is when you eat something with calories, you increase your body temperature by 10%. And 10%.
Well, yeah, that's why you can sweat from eating, right?
Yeah. And 10% doesn't sound that much, but it is.
If you're cold, I mean, that's not helpful. A little bit more than not having it. That's why usually if you, at least for me, when I eat during the summer, I try not to eat anything too heavy. because
Yeah.
I know I'm probably build a sweat after. Especially,
Yeah.
let's just say it's like 37, 38 Celsius, though, right? At 98.6, right, or higher. I know I feel that. Especially if it's like spicy food and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Or
spicy
heavier
food. Yeah, spicy food increases your body temperature.
In terms of coming back to that survival kit in the backpack, I mean, like, there's always the 10 C's to go by, right? I mean, like, again, that little tool card, like I said, to be honest, someone sent me this. By the way, this I didn't buy this, but someone did send me this a long time ago. But I appreciate what the offer and all that stuff. I just never could I couldn't dedicate this. I just couldn't justify the weight of it because it is still a piece of metal, right?
Yeah, it is.
It is still a piece of metal, and just like certain little things, how badly do I need them? Bottle opener, can opener, ruler. How badly do I need them, right? I could still do without or have other things that can work in its place, right? Can opener, bottle opener. Yeah, that's what this is for, right? One of these guys, right?
Yep.
I already have that, right? The cutting tool on one of these tool cards, I don't like them. I really don't like them. And these kind of things that people see in terms of like for bits and stuff like that, I just because a multi-tool is only as good as can do a lot of things good, but maybe not something specifically great, as one person I'm quoting from has said, right? Because something like this, oh yeah, it's a multi-tool. Yeah, it can do a lot of things, right? That's if you have the clearance. Remember how wide this type of tool is, right? You know,
Yeah.
like over here, this is a flathead. Oh yeah, okay, it's open like on let's say like a light switch. Yeah, that's one thing. But if it's deep down inside that I need a precision tool, no, that's not happening. Oh, there's something. Oh, there's this little block in the way. Oh no, I can't do it. There's not enough clearance to spin it. Where something like on a multi-tool like a Victorinox might do better. That's why I generally don't like these and stuff like that. I mean, like,
I believe
even like a cap lifter or something like that, right? Bottle
Yeah.
opener, right? There's other ways of doing that without. You can do it. There's other ways of doing it. I know there is, right? You can do that with a lighter. You can do it in other ways, right? To me, I would not want to use this in terms of survival. I mean, yeah, it could be useful, and I could do other things if I really had to, but out in the woods or whatever, I'd rather not use something like this. I just cannot justify the weight for what it does.
And
like,
the problem,
it's thin and all. Don't get me wrong, but I just can't justify the weight of it for what it can do. Because there's obviously going to be limitations. What I can do with this out in the woods or any given situation, because something like this, like I keep forgetting, because a lot of them they don't have that traditional knife edge, right? It's at a 45. Because one side's flat and the other side's at a 45. You're not gonna make that great of feather sticks, anyways, right? And it's not a full 10 knife. It's one piece of metal, but you're not. I mean, anyone ever actually try? You're probably not gonna be able to baton with this. Probably not.
no.
All right, so it's no replacement for a fixed blade or anything like that. Some of them have a little saw. You know what I say? You want a saw? Go use a real saw or a reciprocating saw. This is probably a better option. To me,
Yeah, probably.
something like this and the Victorinox is way better than something like this, in my opinion. Yeah, see, Vance?
Yeah, the problem with that is I have a similar that you have over there, and that flathead, as you mentioned. If you need to use that flathead, you will have difficulties to
squeeze
Use
it in
it.
there and then be able to turn it too.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing if it's like an outlet switch or something like that. That's easy enough because it's flat on a wall. Yeah, that's fine. But it's not always going to be like that, right? It could be just a little bit sunk in where you need a little bit more precision or something smaller to get into space, right?
Yeah.
So you ever have like an actual multi-tool?
If you're gonna use something to screw, if you need a flathead or something, use this or
right, and just
or a Victorinox.
Right. You're probably gonna be more likely. I'm more likely to use something like that, right? You know, like I said. I mean, like those saws are. I know some of them come with wire saws and stuff like that. I've tried that before because my friend gave me one. For some reason, I lost, but whatever. I guess that's a good thing. But I was just like thinking to myself, I might as well just carry an actual saw or like a reciprocating saw or spend more money or whatever and get a folding saw. I probably could, at the dollar store here in Canada, I could get like a wooden saw. That's probably done work better than the wire saw. Obviously, it's to be heavier and stuff like that, but I'll be able to. I've tried all those wire saws before, like even to make it as a bow. I was just making, let's say, a stick that's probably only as wide as the flashlight I was showing. It's just like, man, this is taking a lot longer. A lot of energy to put into that too. You know, for the energy you're saving in terms of weight that you're carrying, the wire saw, you're expending it quite a bit trying to use it. That's why I don't like those. Because I've tried it before and it's just like, don't get me started about people saying about like breaking and stuff like that. I didn't break it. I lost it, by the way. But I tried out the bow thing before and just like, I don't like that.
And those wire
I don't like
saws.
that. You're right. I'm talking about the wire ones right now. I'm not talking about the chainsaw versions. Those are a little bit better. I know those are I haven't tried those, but I know those are supposed to be better. Stuff like that. That's why I never bought one of those, right? I never wanted. I'm like, no, I'm not going that route. Because, even without trying the items, I just like, how much can I really get at something like this, right? I know sometimes they come with ferrocene rods or whatever. That might work. But, sometimes the knife, the folding knife on it comes with a serrated edge, one with serrations on it, right? I'm like, well, that's not good for carving if you had to do somewhere. Or feather sticks too, right? Because you got to use their part of the edge. Because, the serrations are so close to the fold, I guess, right? So you don't have to be able to use that for carving much. I mean, I have made feather sticks before with a partially serrated knife, but I know it's possible, but
I'm not a big fan of partial serrated knives. Mm-hmm. I'm not. I would prefer those knives who have plain straight edge.
Well, see, I know some of them come with mylar blankets too. Well, you know what? Here, let me get a mylar blanket. Hold on. I have two. Here, let me go get a mylar blanket. I have two right here. There's the sound difference right here. I'll even pull this one out of the packaging. Look at the difference. This one, this is from SOL. So it's a lot thicker. This is a cheap one.
Yeah.
Look how loud that is. Look how look how it sounds. Right. I mean, I've see, you can see I can see the orange in there. Right. I've used this before. This is one of the ones I probably used when I probably went out. I've used this before. I'm starting to wear down the coating on it in terms of the silver part. You can see it's kind of, but it's still holding out. Right. Because I think a lot of those other kits come with something like this, right? That'd be very annoying in the wind, right? It's very loud, right? If you're one of those people that don't sleep like a rock, that might keep you up, right? So, yeah. Not a big fan of that. I might as well just spend a little bit more or source it out individually.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be worth whatever I'm putting into it. And I'm not gonna learn from it either. Probably not, right? I mean, now, I'm not. If you get it as a gift or whatever, like, or you're using it as a stepping stone, right? That's one thing. But I wouldn't willingly want to buy it if I didn't have to. If I didn't have to, or if someone did buy it for me, I'd be like, no, don't buy that. Don't buy that for me. Right? Just get. I'll take my chance. Give me a $20 gift card for the dollar store instead. I'll take my chances at the dollar store. Really.
I have a whistle, Harvey.
What do you say? Okay, must have a backpack, water bottle, full water filter, protein energy bar for food, seasonal clothing. Yeah, first aid kit, defense, knife, light, radio, comms, fire starter matches. Yeah, and more, right?
This one is my whistle.
Yeah, right.
It is a pretty loud one, so.
See, that's another thing that I've seen that most of those will not include. I actually got one of the containers. Like I said, someone gifted it to me. I don't use it as a kid. Really, the only thing I've ever used that for is to like put my mouse in. That's about it. Transport, that's it. For the simple fact that I can't fit everything in there. And it's too big to put in a pocket. You know, because it's like the size of it, it's too big, right? And not everyone wears cargo pants. That's something I would have to put in a backpack or in a bag for sure, right? If I didn't have cargo pants or whatever. And the other thing is usually those kind of kits don't really give you options for water, right? They don't usually give you an option for water.
The nice thing with this whistle is you can unscrew it, and it's
got a place to put Tinder or something, or pills or something.
Yeah, you can.
You know, I was just thinking to myself, let's say $50 one, right? I mean, at $50, I might as well just, at that rate, I might as well just like go buy a metal water bottle. All right, I could buy a life straw for like $20 here in Canada or whatever, right? And you know, I could buy Mora, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then have a cheap Mile space wick, and it'd probably be more effective, right? You know, in the cordage, well, you know, I can get, let's say, 30 feet or something for like $8 or whatever, right? Let me see here. Yeah, that'd be close to $50 Canadian, and be like, it'd probably be better. It'd probably be better because, so yeah, it'd probably be better because the gear would, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, and let's just say I pick up like some dollar store lighter, a free pack or whatever, right? It'd probably be better. I'm not saying like the ferrocene rod in one of those isn't good or bad or whatever, but in terms of cost and what I'm getting and what I can do with it and how it's gonna help me in a situation or even camping out, right? Because those bracelets or whatever, you know, the reason why I have bracelets on, right? But I don't usually rely on those. It's because you gotta undo the cordage. Because usually those bracelets are in a cobra weave, right? And that can be time consuming to undo. I'd rather have a quick deploy if I'm not doing something like that. Because if you're going to use cordage, you're probably not use it. All right. You're not going to be breaking that back up, probably. Because most likely you have to cut it. You know,
Yeah.
if you're making like a ridge line, some tie down points, you're probably not have to cut it, which means you're probably not going to make it back into a bracelet after. And that's if you know how to do that in the first place, right? Because unless you know how to braid or something like that, know how to make even a simple zipper chain in it, that's a daisy chain together, or something more elaborate like a clover weave type of version, you're not to be able to do that because, again, just having the gear doesn't mean everything, right? You still need some skill and knowledge behind it too, right? Which is like with the Ferrocene rod, right? Too.
Yeah.
In survival, like, yeah, Ferrocene rod, yeah, I have one, don't get me wrong, but if it's desperate enough where I need it, I'll go towards later, right? I'm not gonna be ashamed to, I'm using later, right? No, it's there for that reason, right? I know Second Star would agree with me, right? If it's that serious, I'll use it later first, right? If I got more time, you know, it's more recreational, camp out. It's not, you know, real serious, yeah. Yeah, I'll take the time to make feather sticks, use Ferrocene rod, or use silver if I can, right? Conserve the fuel in my later a little bit more, right? As long as the fuel's in here, there's still flint in here, it's still good.
Yeah.
You know, but every time right, that's more time that I can't do that anymore, right? It's consumable. Yeah, later's gonna be a consumable. I mean, a ferro rod too, but a ferro rod, if you laid it on first try, you know, those kind of things. Because a lot of times those kits don't actually come with. In terms of those ones that I'm talking about on Amazon, you could see a lot of that, right? I've seen videos of people trying to show them and stuff like that. No way. Oh yeah, that looks like that one. There's that space blanket. There's that tool card again. There's variations on it and stuff like that. I'm just like, I probably have more luck with these. These are just tools and two I just put together with spare stuff I had, right? Because I factor in the 10 seats into it. Well, it's got the first 5 anyways. So it's not have cordage cover a container, a cutting tool, and some sort of a combustion ring in form of a lighter. Maybe it's not Ferrocene rod, but the thing is, some those type of kits don't usually, at that price range, don't have tinder. They don't come with tinder, so you don't have to source that out too. I have tinder in these. One form or another. Yeah, I got a whistle on my keys too. I sourced it out. Let me turn it up. I think what I'm really saying is like those like $20, $80 Amazon type of survival kits. It's probably, in my opinion, can't speak for everyone. I'm not speaking for Shadow here. Not speaking for Harvey. Not speaking for Van City here or Second Star here. In my opinion, you're better off doing the legwork and finding the items and learning the survival parts of it, right? In terms of making feather sticks and stuff like that, instead of you know, thinking that you could just buy something and it's all done. It's gonna be good enough. You know, I would try to find it out myself. You know, for my own means.
Yeah.
Right. Because I've gone to like yard sales and garage sales. I mean, even the whistle I have, it was secondhand. Like, loud. For what it is, it's loud, right? I guess it's louder than your voice, right? And stuff like that. And sometimes you can get lucky, right? Sometimes you can get lucky. Sometimes you can get something secondhand that's pretty good, or even secondhand that barely got used, right? At a considerable discount, right?
Yeah.
Or you're lucky and someone gives you something, right? So that's why these $20 or $80 survival kits on Amazon, when I see them, I'm just like, yeah, I'll do the legwork instead. I'll learn about more of it than try to get something a little bit more higher quality than those items. Because, like I said, I just don't like some of that stuff. I just don't like the bottle holder, those card multi-tools. Those are the two things I definitely don't like about those kits, for sure. The Veristim run seems to generally work for people and stuff like that. The knife could be sharpened more. Maybe it's got serrations on it that some people like yourself don't like, but the wire saw, well, don't get me started on that. Those are, like even the $20 budget, right? Let's say $20, right? I mean, I remember doing those, trying out those $20 dollar store survival challenges, like putting one together, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not to be a folder like you see that on Amazon or whatever, right? But I'll be able to. It's probably gonna be a utility knife, but that utility knife, I could probably make feather sticks better than that little multi-card tool or whatever, right? Stuff like that. Because I just think you'd be better off. I just think you'd be better off like getting like contractor bags for shelter instead of a cheesy Mylar blanket like that one, in my opinion, right? Because a long time ago, one of the major purchases, well, I shouldn't say major purchases, one of the bulk purchases I bought was like $10, $12 worth of my contractor bags. Best investment I ever made. Because instead of, I could easily put 2-3 of them in every bag, right? Because it was a 20-pack. To me, that was the best $10 I spent.
Yeah.
Because then I have that option in terms of shelter, right? And it'll be a lot stronger in terms of compared to a Mylar space blanket. Even a cheap one, right? Compared to a cheap one, right? It's not to be reflective or whatever, have that heat reflective quality, but it'll still have that windproof, waterproof quality that I need. And because it's a garbage bag, I can take 2 and make a 2 tent. Put that ridge line in the center, just overlap it just enough, right? I can make a 2 tent. I'm gonna do it like that instead. I'd rather just source out the material on my own. Anyways, yes.
Harvey had a question for you.
Did I see that? I don't know. Did I leave a comment on that? I might have seen that one. I might have seen that one. I would have to check, actually.
Yeah, I need to check those.
Hopefully there won't be any sound. Maybe I'll mute myself.
I need to check those 2 videos out myself. I do that tomorrow, I guess. Where did he go now?
It's because I need to see if I actually watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already know I watched it because I already thumbs it up. Yeah, if you took a look, you would have probably seen that I left a comment, probably, right?
Yeah.
Did I see it? I guess so. I must have, because I thumbs it up. So I generally thumbs it up if I've already seen it in terms of content like this. So
what will be going on your shelves when done? Well, on one of my shelves, I will. My plan is anyway to have water on one and food on the other one.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. How are the shelves coming along for you?
Yeah.
Did you get them? You got them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my friend, he will help me to assemble them next week. So
that's good. That's good.
Yeah. So on one shelf, I have two of them. So one I will store water on, and the other one I will store food on. So that is fair. And the interesting thing is, if I can fit in one or two more after that.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
If
the organization, and then you can use the space better too, right? It's not just on the ground.
Yeah, if I could, I need to see how much space I have left. I might get in, if I'm lucky, I can get in, fit in two more shelves if I'm lucky.
Well, did you measure the distance? Did you take a tape measure down there and measure it out?
No. I have to do that.
Yeah, because like, let's say if you were redesigning something, right, and instead of let's move everything around and see if it all fits, you do it on like paper, right? I mean, even on the photo editors out there that people use, it is possible to actually do that too in a virtual environment too, and virtually move everything around. So you don't actually have to physically lift everything. You just measure the distances and just see, right? Like, let's say, for example, I just convert it, right? 10, the scale of it, right? 10 times. It'd be 1 to 10 scale, or 10 to 1. Yeah, 10 to 1 scale. Right.
Yeah.
So 1/10 of the scale, right? So every, 10 centimeters would be 1 centimeter or whatever, right? Something like that. So.
Yeah.
And
I got these.
Do it from there.
I got these.
Yeah.
3 meters, 10 feet. Yeah.
Those things help, right? Tape measures?
This measures.
Tools, right?
This measures centimeters and inch.
Remember, when 2.54 centimeters equals 1 inch. Conversion. I'm trying to get better at doing those because sometimes, like I've said before, it's just like being, what's that word? Multilinguistic, or knowing different languages, right? It's just it's kind of like that, right? Because then you can work with both. Because you can just convert, or, in terms of languages, translate, right? Just have to check my battery here. Okay. Oops. Sorry. I had to see if my battery's still charging.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure my battery's still charging. I can stay in here with you.
I didn't think of that before. This tape measuring had inch. I didn't thought about that before, but it's nice to have both, at least.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, just whatever works better, or whatever you need.
I think the metric system is much easier and more precise than the inches or the
it just depends.
imperial
right? I mean,
system.
remember that goes by that go millimeters, centimeters, decimeters, meters. What's the next one? Decameters. Is it decameters? It's been so long. And kilometers, right? That goes by a scale of 10.
Yeah.
Right? So 12 inches equals 1 foot and so forth and so forth, right? It's funny how I know these little things. I don't know how. I guess it's just because, I don't know, numbers are just one of those things, right?
Well, in Canada, you
1
use
meter
the metric
well,
system.
yeah, right. I mean, like, and stuff. Well, I mean, but it's, yeah, but talking to other people and what other people need it done in, right? So I try, it's just better just to know both. All right. 3.28 feet equals 1 meter. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's just like the conversions between, like, for volume or, like, gallons to liters to quarts and stuff like that, right? To cups, right? Just so I know. And the reason why I always say them all the time, because if I keep saying them, eventually I'll remember them. Because I'll actually have to use them, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Girl Explorer. How's it going? Hey, it's Kinglaw and Princess. Hi. I should actually turn on the light soon. Indoor. Woo! Oh, yeah. Let there be light. Probably been sitting in the dark too long. See, I'm still wearing the bag, by the way, see? I've worn the bag the whole time since
I
might have sat down for a moment or two or whatever. And remember, I'm standing too, right? So I'm not actually walking. Which means it actually starts to hurt your knees a little to a certain degree because I'm standing up straight to a certain degree, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, you haven't taken the backpack off. You have had it on you all the time.
It's only like there's water in here or whatever, but this is more like in the realm of get home bag, I guess. That kind of weight to gear ratio and stuff like that. All right. Because remember what I said? I know Harvey said about that emergency backpack or whatever. He said that a while ago, right? I was actually going back into this again and trying to add some stuff into it.
Yeah.
As I gain more experience and knowledge, I'm realizing, maybe I should add in. Yeah, let's add in another food bar, something like that. And that's standard cycling that stuff, right? Whatever it is, the medication, food, water, the consumables. What do you say? Oh, whatever, Harvey. Whatever there. Now, 1 CR equals 98.6. See, Harvey, you don't know me that clearly enough. 98.6. Just saying.
No problem, Victoria.
I'm CR. I like it. Hey, welcome back, Victoria. Welcome back.
Klingon Princess is awesome. And she has a lot of humor.
Yeah. Yeah, I found out more about her in one of my premieres. I think this is one reason I like these. These are more interactive. Right? It's just like to the point that I don't even care for per se TV or a movie, because those things are non-interactive for me. You know, I'd rather be in a side chat or on a panel or something like that, or a live stream. It's more interactive. You know.
Yeah, it
like
is.
That interaction. It is, right? It's just like, it's like going to karaoke to a certain degree, right? It's more interactive. It's more socializing. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because you get to learn and get to know people too.
Yeah.
See, I don't even think, see, Shadow, I picked this up for like 50 cents. I wish I did, but whatever.
Yeah, those are.
I actually I even have another one too.
Those are not.
This is more simplistic
expensive.
one. It's got a little sheath with it. But it's just like, and it's even got a toothpick, right? I just never found a spot to use it. Right? I might just keep it at home.
Yeah.
It'll just be like part of the plug-in stuff we got. You know, maybe I'll just use it at home as a box cutter. But then again, I got this, right? That simple kind of box cutter with the removable blades or whatever, right? This seems to be better. So, you know.
Yeah,
I've done some of these knickknacks before, but I just kind of almost regret it at times, or I just don't use them. Right? That's why, you know, learn from me. Don't use them. There's probably better things to use, in my opinion, anyways. Right? In my opinion. What were you showing? I didn't see it. Were you showing something? I didn't see it. I really should turn on my I thought I had to. Let me turn. I got to turn on my brightness a bit. Oh, okay. Oh, that one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's got a liner lock, right?
Yeah, it is. You have to press these.
CG. Yeah.
At
CGP.
the side.
Everyone, I've been talking so much I barely even drank the coffee.
And
these shadows, this is why. Shadow, I was gonna say this is why I let Bob and everyone talk. That's why I didn't come on right away. Right? I wanted to let everyone else talk first. If I came on earlier, then I would. What to say? I was trying to be polite about it and share the time with you, right?
Yeah. And I need talking about bug out bags and evac bags or whatever you want to call it. I need to have one myself. That is something I really need to begin to do, and that is one of my
you know, this reminds me, one of my subscribers out there, when I looked this on the community board, when I wrote about the $20 to $80 online survival kit, you know, and it wasn't specifically directed to these Amazon ones, but somewhere in that, you know what I mean. They said it could be a starting point. I'm like, yes, it could be a starting point, but hopefully you would learn from those or try to do it yourself and learn from those. Learn, right? Not just how to get her, but learn stuff too, right? Feather stick, knots, you know. So that whatever stuff you do have, you know how to use it too, right? And so it's like what I said earlier to Guardian Prepping when he was in here about that cordage I found, and I showed him my last stream. It's crap. I know it is. It's not the same, right? I know it's not. The inner core of it is like, no, right? I could pull it apart like real easily, right? The outer sheath is actually stronger, right? It just gives it that kind of diameter. So it's not like any type of parachute type of cordage that has inner strands or anything like that, or twisted, or something that you might see in other types of cordage, right? So that's just like, but it is something I got for free. So
yeah, it is probably.
I'll put it to good use, right? I'll put it to good use because the funny thing is, and I mentioned it on my stream, when I found it, vehicles ran over it. It was sitting on the snow. It was abandoned. So instead of just wasting it, right? Because the thing is, if I didn't pick it up, eventually someone would probably pick it up. It would have been so dirty from being ran over, dirty and all that stuff. It would have went into the trash. And to me, I mean, I know I'm not going to use it for anything serious, right? But I could use it as in terms of like, I mean, I could tie a package together, a gift together with it or something like that. Something more basic, right? Or use it as like maybe to hang clothes, like a clothesline, or maybe tie down points and on like a shelter. I wouldn't use it as originally. Probably not, but or something I can just give to someone too, right? I wouldn't mind giving it to, if I had to sacrifice that, I'd be like, okay, for whatever reason.
This is cheap cord.
Like I won't mind using it, right? And not getting it back, because to me, if I didn't get to it, probably if someone else didn't get to it, it would have been in the trash anyways. It would have been in the landfill anyways. So to me, I'm just kind of it's not in landfill yet. get a couple more uses out of it. All right, stuff like that. It could be as simple as like, hey, I need to keep my bedroll together. Oh yeah, I got the spare cordage I can use. I don't have to cut the paracord I do have, just for that reason. Something that I don't per se need the tensile strength of that. Oh, I knew Harvey was going to bring that back up. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew Harvey was going to bring that back up. You see that, Shadow? He brought it back up again. It's like last week. He's making up for last week.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing about Harvey. He's definitely not an empty jar.
Cordage, well, is useful. I prefer paracord because it's reliable. This is cheap cord, polypropylene.
I mean, you could be using that to make a zipper tie. I mean, zipper pull or something like that. Something that's not, you don't necessarily need to use paracord for. Right. Or let's just say,
this works
like that, right?
For practicing.
Or let's say you're hanging a lantern or something like that. Something that, you don't per se need to use paracord for. Let's say you had paracord too, right? And you had both, right? Well, I'll just cut this cheap cordage because I'm just making a little loop so I can hang my lantern. I don't need to cut the paracord for that. That's not, and save that paracord for something a little bit more important, like a ridge line or something like that. Shelter building, right? Where weight bearing is probably more of an issue, where you want that tensile strength a lot more, durability and stuff like
that. The problem with the name paracord is there are the real paracord and there are the fake paracord.
Well, they have less tensile strength. Well,
Yeah,
and amongst everything, there's supposed to be these random non-fillers, these stupid fillers that I've seen before. I've never seen that in person, right? Because I remember this one camp out trip, and I found some cordage, right? It looks like paracord. Don't get me wrong. I know it's a little bit different. One of them had two. Well, they all had 7 strands, but some of them, it's supposed to be 7 strands and 3 individual strands. One of them was like 2 strands and stuff like that, right? But what I always say, unless you know where you got it from or whatever, try it out. Try it out. Try it out, right? It's supposed to be about, what, 50 pounds per each 7 strand? And the outer sheath is supposed to be like 200, isn't it? I thought that was the range for it.
Yeah, I believe
the tensile strength, the greatest amount that it could hold. Static, right? Not dynamic, right? Not in motion or anything like that, but static, just up and down, right?
Yeah, it is
the static.
Yeah,
You gotta remember that these tensile strengths are for static, right? So, I mean, if your inner strand's holding like, let's just say your inner strand held 30 pounds, 25 pounds, whatever, right? At least then you know for sure, right? You know for sure for this. You know, I rather just know for sure then, regardless, right? Because I've actually tried it out. You know, with like a dumbbell or something like that, a known weight that you know for sure how much that weighs, right? And it's like, well, I'm swinging a little. Yeah, it holds it up and down. I'm swinging a little, just like almost like you're sort of like putting in terms of golf. And it's like, well, I'm still holding. You know? Well, add 5 more pounds. Oh, that's where it started to break. Okay. At least then you would know. All right.
Yeah.
Then at least you would know, right? Versus, you know, not checking it out, right? It comes back to those some of those $80 survival kits or whatever, right? And some, you know, in our types of cordage, right? If you didn't check it, if you weren't sure, right? You know what I mean? Oh, well, it said it was paracord. Did you check it? Where'd you get it from? Right, or whatever, right? You know, is it actually? Does it even have strands on the inside, or is it just that kind of one solid piece?
The paracord I have has 7 strands, so inside. So,
like I said, and so that's why I always just take a little piece of it out and just hang something on it. And it's like, let me see. I want to know for sure. That way, you know that's safe working load, right? Because you actually seen. Let's say that inner strand held like 20 pounds, right? Since it's supposed to be 7. I could easily multiply that. Okay, well, give or take, all 7 strands can hold at least 100 pounds. At least, right?
Yeah.
Because I've held 20 pounds with 1 strand. So for sure, 100 pounds, right? Because I think in most situations, you probably would want to use, well, because you're not supposed to repel from it with that either, right? But you probably would use more as a safety net, right?
Yeah.
You know, you would have more than one line, right?
Yeah.
Because in certain, I'm trying to remember, they have multiple lines, not just one, right? So it's supposed to be as a redundant source, as a backup. So just in case one fails, it can still, like, let's say you got 4, one of them can hold it. It's just that it's just like an engine in a plane, right? It can run on one engine. It's just that it's a backup, really, right? That's a safety net, degree of a safety net, right? That's why they have more than one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because paracord and bank line are not the same as climbing rope. they're not the same thing, right? It's supposedly climbing rope is supposed to be meant for dynamic purposes, like climbing.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff like that.
And they have more elasticity in.
Yeah, they have a little bit more give and stuff like that, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
because one thing I say is like, if you don't, and I'm certain, go somewhere and like put your weight on it or put a known weight on it, right? It just has to be
Yeah.
slightly off the ground, right? If it falls, then you don't be up way up in the tree to see, right? Just slightly off the ground, like half, not even like quarter of a foot off the ground, right? Because it would be nice to know, hey, it helped my weight, because everyone weighs different too, right? Stuff like that, and what the type of gear you're putting onto it or load that you're putting onto it's gonna be different too. So
yeah,
because I'm pretty sure no one's just gonna hold their backpack up with one inner strand of paracord. Probably not, right?
probably not.
I don't know anyone's. Probably not, right? So you're probably not doing that, right? But in terms of like sewing purposes or fishing purposes, right? Then at least all right? I better know that, hey, at least it held. I know it held at least 20, 25 pounds, right?
Yeah.
So at least then you would know. Better to know it than just guess or assume something, right? Because then, like I said, then you tried it out yourself versus like assuming, all right? See, that's another thing about some of these our kits I've seen at certain points, right? Unless it's been tested before, you have no idea. You have no idea. So usually you're gonna be making a new kind of go bag, you said?
Well, I need to find the right bag first. I haven't decided yet.
Oh yeah, you gotta force it out.
I need the right bag for it, so.
I mean, honestly, I'm one that creates, so I generally prefer DIY or pre-bought. Right. I know there's one thing that someone said in terms of pre-buying something. It's not just what everything costs in total that makes the cost of the bag. It's including time and effort and manpower to put it together, source it out in the first place for you, because they're doing all the work for you in terms of putting the kit together, right? So you got to factor that into the price too, right?
Yeah. The problem with,
because there's way more expensive survival kits out there, right? There's bags and stuff like that are like hundreds, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. There's those crits that are $1,000, right? I've seen the videos out there and stuff like that, right?
The problem with those pre-made bug out bags or go bags or whatever, that is, first of all, they are really expensive.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yeah. And the second thing is that the gear in it is not the best quality you should like to have.
Always the best quality. Sometimes to fit into this $400 range for a price range. Sometimes it's just like the bag could be really great, but then it's just like, well, the knife is serrated, or how come they couldn't add in one more water filter?
Yeah,
right? Or something like that. I'm just naming examples from our base that I've seen from other people say, right? Or Yeah, something like that. Or the padding on the bag isn't as great as you would like. You know. That's why I rather put one together. And besides, you get to learn more from it too, generally speaking, because you know what's in it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You may save money, I mean, in terms of sourcing materials out, right? However, I guess DIYers also have that issue of trying to source it out. You know? Trying to find it, right? At a decent or good price for the quality. Right?
And the other problem with it is the gear you get in a pre-made kit is that the gear might not fit you and your purposes. So that is better to build your own bag from scratch, and you get the gear that fits you and your purposes.
The best thing you can, right? Honestly. I mean, exactly. There's always little things that you might have to consider is like, well, I still have to put socks in it. And some of them that can't be shipped with a lighter, for example, right? So you still might want to have to add that into, so you still have to factor that in.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying like all pre-made kits are bad. Some of them they look pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
They look pretty good. They look pretty good, right? Pretty good for what it is, right?
But there are kits that are really bad too.
You have to adjust your expectations for like $20, $30, $40, $50, $80, right? Adjust your expectations for the price range, right? You can expect a $20 bag or $50 bag, let's just say US, to have everything, right? Come on, it's only a $50 price tag, right? Because because if you think about it, they still have to make money off of it somehow, right? It's being sold to you. They still have to make money, right?
Yeah,
a little bit of money. They're not just selling it to you at cost, right? You know, because it's got to pay for shipping, the handling, the art, the research and the development, the materials and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So I always keep those things in mind too. Because I've seen some of these pre-made bags videos out there. I'm just like, you know, some of them I'm just like, yeah, I am totally would never want to buy that. I'd be pretty desperate to find it. I mean, it's one thing if it's the only thing to use, but if you have time, can spare a little bit more money in towards it, you know. Try to get a little bit better if you can, right? I mean, that's after squaring away some food and water already, right? Some of those things, right? Because obviously a bag's a bag, but you still need water and food. I hope, right? You know, we're not instantly, oh, hey, Shadow, let's go out with our bags for a whole week. Okay. Right? It's not always like that, right? Sometimes you're more likely to bug in and shelter in place. But there's times that you might have to leave with a bag. Unfortunately. There's plenty of examples too.
Yeah.
There's plenty of examples. Even this week and last week. Did you hear that incident in New York City?
What is the incident?
About the fire? Apartment fire? Oh, very sad, dude. Prayers to people.
Yeah, I heard. That
I
one.
mean, I don't know if. Yeah, and people on the side chat want to chime in on it too, or your opinions and stuff like that. I was just like, you know, and prompts to that one person that brought down a child from the 13th floor. That guy's, he's really awesome. Maybe even legendary, because he did something that not a lot of people would do, right?
Yeah.
Risking himself, help someone else, right? He didn't even know, right? Because I was just thinking to myself, could you make could I make it down? Well, because it's like 19 floors, right? I was just thinking to myself, and the thing is, that fire existed from the 3rd floor, and it's all because one person left the door open instead of shutting it behind them. So smoke filled out in the hallway, and then what happens when smoke gets superheated? It starts getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and just right. I think that's actually the main reason why a lot of people didn't make it.
Yeah, that is what I think. That's
probably the main reason. Right? That I know that's got to be the main reason, right? Unfortunately,
Yeah, I agree with you about that one. The problem is that superheated pretty fast.
Yeah, right. It becomes superheated gas.
Yeah.
And it starts to fill it up, and as carbon, well, I guess hydrogen bond with the oxygen in the air, it removes it, which means that you don't got any. All right. And remember, if I remember right, that fire started on the 3rd floor, so it's done. Keep traveling up now. All right. Because if I remember right, a lot of the windows were broken on the outside. There's no fresh air, right? In terms of the rules of free, right? 3 minutes without air, right? Give or take, right? Right. It's smoke that's not gets you first in a fire most of the time, right? It's not physically the fire itself or the heat. It's just that you just suffocate out, right? And that's unfortunate too.
Harvey says Angry Pepper, former New York City firefighter, did a show on the huge apartment fire.
Yeah.
I have to check that out later too.
I know because I heard about it on the news, then I decided to come back online on YouTube just to see more details, right? It's just like, So, I found on 3rd floor. I was like, yeah. Because it would have been different if it was on the top floor, right? It would have been different. It would have been different if someone closed the door behind them, right? So all these little things that made it in that way, right? And what's the funny thing? The funny thing is, in the videos that I saw, there's no fire escape on that building. Yet the building next to it has one, and it's shorter. So I don't know. It's just one of those things that, even if it was meant to happen, it shouldn't have been so devastating as an incident as it did occur, in my opinion. Right? Because these little things, right, that people do, right, or didn't do, or didn't add in, made it much more difficult for everyone else, right?
Yeah.
Not closing the door. There's no fire escapes on the outside, right? Stuff like that. Was there even pressurized doors in this apartment building? I don't know, right? I don't live in an apartment building, but my friends do, so. And I take this stuff quite serious too, because that can happen to anyone, right? They'll force you to bug out, for sure. A fire will force you to bug out. It does not matter. All right? Doesn't matter how much stuff you got. If you can't control the fire, if it starts, then you don't have to bail. It's just as simple as that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Hi, Vancy. You guys are still here, I see. Yeah. Because like I said, I always thinking to myself, I'm like, just imagine if you had a tank of oxygen. That could have been a prep right there for someone, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is or whatever because I've never had one, but I mean, like, I might have, if I was in that situation, it's like, maybe I should consider this or something, right? But it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's certain little things like that. Always breaks my heart. It always does. Right? Because, like I said, it's especially sometimes a lot of stuff is, would be didn't need to happen.
New York grandmother tricks would be scammer in trap video. Scammer knocked on door, got taken down.
I don't know. I'm not thinking, did I see that one? I don't know. It could have been a different one.
Yeah, they are.
Shadow, can I mention a story in here?
Yeah, sure.
I have. Now it's not as serious as what we've been talking about, but I remember this one time. I think I was out playing pool or something like that. We heard me and my friends. This is daytime, right? We heard a smoke alarm go off, right? And one of the first things I said, and I'm paraphrasing it all, it's like, what I said was, okay, guys, it's probably just a false alarm, but let's take a look. Does anyone see fire, smoke down the hall, or something like that? Let's just make sure. It's probably a false alarm, but I don't want to get burned. And I meant metaphorically and physically, right? Because just so we know, right? We're not assuming it's not, or it is, but let's see with our own eyes and not assume everything, right? Because it could be serious. We just wouldn't know, right? And not being complacent. It's like, oh, it's probably a false alarm. Let's just continue doing or whatever, right? And not just running out the door. Right? So it's like, do you guys see anything? We look over stuff out in the hallway and all this stuff. It's like, okay, guys, I don't see anything. Okay, it's probably a false alarm. In the next 5 minutes, it turned off in the next 2 minutes, but until then, we were like, okay, it's done. It was probably a false alarm, because we reassured ourselves a little bit more by actually checking and not assuming. All right.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And besides, it could have been like some sort of incident where knowing in advance would have been nice, right? Something, whatever, right? Active shooter or whatever, then at least we'd known beforehand too, right? Because we would see people coming down the hall or whatever, right? We'd hear something more, right?
Yeah.
But that's why it's just like, and the funny thing is, right? It's the first thing. As soon as that happened, that's the first thing I said, right? And you know what's funny? Everyone else decided to follow me in action. Right. I wasn't trying to lead the situation, but I was just being, common sense, right? Let's all work together on this, right? Because if it is serious, then we're still in it together, right? And it was just not just my friends, right? So we're all just taking a look, all right? Even the people that worked there, it's just like, I don't see anything, right? Kitchen and all this area, right? Not because I want to know, right? I'm there to have a good time, right? You know what I mean? It's probably, smoke alarm, it's probably just some, someone burned something probably, but just to make sure, right? Just to make sure, you know what I mean? Because what happens is when people don't check or assume it's a false alarm without checking, something does happen, that's when they get burnt, right? Because they become complacent about it. Oh, you know, we've heard this all day. It's false alarm this time. Well, maybe not this time, right? Because it only takes that one time for you not checking, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like with keys, and we say this about keys too, right? Getting locked out or whatever. That sucks too. Locking your vehicle out, right? You're locking your keys in your vehicle, right? You hear that happen too, right? You hear that all the time. Well, not all the time, but you do hear it from time to time, right? That's what I always say to myself, especially to one of my friends. You got your keys, right? You got your keys, right? Right, Shadow? I got my keys. They're in my pocket right now.
Yeah.
All right. Because it only takes that one time where you don't check, and then you get burned. Because you become complacent about not checking it, making sure with your own eyes, right? Or where you can feel it and stuff like that, right? It's just like because assuming is not the greatest thing to want to do at times, right? It's just like not checking your gear, right? Assuming it. You know what I mean? It's like, have you tried all this wire stuff? Have you tried all that tool card? Have you tried to do stuff with this? All right. Or are you assuming again, right? Because this, one of my other friends used to say this to me. See, you're assuming again. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I should have checked. Right. And made sure for sure, right? I remember one my other subscribers on the channel mentioned a story in a different live stream about some sort of backup generator and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Something happened, and you know what happened? There's no fuel in the generator because no one checked. Because everyone assumed.
That is great.
That's not the way. That is like, that's just silly, right?
Yeah.
And there's supposed to be checks on it, or not security checks, but checks, the maintenance of it, and people just assumed. It was like checked off and checked. It was checked. It was verified. No one actually checked. All they hear is like, I'm using this can as an example. All they hear is ring. Right? There's no fuel in there. And it was like something like they even looked and smelled it. There was never fuel in there either. Not even a drop. Didn't even have smell of gas or whatever fuel in there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, because if people check, then right? I'd rather know than not know at all. So that's all I have to say about that.
Harvey says, breaking news, Russia plans to install pro-Kremlin leadership in Ukraine. This kind of plotting is deeply concerning. White House says Russia is planning to invade and occupy Ukraine. That will mess everything up.
Oh, yeah, probably. Pretty certain about that. Pretty certain about that.
Yeah, so if they do, it will be war. So I hope they don't do what they plan in this case. I hope they can leave Ukraine alone.
I keep forgetting that people have come by. It's like, oh, by the way, I've been wearing this backpack since I got it in. Pretty much this whole time for even doing stuff too. Well, pacing a little. It's kind of hard to do stuff on panel.
Yeah.
That's why every so often you hear me mute the mic, is because I'm actually trying to move stuff and I don't want to interrupt. Because if it was one of my streams, it would be different. Right?
Yeah.
But this is not my stream, so I'm just merely a guest co-host.
Yeah.
I see. Lean on Prince.
Yeah.
Consider it, right? Well, I think you even considered that, didn't you? Didn't you, Shadow? Because I thought we talked about this before.
Yeah, probably.
About, I thought you had a ladder or something. Or something like that. Oh, on the lines of that.
Yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Harvey. That's the one. That's the link. Let's see. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, sightings reported over Sweden. That is serious.
You know, it's really funny. It's really funny for once. I swear I'm probably gonna get burned for it as soon as I say it. No one's called.
Okay.
For one, I said no one's called for once. Usually, every time I'm on here with someone, oh, CR's on live. He's doing a panel. Let's call him now. For once. That's why I usually don't leave the phone in the same room with me. It's slightly on the outside, where I can still hear it, but it's not that loud on the mic. Every time, it always derails me every single time. Please don't burn me. Please don't burn me.
Thanks, Harvey, for finding that one.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
The link about Sweden drone sightings reported over nuclear plants and palace. Days of sightings of drones over key Swedish sites, including nuclear plants, have prompted the country's security service to take the lead in an investigation. 3 nuclear sites have been targeted and sightings have been reported over airports and the royal palace. It was the royal.
Yeah. And that's another thing about checking the preps too. You're not assuming too, right? You're not assuming that much here, right? Because at least if you checked it last week, you checked it last week. If you checked it last month, you checked it last month. When's the last time you checked it? 6 months ago? A year ago? That in that amount of time can change a lot.
Yeah.
Week, month, maybe not so much. Generally, I like that. That 3-month thing is generally good before the season starts, or the end of the season, kind of. Well, before the next season starts. You know, for me here in Canada, it'd be like September, before winter. And for me, again, it'd be like around February, March to check in. Sometimes I have checked as early as January, but depends what I'm doing. Oh, I thought you froze there because you look so still. I was just like, did he freeze? Do I keep talking? Because you were talking for a bit there.
Well, I can sit pretty still if I want to.
Well, I can't because I'm wearing the bag. I'm still wearing the bag too, right? See, that's another thing where I'm trying not to assume, oh yeah, I can carry the bag, I can last that long, it could be on me for hours. So that's why I'm doing this too, right? It's to reassure, hey, I can carry this bag for long periods of time, right? Without resting so much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not that heavy, but at least I know this, right? It's just like, who asked that question about? No, it was Harvey who asked that about, have you tried to practice the bug out, right? Like I said earlier, it's just like, can you walk down, let's say your friend's place is a secondary location. Have you even tried that, right? And all this other stuff. I know Harvey is much more advanced, but I'm trying to get towards something a little bit more major.
Yeah.
But I gotta warm myself up to it. Because that is like much more major than anything else I've ever done. I'm trying to take baby steps into it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get discouraged. I don't, right? You know, I don't want to do like 8 hours when I haven't even tried one, right? I don't want to try out 100 kilometers when I haven't even tried 10, for example, right? You know, because it's going to be a much serious situation if something happens, right? You know what I mean? Like, safety net too, right? I don't want to purposely put myself in this situation that I don't have to, that I could, if I can avoid it, right? You know what I mean? I guess that's why some people say, you know, you got to try stuff outside on your own backyard, right? You know, set up the tent beforehand, right? I guess too, right? Yeah. I know one of my other friends always says that to me. Did you set up a tent already, Sierra? Let's make sure. I don't want to go out there camping and not have everything, right? Because it's annoying too, right? Because then you got to improvise and try to figure out a solution to the problem that you could have avoided if you set it up beforehand and been more proactive about it. You know, gave it more forethought instead of, well, in hindsight, right? Being more proactive versus reacting to it later.
Yeah.
If something else happened, right? Because usually what happens, I say usually, not everyone, but when you start reacting, emotions get involved, right? You might not be as calm in situations, right? Or adrenaline's or fear or whatever's controlling you more than rational thinking, problem solving, stuff like that. And in your normal state, day-to-day state, you would have figured it out, but because you were so hyped up, you weren't thinking straight. Right?
Yeah.
You know, because adrenaline can... I was going to say, adrenaline's a good thing, like, when garden prepping said, but then sometimes it makes you not think logically or rationally, because it's like almost instinctive versus training, or based on training instead, or prior experience.
Yeah, I agree. Training makes it instinct. It's in your muscle memory.
Second nature.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's just like cordage, right? It's just like, this is why I randomly do this now. Because if I randomly do it, it means that I gotta put myself back on the spot again. Obviously, I'm doing it on video or live, right? So, and sometimes I've shown that I screwed up, right? So, I'm not doing perfect every single time I do it, right? But this is why I keep practicing it. So hopefully, in time, it's just like, yeah, I can do it, yeah, right? Without even I'm watching myself doing it, right? Because I guess ideally you want it so you could, in a situation, you can almost do it blindfolded with gloves on. When you're really tired, no energy, yeah, you could still do it perfectly, flawlessly, right? I guess that'd be the ideal, right? If you could do that all the time, and consistently too, right?
Thanks, Vanicity.
Where are my good points?
For the reminder.
Good points on what? Of what? Good points on what? I didn't even know. Did we say anything? Good points on what?
Yeah,
I said a lot of things. I don't know which part was a good point. Or is it a good point that I made a good point? Just kidding. I'm just lost. I was not asking you about that Man City, what that was about. I figured I'd let you put it in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to assume anything. Because, yeah. I'll base it on what I hear and not what I think. And draw, apparently. Well, good thing on the bright side, Shadow, I didn't drop my mouse. God, I didn't drop my mouse. I almost dropped the mouse. I'm like, no, my mouse.
Your phone has been very quiet.
Hey, don't jinx it. Don't even say it. Don't even say it. This is why I gotta put it underneath something so it muffles the sound a little.
Yeah.
That way I can hit mute right away. Knowing my, I swear, if it rings in the next 5 minutes, I'll be like, I told you. Like, you just had to go say it and jinx it for me.
About
and I'll mute myself, put a phone emoji on the screen, and everyone would be like, oh, that's what Sierra's doing.
About 10,000 take to streets in Sweden, Stockholm, and Gothenburg to protest passes on Saturday. Okay, I didn't know that one. I think I need to check the news a little bit better than I do. $10,000, that's a lot of people.
10,000, that might be something you would see in a major sports event. Well, maybe about 1/10 of what you'd see in a major sports event. Well, in the past anyways. Or some sort of big festival. At least, right? So.
Yeah. I'm gonna check that article.
What's it, like even a school or whatever only has a couple hundred, right? So people. So 10,000 be like 10 schools coming together worth of people. So that's quite a bit. Quite a bit, give or take. Give or take 100 or whatever.
That's Charlie Victor passports and pandemic restrictions in the country.
Don't get me started on that. That's why I don't bring it up. That's why I don't bring it up. Other people can cover it all they want. That's fine with me. There are other things that are serious too, so. Not saying those things aren't serious, but, you know, making it alive from a burning building that's on fire, that's important too. That's important too. Right.
Yeah.
That's important too. That freezing to death, that's important too, right? That's important too, right? Let's remember in the last 2 years since the pandemic started, right? Other things have happened. Those people didn't make it out, not just because of from the pandemic, it's because of other things that could have even been more prevented, right? Or they could have had a better chance at. I'm not just talking like not just fire, but snow too, right? And you again, it's still not February. Still, right? It still hasn't been a year for those people in Texas.
Yeah.
And amongst other things, right, Harvey? It's only like the last month in the southeast of the U.S., right? With those twisters and stuff like that. Western in Canada, right? The flooding that happened back in November, it hasn't been that long, right? So, I'm not saying the pandemic's not important, but these other things are just as important too, right?
Yeah,
they're serious too, right? So, I mean, we're facing this multiple fronts, right? It's not just the pandemic to worry about.
Well, the pandemic has been for 2 years, so
it just
I think people
exacerbated everything over it. This other stuff was probably not happening anyways, right? You know, the flooding, the cold, or whatever, the fires and all that stuff, but it doesn't make it any better, anyways.
I think people would like to go back to the normal again, but I don't think it will be.
The only real couple things really aren't that normal for me is like the socializing aspects of it. That's about it. To a certain degree, and to a certain degree, other little things, right? But other little things, they're still the same for me, right? You know, I'm still streaming, I'm still coming on panels, I'm still talking to you guys, right? We just have more to talk about, right? It hasn't changed the way that I've, you know, check my bags every 3 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I will be back in a minute.
All right. Okay, I guess I have to fill in the air here. I'm waiting for Harvey to queue up that link right here. You know what? Which one I'm talking about? Right, Harvey? Come on, Harvey. Come on. Now's a good time, right? I'm the only one here. I gotta fill in the air while Shuttle's gone. Hopefully not for long. You know. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to talk about, people. Nah, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I don't know what to talk about right now. I feel like I should actually probably take a break for a moment here. Have a sip. So yes, Healer's still wearing this backpack randomly. And yes, it has made an appearance on the videos and on the live streams. So For people that say, "Oh, I got no weights to work out or whatever," well, this is the way I'll work out like this. And see, just like that, I said enough BS there until he came back.
I need to check that.
I'm just kidding, Harvey. I was just kidding, Harvey. I was just shooting the breeze until he came back. Right? Placeholder, right? Something to talk about until he came back.
Let's see what that little link says. Harvey always find those links. Okay.
It's above freezing. That's how warm it is out west. It's probably warmer. It's warmer out west than some places out east. It's warmer here than some places in the U.S. So, because I think there's an extreme cold morning out east right now in Canada. It's nice out west. For once. The cycles of heat and cold. Well, I should say less cold and colder. And Arctic cold, right? This is one thing, Shadow, that I knew to a certain degree. Didn't know exactly when during the year or season. I knew it was either going to have to deal with a lot of snow or extreme cold, or both. Right? So I made sure I planned it ahead as much as I could. Right? And the thing is, we've been getting a lot of places out west here. I've been getting freezing rain. So, but I knew ice is going to be one of those issues because what happens when it gets warm? When you have snow on the ground, it gets warm during the day. It gets cold at night. It freezes again, right? So you get that ice build.
Yeah, and it gets really slippery.
You know, couple years back, I think it is during 2019, 2018, or whatever, something like that. One of the things I bought at a yard sale, grand sale, was ice cleats. Out of season. $2, right? Not the best, per se, but better than no ice cleat and no traction, right? Because the thing is, for $2, it could prevent me from having to go to a hospital because I broke my leg because I slipped on ice. Which would be pretty bad right now, right? I'm just saying. I would have to be in the waiting room and do all this extra stuff unnecessarily, right? Because I don't want to be waiting room for 4 hours. That's something I want to prevent, right? Because it's no fun, right? Because it's kind of interrupts your day, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if it happened today, then I wouldn't be here talking. I wouldn't be here on the stream, on the panel, then you'd be here alone, then I would feel bad. I'd be like, sorry, Shadow, I couldn't make it. I broke my leg because I didn't have any ice cleats this time. I knew I should have bought them at that yard sale 2 years ago for $2. Something like that, right? I justified on like $2. Yeah, I'm getting those for $2. It'll definitely be worth it.
You mean igloo, Harvey?
Well, Quincy is different. A Quincy is made from piling the snow and then hauling it up. Igloo has to be used with special kind of snow that's blocked and formed in a certain way.
You mean
igloo is made from making the shell of it, but the inside's hollow already. But a Quincy is snow piled on top of it, on top of the pile, then hollowed out. There's a slight difference. For most people can make a Quincy, not an igloo. For the most part, in igloo, you can only make that in the Arctic.
So basically, it is a pile of snow, and you dig it out. I think
Hey,
I did.
Lewis.
I think I did something like that when I was a kid, and was in the elementary school. We piled up a huge pile of snow and we dig it out. It was
I
fun.
think I heard someone be doing it soon. They told me. I'm pretty sure they told me in their response, their reply to me in the comment. They're to make a Quincy. Supposedly this weekend. So I guess you might see that video and be like, "Oh yeah, that's the one that Cena was talking about. I see that video now." Yeah. I sort of have one going, but I haven't totally hauled it out. It's like about 4 or 5 feet tall, but one of the things I like to do during the freeze and frost cycle during the season is like anytime there's actual like liquid water, I pour water on the Quincy. Because what happens when water freezes? It turns into ice, right?
Yeah.
And ice is obviously going to be better overall because it'll last longer too. Because it'll be more structurally stable because there's more water than air. Right? Air's not the support weight. Water will. Right? Especially, you put air stuff. If I wanted to, I could put air stuff into it. I haven't really done that. But it is possible to do some sort of structure like that if you really wanted to. I think I would do that in a long-term situation where I desperately actually had to use it. So how long are you planning to go for? I figure I asked for once.
A Quincy is a Canadian snow shelter that is made from a large pile of loose snow which is shaped and hollowed.
Yeah, what CR said like 5 seconds.
Okay, I need to check that out.
See, one thing I did this year slightly different is that I let the pile stay there for a while before hauling it out. Because it does help to have metal tools like a metal shovel. Because the plastic one's not that cutted because the snow's too dense. It's too ice-like. You won't be able to dig into it as much, right? So our metal shovel is probably more ideal for something like that.
Yeah, I see a picture of a Quincy, and it is very similar to what I built in the elementary school.
Yeah, like I said, most places can build a Quincy. Not everywhere can build an igloo. An igloo needs special conditions for the snow. Because you're using blocks to make the dome and all that stuff. Because you build outside that circle, then, right? And then you get that final block at the end. Almost like the keystone in a bridge, right? Or an arch bridge, that kind of thing, right? Then you haul out an entrance and stuff like that, right?
This is in contrast to an igloo, which is built from blocks of hard snow and a snow cave, constructed by digging into the snow. That one we built in the elementary school. The fun part was that our teachers, he helped us to build it. So we had a huge pile of snow, and then he poured some water over it.
Exactly, right? Like what I said, right? Because it'll freeze it over and make that kind of...
Yeah.
You'll have more water than air in the structure. Because air's not going to support weight. Water's not be supporting the weight.
So and we let it set for 24 hours. And when we get day after, we got there and began to shape it and dig straight into it. And it was the shape was like a golf ball shape to it almost. It was
I
really
always consider it as like a dome. It's gonna be very similar shape in terms of an igloo, but kind of dome shape, half a ball, half a sphere shape, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it was more like a dome, but it was a cool thing to
Like
build.
the inside, you're trying to smooth it out and stuff like that. So
Yeah, we did.
stuff like that.
We tried
I know
to
some
smooth.
people put sticks in there, so like when you're hauling it out, as soon as you see sticks start showing on the inside, that's where you stop. So you don't, because you don't want to make the walls too thin.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the
Right.
technique.
I mean, another thing I do is, I know people will pat on with their shovel, or well, sometimes they step into it. They flan it with their shovel too, because again, you want to. It's like making a snowball, right? The more you squeeze in it, you squeeze out the air. So, and like I said, water's gonna be, well, the water's gonna support the weight. Air's not, there's no support in air, all right? Because you don't want just snow. It's not right. Snow's not the holding weight.
Harvey sent you a question, CR.
I don't know. I don't have any the sand around here.
And I guess to build a Quincy of sand must be a little bit more difficult. Because sand is much.
Sand behaves differently. There is a way of doing it, but it's different. Like, I seen this in a video where they actually had to layer some mesh every so often and layer it in there, because sand will start to slip out, right? But the mesh held it together. But it was like every half an inch they had to put that mesh back in, right? But they held up a vehicle with that, so it is possible, but you have to do it in a certain way, because the sand will automatically want to slide out, right? The mesh kind of helped it, so it doesn't want to slide out. In terms of the sliding, snow sticking, that prevents it from sliding out. That's why you want ice in the structure, right? You want more water in the structure, not just air. Because the water's not stick together, right? Help it stick together. It's like making a snowball, right? There's a certain point where fluffy snow, you have to squeeze it really hard, a lot, to get it into a ball. If it's a little bit warmer out or slushy snow, it's easier to make a snowball, or make a snowman or snow person, for example, right? You're not gonna make a snow person with fluffy snow. No, it's not gonna happen. It's just, there's not enough. It doesn't want to stick, right? So then, yeah. Hey, wait a second. I never heard Harvey ever say interesting in one of my streams.
Well, sometimes it has to be the first.
Unless you're talking about what I just said, it's interesting. Then I'll be like, okay. You're saying that what I said was interesting.
Well, he find it
Never said
probably interesting.
you never used the word interesting in my streams. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Be right back. I gotta use.
Yeah. Well, and This spring, I plan to try to grow some veggies on my balcony. So I hope that will work. Because I had in mind to do, I planned to do that last year, but that didn't work. Actually, I didn't have the right stuff for it. So I hope I will begin to grow something, veggies. And okay, Harvey, that was interesting. Audiences to be put in hypnotic trance at Swedish Film Festival. 3 screenings at this year's Gothenburg Festival will transform the audience's state of mind with a live hypnotist on stage. Okay, Van City. It's okay. Don't worry about that, Van City. Well, if you have to relocate, you have to. Nothing you can do about it. It's just relocate.
Yep, just like how I had to relocate some water.
Yeah, you can do that too. Relocate your water. But anyway, this spring, anyway, I hope I can begin to grow some veggies. That would be awesome. But I need to begin earlier. I believe it is in April or yeah, I believe it's April. I have to. Okay.
Those are the seeds from last season, by the way.
Okay. So, grow easy things. I have had in mind tomatoes, maybe some herbs like thyme, basil.
Well, you got to make time for time, right? Figure I'd throw that in. There's always time for a pun. This is where Van City's just going to be like, did he just say that? Did he just say that? And I'd be like, yeah, I just said that. Yeah. And when you do more...
Do more what?
I'm trying to let you do more talking so I can type.
Do more talking. Well, grow some herbs. Time. I think I'm plan to get those growing bags. But the question is if I need to cultivate them outside on the balcony straight away, or if I have to cultivate them first inside the apartment. I have planned.
Well, sometimes the best way to learn something is by doing, right? Don't assume, right? Sometimes you learn from experience, right? I mean, yeah, knowledge is out there, right? But you don't gain experience by just reading. You gain experience by doing.
Yeah.
So, get the dirt time.
My idea
like literally the dirt time.
My idea was to put the seeds straight into the grow bags. Yeah. Yeah, that's the light, yeah. Yeah, that is true, Van City.
Is someone trying to be funny? Oh, did I just say that?
Well, it's nice with some humor.
Let's see who can randomly guess what this is. If you pay attention to some of the live streams I've done, this will become very apparent what it is. You just can't tell because it usually doesn't look like this.
Hey, Mary. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, Mary. Hi.
The problem is I have 2 cats and they would eat my plants if I would have them indoors. So that would be a little bit of a problem. Because my cats would eat.
It's the top of the hour, isn't it? You have a watch, don't you? I could have sworn I just heard that. Wait, here's ding ding.
That looks like.
So we're gonna see who can guess what. See, I can almost. I'm trying to demonstrate it a little.
That looks like a seed or.
I'd say we played 20 questions, but more like 19.
Oh boy, Jenny. Oh. I have to keep my plants up high so my dog doesn't water them. Well, my kids would eat my plants if I have any.
Well, it brings their own challenges, whatever it is. If it's not the insects, it's not the birds, it's not the cats, it's not the dogs. Right? everything brings their own challenges, right? So whatever it is, right? Do what you can, right? Do what you can.
Yeah.
Use what you got, too, right? So try to gain something out of it.
Yeah, I need to figure that out and how I'm gonna doing that. Because I want to grow something, at least to begin with. And I had in mind to get me a hydroponic system as well.
Yeah.
Because that is more a system that, well, you fill the system with the water and
Well, Vinci, I think you need a little bit more than just putting it in. It's a little bit not. I would say it's not that it's hard, but it's a little bit more than just picking up some seeds and do it, right? Water.
Yeah, and you
water. You know, try to improve the soil as much as possible to maximize your kind of how productive or yield size, whatever it is, right? Regardless if you're doing compost or not, organic or not, chemical fertilizer versus organic versus like granule versus liquid or all that stuff, right? Because you know what I'm thinking, and I still think this is not still happening if it hasn't happened already or will happen anyways, is that fertilizer is going to go up. The demand for it's going to increase. In my opinion, I'm really, ever since last year, I was already thinking about that. And I'm like,
yeah, it is. Most of the things is pretty easy to grow. Some others
because something
are a little bit harder.
Right, some of them you got to prune, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost connection there for a split second there. I just had both my screens just went blank. I'm like, circle. I'm like, no, did I lose connection? Hey, it's Uncle Al. Hi, Uncle Al.
Hey, Uncle Al.
In terms of like growing stuff, sometimes you got to put some work into it too.
Yeah, I got a link, Uncle Al. Don't worry.
Yeah, tomatoes, right? Pruning. It's an eventuality to prune them, right? But yeah, you're right. You're like I said too, right? Sometimes the best way is just to do it, right? You know, get a sense of it. Uncle Al wants to join us. That'd be fun. This is funny. Uncle, you never joined this late on for this stream. I'm always the last one here. I'm always the last one here. If I'm here, I'm always the last one here. Or Uncle Al's over here.
Hey, Uncle Al.
Smile, be happy. It's first day of sunshine here. First day it got up to 60 degrees. No fog, no weird things happening.
Uncle Al, it got warm here. Like warm, like snow melting warm.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the whip. But I have to tell people we have to be careful. From now until February, we might have a spike. A spike. That's when the jet stream takes a weird turn, and where you're at, it's going to go past it, and you're going to get a little bit warm air, but also come back, and you might, it's 80 degrees outside. Next day, it's like, what do you mean it's below zero?
Well, I would be more concerned about if you're along the jet stream path, right? Because that cold Arctic air meets that moist southern air, right? What happens? You get snow.
Right, but the
problem you're not get that precipitation following that snow.
Right,
and you're not get accumulations then.
Right, but it's two jet streams. The one that's coming up north is the high jet stream, and then you have the low jet stream that has all the moisture.
Okay.
I keep warning people, Washington, it's either snow or flooding. And somebody didn't listen to me. And I keep telling people, get sandbags right now and start stockpiling. And people like, it's going to snow. And like Couple's cat, the beaver pond overflowed because.
Hey, I wasn't trying to. I didn't want to elaborate too much on that. I didn't want to bring that up, but I mean, wait, I said that out loud. Sorry, Hopefuls. I'll bring it up.
Yeah,
I didn't bring it up.
It's like
I didn't bring it up.
I'm old as dirt, and I go snow camping like Hooples, but it gets to a point where nope, I'm going back into the camper. And everybody's seen on my channel, I have a nice camper. So if it's snowing outside, I go in the camper and click on the heat and keep nice and warm. And it has a toilet inside, so I don't have to do my business in 0 below degrees. Because I'm not kidding, folks. Tent camping in the snow is an art. And if you do it wrong, I mean seriously wrong, CR, you can click on. Remember when you see the tent almost collapse with snow and see all the beaver water come up? That cracked me up because the snow falls on top of the beaver pond. Where does the water go?
Oh, I was just thinking. I mentioned this to Hooples on as a comment. I was just thinking he had cordage. He had a Mylar space blanket. I was just thinking to myself, well, he could have used it to block more of the wind, block more of the snow from falling on the tent, create more of a microclimate, more walls between him to the outside, to the snow.
Right. That's why I always carry a drop cloth. Remember my videos?
Yeah, because
I show people how to do a bubble, and then you put the space blanket in the bubble as a secondary tent. 2 things on snow camping. You want to stay off the ground. That's the biggest thing. Because I keep telling people, if you're on the ground, if you're on the ground in snowy climates without insulation, you're going to die from hypothermia. And Hooples did not have enough insulation between him and the snow, and he almost died.
Because I was also thinking, I mean, I think he would have did it in a real survival situation, but used the bowels around him to elevate off the ground even more, right? Because bushcraft community always suggests that, right? 6 inches and all that stuff. Well,
if you're doing that kind of weather snow, you should be about minimum 6 inches. Me, I take about 1 foot. And I learned dirty tricks when I snow camp. I heat rocks. So you put it inside your plastic bubble and tent, hot rocks, a bucket of it. You don't have to worry about freezing in the snow. You have hot rocks keep you nice and warm.
Uncle, I was just going to mention this one little story here. I showed this in the video before on the channel a long time ago, back in 2018, 2017, where I made a snowball to block the wind because we were out on the lake camping out. I was just doing it because we had this ring fire. Well, it was elevated off the ground, right? So it wouldn't melt through. And it was on wooden blocks, so the middle of the fire pit wouldn't melt into the ice, right? But I just made that for the hell of it. I was just like, well, it's blocking the wind. So I decided to use snow to block the wind.
Right. And if you
that could have been possible for him.
Right. And if
pile it up, blocks the wind.
You block the wind, but inside where the wall is, you put the space blanket on, so any heat coming off the tent goes back into the tent.
Yeah, you're containing it a little bit more because if I remember right, windshield will always blow that heat off of you, off your shelter. If you can keep it more centered in around you, it'll feel warmer.
Yeah, that's why I tell everybody 5 lengths of paracord and 1 big space blanket, a good one, the foil type, or several space blankets. Put one as a thermal layer for you to sleep on, another one block off the wind, and if you have any fire or heat source, it'll reflect back, not going out, and none of the wind blowing it away. And it's like I seen this guy, he paid $150 for a wind sack from a fancy company I won't say, from Canada, and it was on Hoople's video.
Oh,
The wind sack. I'm like, it's a garbage bag. You're putting a garbage bag on you to keep the wind off. $150 made out of nylon.
well, what did you know? What I said earlier. I don't know if you were. No, you probably weren't in, Uncle Al. I said about contractor bags. This was like using 2 of them to make a 210.
Yep, 210 will work.
You know, because one of the things I've learned about shelter is like microclimates and like smaller spaces heat up faster and stuff like that. Conduction loss, convection, and all that stuff, right?
Right. It's like I teach my nephews how to make a fire bed, but I told them you have to do it right, and usually I have a fire extinguisher nearby because they do it wrong. I'm the old school, Jordan.
Yeah.
When you make a fire bed, you're supposed to have 2 feet of dirt.
Yeah.
Okay? Not 6 inches. Why? Because your sleeping bag is on fire, and Uncle Alan's waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning like, you stupid kid. With the fire extinguisher putting out the fire.
Do you smell that, Uncle Al? Yeah, I think it's that sleeping bag over there, Uncle Al.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
It's like, I seen them burn holes because 6 inches is not enough dirt. And one guy did this on a loan. I'll put hot rocks and dry, he had 6 inches of pine bar or bark, Once it's dry and you put hot stones in it, what happens to that?
It starts to combust.
Yeah, big time. And then
it starts to smoke and it starts to, right?
Yeah, and I was watching, he had to quit because he burned down his shelter, food supply, and all his supplies went up in smoke, except for the radio. He almost went too. 42 days out there, and he's about to win, and he burned everything up. So, like I said, folks, I think I only got like 13 videos left, and I'm changing my format because YouTube's acting crazy again. We could blame that on the Chinese. Because
How does YouTube acting strange?
Hey, Victoria May.
Hello.
I've never met you before. I'm sorry.
I wanted to show you a project that I came up with out of my mind, and it was based around prepping and hiking, camping, fishing. You could use it for multiple purposes. And it's made out of paracord. And I'm the only one that makes it. You're not going to find it on the store. Let me grab it.
That's a really nice lady.
Mm-hmm. Who I just met right now.
Yeah, well, you should check her channel out, by the way.
It goes over you like a sash here. I'm making another pocket that'll go across the front here. And it sits on your hip, and you have a pocket here for your whatever. You could use the pockets for anything. It's got another bag here that you can untie and use this bag. The outer edges is glow in the dark, and the tie and everything on them that the pockets are held on with are glow in the dark. That way, during the day, you're hiking, right? You've got it on. It's getting the sun's light to make it light up. And then if you put it down at night somewhere and you still have something on it that you wish to grab, at least you'll find the bag because it's glowing. But it's as a sash. You can hook your carabiners, I never say that word, to it anywhere along the way. I'm making a long bag so that if you wanted a long bag on the back part, if you're a bow hunter, say, and you need a long bag to put your arrows in, that way your arrows are here and you can just reach back and grab them. Or a machete, it's here, you can reach back and grab it instead of having it on your hip or tied to your leg, whatever. Or like I said, I could put the longer pocket on the front. Here, this is the start of the longer pocket that I'm working on. Now, it's not going to be as long as all of that, because once it's done and wider, it'll fold in half so that it'll be about that long. So about the length of a machete or some arrows or whatever. Or I could just put once it's thicker, because I'm going to make it about that much thicker, let me see, about that much thicker. And so I can attach it to the front here. Let me see if I can get this in the screen. Let's see. Everything's backwards. This way. Okay, so it'll attach this way. And then the pockets, I can put the glow-in-the-dark, every few things for like the fishermen that have those little plastic boxes that are about this wide, this thickness, so that you could stick them in to the little pocket. So there's a lot of different ideas with it. I have made one other. This is only the second one I've ever made. I made one other for a friend of mine who carries a gun and his ammunition, and it's got a pocket up here, and that's what his gun goes in. And then down here in these pocket, the one down on his hip has all of his extra clips and stuff in it.
Now
So
I have to ask a question: is this all one piece of line?
Well, the pockets are detachable. This pocket and the other pocket you can detach. The rest of it is all together. It's the sash portion and the other
So
pocket.
this is crochet together, hey?
Here
Or
is all, and it's over 1,000, about 1,100 foot, maybe a little bit more, a paracord.
Wow.
And
I guess
it's
I'm gonna have to go buy a spool.
200, I think it's 274 weight. And it's the way I'm doing it is I crochet it.
Right. I used to crochet, so I know what you're talking about. So it's in 100-foot sections.
Excuse me?
100-foot sections of the paracord, not one piece.
Well, the little pocket, I'm not really sure how much footage is in the little pocket. The main part is almost 1,000 foot of paracord, minus this longer pocket that I'm making. The total of what I bought paracord for this particular project was like 1,150 foot, but that included 50 foot of the glow in the dark, and then 100 foot for this plus the sash, and then the little pocket was like 100 foot, worth of paracord.
Because I used to crochet, but I had to quit. I have arthritis.
I do too. I have degenerative arthritis, and boy, it hurts. I tell you, it's a lot of work, and it hurts to do it. But I've never seen anybody else take the time. You can find the little bracelets, and you can find occasionally the bags for your bottles and stuff, like small projects.
Right.
But nobody's ever. And I also made a hammock out of paracord, and
See, what can't you do with 4DJ?
Yeah. A problem with that is it's the cost.
The hammock was a good idea when I started, but it's very, very heavy because it's 3,000 and about 3,000 to 300 foot worth of paracord. All of this is.
Well, at least we know it's strong.
Right.
So it, and
all of us could probably fit on it and be like, let's all sit down.
This outer edge is 250. So it's stronger than the inner stuff is 174,
Yeah.
but the outer edge is glow in the dark, and it's made from 250 paracord. And so let's see if I can see. You can see the difference. It's much thicker.
Right.
And I'm 5'3". So it's just a little above my head, about this much above my head, and the same distance below my feet. So if I lay it on the floor and I lay on it, I've got about that much above my head and below my feet. So it's just a little bit longer and taller than 5'3".
Right.
And but boy, is it heavy. And so I'm like, nobody's going to want to pack this thing around with them. It's not going to be like a backpacking.
No, because two reasons why they don't do paracord for bigger projects: the weight, the cost, and also it snags. It snags big time. Because I had friends of mine trying to make ponchos and shawls out of it, and I told them, you know how much that's going to weigh once you put it on? And they said, it's not going to be that heavy. I measured it out to 40 pounds. Nearly killed the guy.
Well, this would work, not if you're hiking, but if you're like boondocking or something, but you're in a tent. This also could be used as a mat, you know, for the floor, to keep your either sleeping area off the ground a little bit, or for like kind of like a rug for inside your tent.
Basically, yep. It's going to be like a tan mat or a rice mat. It's mostly for if you have an area where you have a vehicle to carry it for you, because I don't think nobody wants to carry that on your back.
Right,
for about
right.
6 miles. You'll see it on.
Yeah. You can put it. It's like I see videos where they have the snow sleds. It's still a bit of weight that you're going to be pulling with you, but you can do it like if you're snow sledding. I wouldn't do it if I'm backpacking, because that's a lot of weight on your back. But like if you're have one of those snow sleds things, or I have a wagon type thing that folds up, and it holds 200 pounds. So, you know, that in a way like that, it might be a little bit more feasible. But, you know, no grabs on the hammock rug thing.
I think I got an idea. But first, before I say that, I actually, when I was trying to knit, I actually used paracord instead of actual like wool or yarn or something like that, because it was more forgiving and I could actually see everything.
Yeah, well, and it's gonna last a lot better.
Trying to make it into something. I actually had to reuse it for something else, but it's just so I can
Somebody
actually
suggested
see it, right? Because I can see it better. Because well, because the strands are bigger, right? So I can actually see. Oh yeah, this is how it's supposed to look like, right? Because with yarn, it's just like. Because it's different, right? Because the texture of it is different and stuff like that.
But you know, if you need a rope, you know, you got the paracord to take apart.
No, you know what I was just thinking? If it's possible to make a ladder out of that instead, then.
No, because some guy tried it and he broke both his legs. Does not work.
Okay, forget what I said. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Because it was on YouTube too.
It was just a thought.
He made a ladder. And the guy made the rungs out of paracord. I thought, he's going to die horribly, because paracord is not textile. You know, he had it set up, both lines going down, looks great. It took him so much paracord to make 6 feet, and still he broke both legs. I can't figure out how, because there were no wood in it, because if he put wood, that'd be add more weight. He wants something lightweight to put out the window.
Oh, I see what you're talking
about. And he did that. First 2 rungs he made by, and then when he stepped on the 3rd rung, thunk. And then The wind.
Maybe you should have tried it before hanging outside.
Right.
You want to bore. I think that's what you call it. You put a piece of wood through it, and it's like a.
Right. It's a step, a rung.
So that you can make the main
because
frame
real escape
and
ladders have that, right?
the main frame of the ladder and the steps of the ladder, you want to use wood, and you want to bore through those so that you can then take your paracord, put them through the bored holes, and wrap them around real good.
Right.
I've never heard of anybody trying to do a complete ladder out. No, but I have seen them do what I just spoke of, and it worked out pretty well. Or if you're just using it as like to throw your food up in the tree to get it out of length, but it is pretty strong paracord.
Yeah, except for a couple of things. I seen Wes S try to butcher a pig with paracord, and God, that was a total mess.
Oh.
Because paracord is not a rope. I keep telling people this. It supports weight up to 45 pounds. Individual strands. It's not a rope. You can't pull your car with it.
Well, this is rated up to this paracord that I bought is rated up to 174 pounds.
Right, that's per inch. It's not physical weight. If you put a 175-pound pig on that line, it won't hold it. 175 is pull. It's not hold mass. So if you put a parachute with one paracord line and you throw out a 175-pound man out the thing, it's not going to hold him, and you go, ah, and then splat.
Well, that's why you use more than one line on a parachute.
Right.
Well, that explains a lot. See, we're learning this is why parachutes have more than one line.
It's also 175-pound square inch pressure. And Wes put a fairly heavy hog, is like 200 pounds. And he's like, I got this tensile paracord. It's good up to it. Wouldn't hold the pig. It just, you hear the tree branch go, and then all of a sudden, snap. And the pig, he was gutting at the time. So it wasn't very pleasant for the people around him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was covered in pig guts.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't eat meat, so I'm glad that I don't watch that.
Yeah, but I keep telling people paracord is cordage. It's not a rope. It's two different factions. Same thing with flint and steel. You're trying to make a spark, and then after you get the spark, you go to the next step, which is ember making and ember producing, and everybody gets those two confused because sparking is easy. Yeah. Like what he's doing, that's easy. But retaining the spark, okay, CR. But I know. You have to have char cloth. Wait until he folds it up and strikes, and it's lit.
No. I
was just there's a lot of different materials that you can use to hold the fire once you spark it.
Amber.
Is, you can take cotton balls and Vaseline and use that as a fire starter. You can use lint from your dryer the same way. You just
people get confused. Amber technology is holding the spark until you get a little coal, and then you add it to other stuff to create flame.
Right.
But they keep whatchamacallit? Yes, exactly. Paracord strap things together.
Always ready.
Right. Yeah. But I think this would be pretty strong.
Yeah, it is, because it has mass. And the trouble with mass is you have to decide, do you want the weight of it, or because if you're in a truck, that's not a problem. But if I have to go 20 miles.
Yeah, you have transportation or convenience, right? But if you're on foot, that's a totally different.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
if I had to judge the weight of this, I would think it's about 10 pounds, 15 at most.
About 20.
I don't know.
It's close enough.
Yeah. So, it weighs about the same as if you were probably taking a solar power bank with you.
Yep.
It's like carrying that with you. So
yeah, but poundage hurt after you do 10 miles.
Well, even a feather, if you carry a feather like this for miles and miles, that feather gets heavy.
I've been carrying this bag since I've been here. I'm still carrying this bag.
Yeah, but you figured out how much weight you could take. If I put like 60 pounds in it, I don't think you'll be walking straight after 3 miles.
Right. But I just wanted to share my projects. I've never seen anybody. The sash is a different story. It's not heavy like this,
right,
because you do have that on you, and so it's not real bad. Actually, the bigger the person, the more paracord you're going to have to use.
True.
Obviously. But and the more weight it's going to be, but because of the style of the sash and the way you're carrying it,
right,
it doesn't feel, it's not heavy as far as having it on you, but it's heavy enough to hold it into place so
right.
that it's not going to slip.
Another thing I keep telling people is you have to look at things as objectively, because everybody told me, oh, those are blanket rolls the Russian soldiers have strapped on their chest. And I said, no, that's incorrect. And they all look at me, then what is it? I keep telling them it's a great coat. And they look at me like, what's a great coat? It's those long, heavy coats they wear. That's what's across their chest bundled up.
Right.
And I keep telling people it's not a blanket roll, because I used to do blanket rolls a lot for my
So
Civil
it's now
War.
No, somebody said this particular project would be good for like a Down syndrome child.
Yes.
They call them weighted blankets, because I don't know, I guess it's a comfort for them to have something heavy weight laying on top of them. So this is could be used as a weighted blanket for camping if you've got a child that's that way. But thank you. I just wanted to come up and show you my project.
That's really cool.
That's great. Like I said, you have to be creative to do stuff. If they don't do it,
finally, Uncle Al said the words.
Yeah, you have to do it. Do it yourself. Find out if it works or not. Because I tell a lot of people I do all sorts of stuff, and then everybody else tries to copy it, and they do it really bad. Like I said, I have to.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm working on it.
It's like I'm doing another video because I had one guy, Bill Milton, ask me about it because he can't afford Mylar bags, and I said, "You got soda bottles? Wash them out, dry it, and you put in your rice and beans in that." And still, people don't get that. I'm looking at them like, then you put the bottle in a metal case so the rats don't eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy. No air.
Just like your what's that called?
The paracord?
No. Not the prison match. The
slow match.
Yeah, the slow match.
Oh yes.
Like I could do that. I don't have the tube with me, but I could do that with a dead lighter and a piece of condom-based cordage.
Right, and also
pretty easily too.
Pretty easily, and if you add a little bit this on it, it'll flare up really good.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to go back into the chat and listen to you all. And thank you for letting me show you my project.
No, it's a great project.
You're very welcome.
You've got to come back and show me more.
Yep.
Yeah, please do.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. You guys have an awesome day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
That was really nice stuff.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, you like CR and you, Jordan, you have to be creative, folks, because a lot of stuff you buy nowadays is, how can I say it? Garbage. Because a lot of the Chinese stuff is like I heard.
Well, it's not only then Well, then it's not only that, because a lot of things are mass produced now too, right?
Right,
So
right.
there's right. I mean, those things when something's mass produced, well, there's errors every so often, right?
Or a lot
Bad
of
lemons
errors.
every so often and stuff like that. Quality control too, right?
Right. Somebody
Oh,
better
we
tell
check
that.
they don't check every one, they check every like 10,000.
Right.
So
Tell that to China. China has a bad record for quality control. Now, this I tell people because I did a video on it. My
is that
French,
Mesquite?
It's French 52.
Mesquite, right?
Mess kit. And I keep telling people this is simple. Just hang it on your belt with a carbiner. And it's like I had people, Uncle Alan, my water filter won't reach the water. I'm looking at them. You got a plastic jug, right? Get a carbiner, take some paracord, tie the paracord to the carbiner and the jug handle, and you throw the jug into the area where you're trying to get water.
And maybe a little bit of rocks in there to
yeah.
weigh it.
And he says, it works. Now what? And I'm like, oh, God. It's like this all the time.
It's like fishing, right? You got to reel it in.
Yeah. It's just reel in the jug, put the jug down. You're not going to drink the water with the rocks in it. You're putting the tube for the water filter in there to pump it into your canteen. And he's still like, I don't understand, Uncle Al.
That's like something I would do if there was a river, right? And you can reach in and something like that. So you have to pull the water towards you, right?
Right. It's like there's full of gators in there. I'll just go over there and reach. No, I'll throw in the jug. If jug gets attacked by the gator, so what? But most of the time they won't. And you just pull in the jug and you got water. Nothing missing, like fingers, arms, or you got a gator on you. And then you pour out the water or pump it.
I think that's Uncle, I think that's important to always have spare containers in your bag so you can actually do something like that if you had to.
Or just get an empty plastic jug with a handle. It's free. Everybody's tossing them all over the place. I have 2 here full of water. Didn't cost me anything, and it's the right kind of plastic, folks. It's the heavy-duty one. You don't want to use milk jugs. I keep telling people this because those are biodegradable. After a while, they fall apart. It's always fun. Like, I got a gallon of water. And then next 2 seconds, it fell apart. Jordan's getting tired, aren't you, Jordan?
Oh,
yeah,
Uncle Al. Uncle, I keep forgetting, Uncle, you never seen him at this time. You're always in on the stream, like, at the beginning. That's why I was like, what? Uncle Al's coming in late with me? Yes.
No, it was a nice day today, and I was outside. I was pruning, and like, I gotta stop my nephews from pruning my rose bushes because
again.
Helped again? I know it's like
again.
They don't learn. They went to Harvard, Stanford.
Uncle, I think you told me this story this time, last week, the week before, last year, the year before. Pretty much since I met you.
Right. But you don't have that many nephews yet. I'm 62 and I have a ton. But it's like, oh God. It's like, if without me, they probably burnt down the house by now. It's like, I say, I smell gas. What's wrong? And I'm going over there and I had to shut off the gas and call PG&E. We don't smell gas, Uncle Al. I'm looking at them like, you have a leaky stove. I don't understand. I had to shut off the house gas and call PG&E to come out there and have the fire department inspect the areas I suspected. They had a break in the line between the stove and the wall, and they still couldn't smell it because it was a slow leak. And when I walked in, it's like, oh, I could smell it. So you could survive.
Well, I think that's why I found that's why they add that smell into natural gas because it's odorless by default, but they have to add that run egg smell so you actually know it.
Right, but over time, people don't smell it because I watch Kentucky Survival. His neighbor has a house trailer, and they think it was an electric heater, but I think it's one of the gas stoves because how the mobile home is built. You have to make sure that you walk in and smell everything because those are leakers. And I've seen mobile homes go boom It's like, oh yeah, there's another mobile home on fire, because that's the weakest point. Their water system and their whatchamacallit. If they have a gas stove, it blows up. Jordan, you're on electric, right?
Say it again.
You're on electric or gas?
Electric.
Yeah. So you don't see Jordan's apartment explodes at night because electric stoves don't blow up. Thank God.
Well, hopefully we don't see that randomly blowing up.
Yeah.
Oh.
But like I said, I got to do another video on the rice in the green bottle, and it's a really simple thing to do. You can put beans, rice, noodles. It's not hard. It's like everybody's looking at me like I stepped on their cat. This is why I'm changing format, because I'm getting tired of doing this over and over again constantly. And people they have their own opinions. I'm just getting tired. And two, my friend says, I'm in Colombia. You should have did like I did. And I said, I'm not wanted by 3 countries either. David used to live in Bakersfield, and he ran a successful YouTube off of it. And then finally, David got busted in 3 countries. And, God, that was a headache. Because David was running a kind of a racket.
Mm-hmm.
And he was making money. He still makes good money. It's not a racket in this country. It's e-education. But some other countries don't verify it as education, and you're stealing money from people. So he got in trouble with those countries. That's why you don't see his YouTube channel anymore. And but he's living in Colombia. He has a penthouse, and he goes out to eat and has a really nice time. And look at where I am. I'm retired, living in this little dark little 3-bedroom house. So, and I'm gardening. Yeah, that brings in the babe garden. Of course, you see the channels with the half-naked women. Yes, I've been gardening all the time. I'm like, no, you're not. It's like, yes, I garden in a string bikini in the summer. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with these people?
String bikini. I only got string peas. Oh.
Yeah. But like I said,
I'm just kidding.
No, but it's true. It's like anything, they slap a prepper on it. I'm like, seriously? It's like, there's too many people. It's getting crowded out. And then the government's acting weird again, too. Go ahead, Sia.
I was going to say, you spoke of Kentucky survival hit. Or, because I know he did that survive out of your pockets. I saw your comment on that, by the way, because I saw that video too. About surviving out of your pockets on that one. I know it wasn't really a VR, but he was showing his pockets and stuff like that.
Right.
I mean, I always considered, I picked up something new from you. I haven't shown you yet. He's seen it. Shuttle's seen it. I showed him a glimpse of it, right? Sneak peek. He knows I have stuff, right? But I always figure everyday carry stuff, whatever it is. Some Victorinox Swiss Army knife or whatever, keys. Those are the things that are on you all the time. A bag, like I have on, is nice and all, but sometimes you just don't always have it on you.
Right.
I don't always have this on me. Like, it could be as simple as, hey, I'm just going to walk into the bank, get some money out from the ATM because I got to pay for cash, right? Because I can't pay.
But if you walk in with a backpack with a machete on it, people are going to get sort of nervous.
Yeah, right? So, and besides, it's going to be 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes, or, the drive-in or whatever is not working or some issue or whatever. It's just 5 minutes, No one's even there, right? Then something else happens, and it's like, so you're going to rely on things that are on you, right? Because sometimes you don't have, you get separated from the backpack. You don't always have it on you. That's why, a backpack's nice and all, but those things in your pockets are really gonna be when you
Right.
first grab first, right? Be like, okay, well, I got something in my pocket right away. And so it's like, yeah, I got the knife in the pocket, but oh look, I mean in the bag, but I can pull out multi-tool that's in my pocket right now.
Or like I do. I have this on my pocket all the time. And people kind of freak out when I pull it out that fast. It's like, ah. And I tell people, that's not even a switchblade. I got switchblades too, but I don't show it because people freak out when I did a couple times and everybody like, Uncle, I don't have switchblades. Yeah. I just don't show it to people. Most of the time I just carry like CR up here, a Swiss Army knife. What the hell?
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
You know, it's a multi-tool. It's a multi-tool, right? You
Right.
know?
But what cracks me up, nobody carries, because everybody's quit smoking or they're vaping, nobody carries one of these. A cigarette lighter. Yeah, that's why I keep telling people always, just get a book of matches, stick it in your hat or stick it in your pocket. You know, it's a book of matches. You could lose it, doesn't matter. But if you lose a good Zippo, that matters. That costs bucks. But a book of matches, you can stick everywhere. And if you don't have flint and steel, I got a book of matches.
I can stick it underneath my hat. Actually, I probably stick the matches right here. No one will even notice.
Yeah.
Right. There is ways you can have gear and supplies on you, right? I mean, virtually anyone, right? No matter your shape, your size, right? You can have something on you. We all have clothes on us.
Yep.
That is part of the gear too, right?
Yep, true.
Clothes on
and
us,
then
right?
on the other things with the gear, I keep telling people a couple of safety pins, a handkerchief, and bars of food. Nobody's going to stop you. Here's the police. Well, we had to stop him because he was carrying 2 Kit Kats in his pocket.
Yeah. I EDC this, by the way. Look. See, I've never even shown this on the channel. I EDC this. This is part of my keychain. I'll go out.
Yeah, it's a blanket pin. I had several of those.
Very useful.
Yeah, I give them away as gifts because people still look at me like, what the hell are these for? And I said, get a blanket, and I pin them, and like, wow, now I can wrap it around me without dropping it. It's useful.
Well, you know, because I always consider this as like everyone's got keys to a certain degree. Well, I say everyone, but maybe it's younger people or whatever. Like I always say to people, like electric key openers, whatever. It's nice to have them, but actually a physical key is nice too, because if the power's out, those electric key things do not work.
No.
They need power. At least have a physical way to open your door.
Right. And this one I made from a dog chain, you know, for dogs, choke chain.
Yeah.
I replaced these two with swivels. Okay. It's a keychain. Officer, I was scared. I took out my keychain and beat the living hell out of him. It's a dog chain. It weighs a lot, folks. If you get smacked with a dog chain, you know what I'm talking about. Or wrap it around my fist and beat the living. But officer, it's a keychain. See the key? And I still use it as a carry my watch or my keys. And it's perfect.
Well, I've known people to do that with wallets before too.
Yeah. And you can beat people to hell.
You've seen that before.
Yeah, you just put a padlock on this and just whale it right on their head. Just replace the wallet with a padlock and that take care of the problem really quick. Of course, the courts might not like it.
Of course.
I do a lot of dirty tricks, folks. So don't do anything illegal. You have to be nice. And remember, don't do it in front of kids.
Don't try this at home.
Right. Okay, guys, I got to get going because I have a nice dinner as my church ladies are preparing for me, because I have to take it easy a lot because I still got another doctor I got to go see on Monday because I had a procedure and they're like, oh, this doesn't look good. They're trying to kill me for some reason. I don't know why. So I'll catch you later, guys. You have a nice day. Jordan, get some rest. CR, get ready for storm number 2. It's either snow or flooding. Take your choice.
You know it's probably never snow.
Yeah.
Please not be freezing rain again. Of all precipitation, I hate freezing rain. It's actually probably one. It's probably next to like hail. Everything else I can handle. It's tolerable, but yeah, freezing rain's one of those things, right? It just makes it a hassle for everything, right? Well, because power lines get heavier, it's ice everywhere. You can't open your doors. Everything freezes over. It's slippery and all this other stuff, right? So it's a big hassle, right? Everything else is still doable to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like even flooding from water, right? Well, boats, right? Boats still work. You can still fly over, right? You know, but in terms of ice, it's just like, well, you can't walk on it, you can't skate on it because it's not suitable for that, and you can't. I mean, like unless you got high traction things on you, right? And car accidents, all those other stuff that happens usually from the results of it. Thank you, Klingon Princess. I'm trying to keep up.
I never thought Uncle Al should pop up because he usually
I never thought Uncle Al would pop in so late.
He's never late. He's always early.
He's always every time I come in, he's always already on by the time I get in. He's like the first person on panel. That's why I was like this time around. Hey, GP's here. So was good, right? That's why I let them go on with Bob first. I had them take the time. I'm like, I let them say all their words. I can say all these other words from the, you know, they can start the show. I'll just finish off the show.
Yeah.
How long have we been here for?
6 hours, 51 minutes, 27 seconds.
No. I mean, how long have I been here for?
Well,
4 hours.
Yeah, probably.
Almost 5. And you see, I've been wearing this backwards the whole time. I'm not even noticing it anymore. I mean, it's not that heavy, but I mean, I actually do have water in this. Because I'm a big proponent of actually having water in the bags.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have, you know, the famous Altoids, tin survival kits, and or a mess kit that doesn't have water. That's one thing, right? That's one thing. I get that.
Yeah.
But a backpack, I think it'd be crazy not to have water inside. At least even water that you just rotate even every day, every week, even if you wanted to go so far. Right? Because, again, I always think you're assuming that if you're using it, you're going to have water right away, too, right?
Yeah.
Right? You know, if you have those packages of water or whatever, that's one thing, right? But if you don't have that, or you ran out, or whatever, well, this is why I'm a big proponent of actually having water in the bags as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
If you're not already doing that whole water bottle thing. And lately, I've been trying to go from water bottles to like just cycling through water instead. So I always know it's fairly good, at least within the last couple of weeks to few months, not overly long. You know, and shaking it up and stuff like that, aerated and stuff like that. I just want you to go 8 hours so I can be like, see, I stayed around for like 6 hours with this backpack. We're Shadow here again. Right? I'll leave it on the comments after the stream's done. I'll be like, yeah, see her aboard this backpack for that time, just for fun. I mean,
well,
not much, but
well, see, I think we wrap things up now. So.
No, I thought we were gonna go at least till the 7 hour mark.
No.
And that's not you. I knew it. He said he gave up before I gave up on wearing the backpack. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. but my time is 2:54 a.m. here.
Yeah, I
So-
probably should get some grub in me too. Nice to see everyone.
Harvey says, Canada, get prepped. The U.S. will close its borders to unvaccinated and partially vaccinated.
I said that like last week.
Oh, boy. Well, we'll wrap things up. So, okay, guys. Take care. Stay safe.
Take out the backpack. Just kidding.
I appreciate you, that you guys popped in here, and
Thanks for having me on.
you're very welcome. It's always fun to have you on
I know
board.
I ramble a lot.
Yeah, but I like
What's
that.
something to say?
Well, Guardian Prepper, he is a rambling man too, so. But anyway, take care, stay safe. And I appreciate every one of you guys. So I'll see you in the next one. And the next week, next Saturday, same time, same channel. Have a good night. And I will go to bed and get some sleep. Hey, Nancy. I'm just gonna end this stream now, so I'll see you later. Take care. Stay safe. God bless.